We're live, baby.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of the end. This is the last day of my life. No. Hey, I don't know. Okay, I'm already steering towards political, and I said to myself, no political talk today. Okay, guys. Hey, thanks for tuning in. We are doing a 12-hour live stream. Here with me is my friend and co-producer and one of my partners in crime, Malia Molino. What's up, girl?
Hello. Good. Just chilling. Just, like you, just trying to keep my sanity.
We gotta really stretch the conversations today.
Cool.
Because
great.
I have a feeling I'm gonna get burnt out real quick only on talking about the same things.
Yeah.
And in doing that, we already got some people tuning in. Thank you, everyone.
Hey.
Wherever you're watching, this is one of the things I'm going to say multiple times today. Be sure to share this live stream wherever you're watching. Either retweet it, share it on Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're watching. It would really help the show or the stream. This isn't a show. What the hell am I talking about?
It's kind of a show today. It's a 12-hour show today.
We're showing
one time only. Catch it while it's hot.
Yeah, so share it. It would really help get more eyes on it, and submit questions to us too. Wherever you're watching, if you have a question about the process of filmmaking, a question that's more specific to Malia or myself, whether it's about the Haunting of Grady Farm or anything. Hey guys, we're doing this for 12 hours today, so we're gonna be stretching the conversations. But right now, Malia and I are just hanging out. What are you drinking? What's your drink? Straight vodka?
Usually, you know me. I'm usually on camera drinking. That's usually my deal nowadays. But no, this is just, it's just trusty old Americano. Just wanted to get a lot of shots into my guzzle as fast as possible to keep me alert for this riveting conversation today.
I admire, because you are a Starbucks girl, aren't you? Like, you tried and true Starbucks girl, aren't you?
No.
Not anymore?
No, I mean, okay. I guess I would always roll into class with my coffee. Like, that's for sure. And I think our teacher just stopped telling me to not bring it in because it's clearly an addiction. But I guess I go to Starbucks out of convenience, but I go to Pete's if I can. However, I'm a big fan of supporting independent coffee shops. And I remember when I first moved to LA, there was like none. Like, it pretty much was just Coffee Bean and Starbucks, and coming from Seattle, it was like death to my soul. So now I try to hit up as many as possible, but out of convenience, excuse me. Yeah. Just went to Pete's today, switched it up. Didn't go to Starbucks today, but
when again did you move to Los Angeles? I mean, remind me, because
it was,
and also the people that don't know you well.
I guess I forgot to celebrate my LA-versary, but I just hit 13 years 4 days ago.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, 4 days ago was my 13th LA-versary.
That's so cool. I hit 9 a couple days ago. 9 years.
Congrats.
Yeah. I mean, anybody that knows about Los Angeles, like, there's like, yes, of course, some overnight success stories, but like, it does take time, man. And a part of the process is doing what we did. You have to like make your own stuff, and you're doing that with your Macabre Mondays, and which I want to like get into in a bit, but yeah, it's a huge part of the industry right now, even I think more than ever, because I don't remember a time that so many people, I've been a part of the entertainment industry for the better part of 15 years. I can't remember a time where there's been more like, I'm an actor. And I think it's a product of, social media.
Yeah.
Making everybody feel like they have a platform, which is great, but like it's an industry that is like very oversaturated right now. So you have to do things like this, make a movie, or like start a YouTube project, or whatever you can do to boost your own signal.
Well, it's interesting because you're absolutely correct, but it's so.
What up, Tank Dempsey?
Hey, you are. It's funny. He says this from TikTok, so that's a great point to bring up. So I've always really admired you. I've brought you up so many times because you're one of the few people that ever since I met you, you are so good at at just consistently creating content, and you have the kind of confidence, and if it's not confidence, you're great at faking it, where like you really will go out and you're okay filming yourself. Where for me, with my own content, that's been a huge hurdle, just to like be able to physically like take the phone and put it out and film in public and not feel like, oh God, I'm being judged. And I think everybody's having to get over that. But because there's an oversaturation, it's even harder now. Like, you've been creating content for so long, and I have to an extent, but like you've figured out TikTok, which is a platform I try to figure out, which just is so difficult.
Well,
for me.
I learned with TikTok, and thank you for the compliments. It means a lot. Like I started doing content on YouTube in 2005, like a few months after YouTube started. And I feel like with every platform, I always learned the same lesson with Vine, with YouTube, everything. It was that I should have gone all in harder early. And it's funny with TikTok because I felt like I missed the ball, or I missed that window. But TikTok is a really different platform. I love it. It's not, to me, it had a, and I'm streaming on TikTok over here as well. It had a bad, I don't want to say, like, I'm still waking up, so my brain is like turning on. It had a bad, as far as like people like us in the industry, I think a lot of people would look at TikTok and at first they would kind of scoff at it. But when I would get into it more, I would learn it really is the best platform for creators right now, in that there's no other platform where you can literally, like, case in point, it happened with me, put a video up and overnight it goes viral. I mean, it can happen, but it's a lot harder, as you know, for that to happen on a YouTube or a Facebook or anything like that right now. So TikTok, it's a long game, but it can also just, like, something can hit and then people dig it. And let me, 1 second. Something can hit, people can dig it, and then you kind of just got to, like, keep giving them the thing that they came for. Like for me on TikTok, people are really into the baby bodyguard stuff, which is tough for me because they're hard to shoot, and it's a bit stressful to go out and do those all the time. So I have to, like, when I do, I have to shoot quite a bit and stretch it out. Let's hold this thought, because we do have questions coming in, and I don't want to, I want to, guys, we're doing this for the film, our film, The Haunting of Grady Farm, comes out tomorrow. I'm Shane Hartline. This is Malia Molino. We're both producers. We wrote it. We acted in it. Malia and I are the lead characters.
Melina.
Melina. I compressed both your names. Melina.
It worked.
But we made the movie, which, feels like ages ago at this point, and it's coming out tomorrow. So we're doing this stream to celebrate the release of it. So if you are watching this, first thing we would love to ask for you to do is share the stream, share it to your Facebook wall, retweet it, wherever it may be. Second thing we'd like to ask you to do is please, commit, or I guess in a telethon, you're asking people to pledge to watch the movie. As independent filmmakers, that's the hardest part. It's a low budget horror film, and we're blessed to have, found a home with High Octane Pictures. But we need your support, and this is what we're doing this 12-hour stream for, is to get you to commit to watch the movie. Let's go through some questions. Andy, my boy on Facebook. What up, Andy? Andy actually helped produce Cookie with me. Yeah. Do you find it's easier to make content with people you've worked with before, or do you prefer reaching out and working with new people to grow your network? I'll let you answer that one first, Malia.
I think it kind of depends on what type of content I'm creating. I think for a film, especially with this, it was such a unique and awesome experience to be able to work with friends. And it was a built-in family, which for the nature of this film, I think worked really well. As far as my shows, what I do independently, I do like working and collaborating with new people to expand that network, because it is a completely web-based thing. And because I am trying to get it out there, the more people I can bring into my network, the more chances of my work getting seen are. So in that context, yeah, I love collaborating with people I love, but I definitely probably spend more active time trying to network out than I would if I was going to do another film. I would definitely look in-house first.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 100%. 100%. Yeah, it all depends, I think. It all depends 100%. And now personally, I always love to work with the people I know. Like, you when you're in the industry as long as, we have been, you create like a team of people that, through the process, it's nothing personal. Well, it can be, but like, it's like you find the people that you gravitate towards. Like, I like working with this person more for different reasons, maybe more so like we just have better chemistry, we create better, or overall the experience was enjoyable. And then there's other people that's like, hey, I'm better. My soul and my heart is better at being just friends with this person. And when we create art, it doesn't fulfill me. And that's the core of like finding your team. So me, I've always way more so, I have like so many talented friends that I've met out here. And those are always the first people I like to go to. And that's kind of what happened with Grady Farm is, we can start like going through the backstory a little bit. And I'm sure I'll talk throughout the day, with different parts of the team about, how it came to be and, which is what I think people are watching for. But the idea started, I think, when we were like at AMAW and we're like, we want to just make something like, because the fact that like, not that it's easy, but it's easy.
Yeah. Well, I remember exactly the night you text me and you said you, Ben, and Jeremiah were at a pub. Hey, Dina.
Oh my God. So funny. Dina says, what is a drinking game I should play? I'm going to get to that in a second. I have, well, we're, whatever you're drinking, we're not encouraging alcohol. But I do have a drinking game I'm going to bring up in a second that I'm going to try to stretch throughout the day. And you know what, guys, if you are watching, to encourage you to watch the whole day, I might start drinking the alcohol later tonight.
Get it.
Yeah. So, okay. So back to our question. How the Grady Farm kind of got started.
I get a text from you. It was a really random night, and you basically invite me out to drinks with you, Ben, and Jeremiah. And you said you were talking about something. We have an idea. We want to talk to you. So I go. We get some beers, and you guys had been throwing around an idea of doing a found footage film because at that point Jeremiah had access to a piece of land in Florida. And because you guys knew spooky and horror and all that is like my genre, you kind of were picking my brain. And then by the end of the night, it became do you want to do this with us? And it was just kind of from there on in, it was how do we make a found footage horror film ourselves on a free piece of land. And as everything else happens, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But that was the original idea.
Do you remember what one of the ideas before we started doing this one was going to be? Do you remember?
Oh, God.
We were going to do, at the time, there was never a horror film about ride shares, about lifts and Ubers. So we had a whole other idea that we were considering until we found out we had land and we could go to Florida and stay with family and then it became what it became. But we were tossing around a completely other idea at first, and we were going to literally do the whole movie just shot from the perspective a little bit like that new movie that just came out, which is so good. Have you seen it? It's called I have Google in front of me. Right. Horror movie. And if somebody in the chat's watching, they're like screaming it right now. It's not Rideshare because that came out, or Ride. It's not, that came out in 2017. It just came out. Oh, Spree. Did you see Spree?
Oh, no, I haven't seen it.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's good. And the whole time I was thinking about it, I was like, that's a part of me that's like, God dang it, I wish I'd have done this. But like the way they did it was, oh, man, I could have never. I mean, I'm shooting myself short, but I don't know that I could have done it like that. It was so good. But yes, so we met in a bar, and that's how all ideas start. A couple drinks, just tossing ideas around. And that's how let's jump to some questions, because I'm loving. If you are watching, you have a question for myself, Malia, or about the process of The Haunting of Grady Farm, which releases tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, etc., via High Octane Pictures. Leave it in the comments. Leave us a question. We're going to be here for 12 hours. Tom Sherlock, my boy, on YouTube says 12 hours, the whole 12 hours. That shall be a day for the ages. Well, yeah. We'll see. We'll see how we're doing later. Where do we go watch the film? Again, The Haunting of Grady Farm will be Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, and I believe a few other platforms that I can't remember, but we're pushing, go check it out on Amazon. And if you do watch it, rate and review that sucker. That really helps us.
Please.
Let's see here. We got some great questions coming in. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I know on the for California, this is early for people in California,
especially now when no one's got normal jobs.
Yeah. What barrier did you face getting this movie filmed, and what barriers did you face in post-production? That is a lot, Tom. That is a really good question. Let's touch on some of the bigger things that was difficult. We can kind of ping pong, but I mean, the first thing that comes to mind with getting the movie filmed, there's so many things. It's hard, after doing this movie, after doing Cookie, I've learned so much in that. The biggest thing I've learned is there's a reason that there are so many people involved in making a movie, because it takes a lot of people. And when you're doing it with a small group of people, it is very hard. And people are going to have to wear multiple hats. And I know, speaking on behalf of both of us, we had to wear so many hats, pre-production, post-production, every part of the process. And it is what it is. If you're like, hey, we want to shoot this for next to nothing, you're going to have to be an AD. You're going to have to be casting background, location scout. But I think the hardest part of pre-production was, if you don't have a huge production company involved or something like that, is raising money, is getting people invested in your thing that you care about, getting people to care about the thing that you care about so much. Would you agree? That is.
Oh, yeah. Hard. Immediately, the first thing I thought about was crowdfunding, because that was one of the hardest things that I know I've ever done, just because, and I feel like there was a considerable amount of time, but not a huge amount of time between concept and crowdfunding.
I think it was a month. I think it was a month.
So not long at all.
That's the biggest thing I will say. Anybody watching that wants to learn how to make a movie, raise money. Well, I'll get into that throughout the day. Any questions you have, but that's the biggest, I think, mistake we made. And we didn't know, but no. You've got to it takes months to prepare in the proper way for a crowdfunding campaign.
And I do remember having a couple people kind of, message me do you have a crowdfunding coach, or are you going to do it? And we're like, no, because at the time, I think people need to understand is with this film is there was truthfully an evolution. It really went from, 4 actors sitting in a room, really thinking we were going to film. Originally, we weren't going to have a director. We weren't going to have a DP. We were going
to have a full script. We were just going to do an outline and then hey, we're talented improvisers. We can do it. No, there are scripts for reasons.
Yes, everything evolved. So when we started crowdfunding, I think we knew it would be work, but I mean, you have to get so comfortable with asking people all day for their hard-earned money. Yeah. And you have to, and the most stressful thing is, you're really asking for a donation with the hope that one day you're going to deliver a result. And this film is such a good example, I think, of indie filmmaking, because we started it years ago and now the film is coming out. We've been through hell and high water, but it's coming out. But it just shows that things are not overnight. We don't just crowdfund, make a movie, and it comes out within the same year. Maybe if you have millions of dollars, but we definitely didn't.
Yeah, that's the biggest misconception. And it was really hard for me to, convey, especially people in my hometown that came together. Like, you know, so many people from my hometown, my family made this thing possible.
Oh
And
God, yes.
over the years, it was very hard for me to hear, you know, people say like, when's it coming out? You know, only because like I wanted to give it to them because they deserve it. And but also it's just like I all I would ever say is like I wish you knew what goes into like finishing a movie, which I think is the hardest part when you don't have a big team. And you know, it just takes time because we didn't want to sacrifice what we knew it could be. I think that, you know, we knew when we shot it, like we shot something special. Now we could have rushed it out, you know, sacrificed the visual effects, the sound, everything that goes into it, and just thrown it on YouTube. But we knew it was meant for more than that. And I wasn't going to like just rush something out just to get it out there. You know, it crossed my mind at sometimes when it was just like, man, I can't do this anymore. You know, it's a lot.
I mean,
I'm so glad we didn't just skimp on it.
It is interesting because I think without a doubt, the hardest part of our film was post-production. It took the longest. And if it hadn't been for you, I really truthfully don't think this film would have ever come out. But also, like, yeah, we didn't have a lot of money. We didn't have a huge crew. We didn't have any of that. But like, I have to give a shout out to your family and your hometown, because even to this day, and I've been on very large productions, this was one of the nicest and most blessed sets I've ever been on, just by nature of your family and the way the town showed up for the film. So, I mean, besides a few, like, I have like what I call my Christian Bale moment that one day on set where I kind of lost my mind. But the exception of that, I feel like the filming of the film was absolutely the
hands down
part on this entire process.
Yeah, and I think we all had moments of frustration, and it's going to happen when you have to do so much in a certain amount of time. But aside from that, it was such a amazing experience. And yeah, I couldn't have done it without my family, couldn't have done it without my hometown. And the point I was trying to get to was that, you know, that's what makes, I think, this movie feel so different. And we have already got great reviews coming in, and that's so exciting. And I think it's because the chemistry was already there. There was already like the magic, because we were all a real group of friends. It's not actors coming together that have to spend time together for chemistry builds or chemistry sessions, or, you know, we already were, and still are friends. So, you know, that is what I feel like one of the many things I think that is going to make our little horror film stand out. And I think really it's going to be something special. You know, it's pretty surreal to see these few reviews already coming in. You know, Horror Society says that we are the best found footage movie of 2020. That blows my mind to hear. And we've got another review that came in yesterday, which I don't have in front of me, but Ben Kaplan will be on here at some point, and I'm sure he'll have it with him. And, you know, it's amazing. One thing I want to get to before we get back to some more questions, please keep the questions coming in. If you're watching, you know, and you have a question about the process of making Grady Farm, pre-production, production, post-production, getting a movie sold, we would be happy to answer any questions you have. If you have any questions that are specific to us, leave it in the comments. We also, again, want to ask you to please share the stream to your Facebook walls, retweet it, email, whatever, you know, whatever you want to do. Drinking game. If you are watching today and you want to get wild, I don't encourage drinking this early. But, you know, if you're 21, I can't stop you. I'm, you know, going to be doing a drinking game.
It's 1:30 on the East Coast.
Yeah. And it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's true. It's true.
But one part of the drinking game that I'm going to reveal now, because I have a little baby bladder, it's called anytime Shane has to go pee, you take a drink. And I've conveniently set up that anytime this has to happen, we can play a clip. So right now we're going to share the trailer for The Haunting of Grady Farm, which conveniently gives me enough time to go urinate. But no, this is the trailer for our movie, The Haunting of Grady Farm. We're streaming for 12 hours today. So hang out with us for 12 hours, hop in, hop out. But we're excited the release of the film that is happening tomorrow. Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, other platforms via High Octane Pictures. This is The Haunting of Grady Farm, the official trailer.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy.
It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
Ryan?
What?
Andy! We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died. I should tell you
You murdered her, okay? You had nothing to do with to find him. Now let's get out of here.
Come on! Turn around! We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
Oh man, don't you just want to see that movie? Man, I timed that so good. That was like the perfect
That was well done.
time. Whew. This is going to be great.
I want to say love you to your sister and your mama.
Oh yeah, they're in the chat. My mom and my sister will be on at different times today, so pop back in. We have a lot of special guests that are going to be coming in today. A lot of people that are in the movie that made this movie possible, and then some special surprise guests too. So be sure to be a part of the show throughout the day for all the fun and excitement. Dina Cataldi, be sure to stay hydrated. I got my coffee, but also plenty of water. And my beautiful girlfriend, Gabby, has agreed to be my text responder today. Get me this, get me that. But Dina and I actually we met shooting an indie horror, The Lighthouse, which unfortunately, some movies you shoot, like crazy stuff happens and they unfortunately don't come out. But it was a great experience, just like this one. The Haunting of Grady Farm, everybody, comes out tomorrow. iTunes, Amazon, Vudu, and myself and Malia, we produced it, wrote it, acted in it, and yeah, it's finally coming out and feels like it took an eternity. Let's go back a little bit more. Pre-production. What are some things, challenges, parts of that process that stick out to your head?
Well, I think honestly,
my sister.
I think one of my favorite things actually was just the late nights we spent writing. Or
deliriously, and the pre-production, yes,
like writing. And it was interesting because we ended up with, I would say, a 95% completed script, but we did leave. I think one of the biggest things that we all kind of decided in the beginning was, what was one of the biggest problems we all have with horror films, like found footage horror films, they always sounded scripted. And if we really wanted people to believe this, there had to be some fluidity and some, realism to it. So we did want to leave room for improv in there, and we knew each other so well, but it made the writing process pretty interesting, because I think originally when we were just going to do an outline, it was essentially like, okay, how do we get into the scene? How do we get out of the scene? Who's the main player and what do we have to accomplish? And it is like writing a normal scene, but it was so deconstructed, which was really interesting. And
the reason the reason you really also need a script is not just for the actors, but for the DP, the whole part of the planning. Because if if the DP or a set designer or somebody doesn't have a script to base the scene off of, it makes the whole process harder.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why when we started pre-production and started involving the directors and everything like that, they were like, we need a script.
Yeah.
And so like at that point though, it was pretty easy for us to put a script together because we had such a detailed outline that we were going to just base off of. But like we said, this was our first movie and we're like, we want to do things different. We want to and there have been movies that are all improv, there have been very experimental projects that are completely improv. But I feel like with what we wanted to do and, what we were trying to achieve, we couldn't have done it completely improv.
No, we absolutely couldn't have. And I also think one of the other challenges was we didn't know how many people budget wise and timing wise and all the myriad of reasons why logistically we weren't sure if it was going to work, how many people we could cast outside of our core cast. So it became this very well, we need this character. Do we know anybody there that could play it? Are we going to have to cast for this? So there was, because we were trying to keep it as condensed as possible, there was so many things that we had to really figure out. Is this something that we're going to have to expand on, or can we keep it in-house? Which I don't think, if you have a lot of money, that's not something you necessarily have to worry about. You can cast whoever you want, how many characters you want. We really had to be, every character that isn't the core group of friends is in there because it was absolutely integral to the script. We couldn't work our way around it. So that became, I think, a really fun process, is realizing who are we going to get to join the small crew that we've been working with for so long. So I really enjoyed that portion a lot.
Yeah, that was really fun. I think the part of pre-production I enjoyed the most, was just it's so exciting to sit down and say, we have this idea, we want to make it, we want to put it on paper. The planning and the excitement that comes into oh, what if we could do this? What if we could do that? Oh, I know this person, I know that person. It's so exciting, and it just gets even more exciting from there once you're on your set and you're shooting and seeing the things that you spent, I want to say so much time. We didn't spend that much time in pre-production for this movie, maybe 2 to 3 months. So seeing some of the ideas come to fruition, as far as we had some crazy practical effects that should have costed so much more than we were able to pull them off for. As far as we hung somebody safely and, we lit a car
on fire,
safely,
so rad.
Because, my dad, owns a company, shout out to the Hartline company. We own a company that is all about fire safety. So we have connections in my hometown to the fire chief. And so we safely and properly, with the right permits and everything, did things that should have costed us way much more. But because I was I want to go home, give back to my hometown and do it here, because I know everybody I feel that I shouldn't say I know, but I feel that everybody will be excited and want to come together to make this thing possible. There's a lot of fun stories about how the town came together, things that happened when we were shooting that we can also get to in a little bit. But let's jump to the questions. Tom Sherlock on YouTube, the trailer is spine tingling. I like that. Let's see. Jump into some more questions. My mom, Candy Hartline, so proud of you all. Thank you, Mama. We couldn't have done this without you.
Candy's the best.
Couldn't have done it without you. Let's see. Let's go through. We got a question here from my buddy Andy again on Facebook. Was this your first horror film? If so, what made it unique compared to the other genres you've dabbled in? This is my first horror full feature that I have made. I was in horror films before this. And this is honestly my first feature that I made too. So, the only thing I had ever really made before is I think, I made a short film, for no money, and then just comedy sketches, so this was my first jump into really any genre. So, I mean, the only thing I can compare it to is to sketch comedy. And I don't know what made it unique. I think I had seen so much horror, and I think all I wanted to do is make it as grounded in reality as possible, which I think a lot of horror films, that's the first thing that disconnects people, is you're watching a horror film and it just feels corny, fake. The relationships seem artificial. And I think we made sure and really, really put a lot of effort into making sure that it felt as real as possible with something so supernatural that we were making a movie about.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even to the extent of, a found footage movie, a lot of people start watching them and check out because I think some people like that make movies gravitate towards making found footage because they may think it's easier, and they get a little lazy. And, I think that's something we also were like, hey, let's make a found footage movie that can still look good and feel very real. And also, like, one thing that I don't know about you, but I sometimes get really, and maybe I overthink this, but if you're watching, let me know at home what you think. But like, one thing I also sometimes check out of with found footage movies is, why are they filming so much? Like, that was a question we wanted to answer too, is like, we want to make sense as to why there is so much filming happening. And we answer that question right in the beginning, because I feel like that's a question that that's something that always stands out to me with like found footage movies, as to why are you shooting so much?
Yes.
So
that was probably one of our biggest puzzles, was how do we make sure every shot in this film is justified and the audience will know exactly why this is being filmed? Because I'm the same way. It annoys the hell out of me. It's like, oh, so you just conveniently have all these cameras and all these angles. Who's filming it? How did they get that? All of those things are very annoying to me when it comes to found footage. So I definitely think that's something that we spent a lot of time on, and definitely paid off in the end as far as answering that question. But for me, this was my first full feature film, although I do have a cameo in another full-length feature called The Lurking Man.
Yeah, that was a question that somebody had, is what other things that they can check out of you before Grady Farm?
I mean, honestly, it's funny. Like, this was my last feature that I've done since we filmed it, because ever since then, I just kind of went into full throttle making my own shows. So I have 4 different shows you can watch on YouTube that are all in like the macabre, creepy horror category, that are completely my own. You can find those all on my YouTube. But when I was younger, before we did this film, I was cast in like horror shorts a lot. And I was always cast as for lack of a better term, like the slutty, dumb one. And I was so tired of playing that, which is why I was so excited to have the opportunity to write with you guys a film where I could actually be like an intelligent female character in a horror film, because those are very few and far between. Like, I love horror, but it's very tropey, and you usually have these very stereotypical characters. And I think that was something that we all tried really hard to, put our own twist on. Like, I think Jeremiah's character, Charlie, is a great example of somebody that might seem one-dimensional, but his character arc is one of my favorite things that happened.
Absolutely.
And I think that is the kind of stuff that we spent a lot of time developing. Like, character work was huge with our film, and that is not something in all of the other films that I've done in this genre that they ever seemed like anybody cared about. It was just about the jump scares and the gore and, fulfilling these tropes instead of actually, making it a good film.
100%. Yeah. Had another question that caught my eye. Let's see. Where was it? Oh, Tom Sherlock on YouTube. Have you considered using social media to show that this could in fact be real? I think you mean as far as, the movie, making it feel real. That was something we considered, doing as to promote the movie is like, I think that's where Blair Witch succeeded. But I think in this day and age, I think it's too hard. I think, and also like, it's too hard to like be like, oh, this is all real. This is, we considered it, but I think it's something that's past in this industry. I think it still could be done. I think but it's something that we just, decided not to do. But we did consider like, hey, let's put stuff out there to make people think that this is real. This all actually happened. But we want you to believe that when you see the movie. We want you to disconnect and like be like, oh, I'm so invested that that it feels real, because to me it does. I've seen the movie 1,000 times at this point, but like I'm very proud at how grounded it does feel.
It's a funny question to me because by nature, so one of the shows that I do, it's called Macabre Mondays, where I
by the way, hold that thought. My friend Jason Horton that just popped in, I want to connect you two, because he is super into this kind of stuff that you do with the macabre and haunted stuff. He just wrote like a whole book about it.
Rad.
So side note, I want to connect you with my friend Jason Horton. But yes, talk to us a little bit about what you do with Macabre Mondays and all your fun stuff.
Okay, let's do it. So my first show was Macabre Mondays, which was essentially my version of Elvira meets Drunk History. I investigate the history on supposedly haunted places because I am always drawn to really creepy or abandoned homes or locations. But I really wanted, like, I'm not a ghost hunter. People always want to call me a ghost hunter. I'm not. But I like to find the truth in places. So I do a deep dive of the history to see if there's any possible explanation for paranormal activity or any of the fun lore and legends connected to locations. And then I would talk about it while drinking a lot of wine. I then started a new show called Grave Hunter, where I travel the world to different graveyards that are, old and derelict, and sometimes the headstones are gone, or sometimes they build on top of the cemetery and leave the bodies. And I just want to raise awareness of historical people, and every story matters, and why we should care about our dead. This led to history rants, where I rant about history and horror history. So I do a lot of different stuff when it comes to history and horror. But by nature of my shows, I get approached all the time by filmmakers to do an episode about their movie, to create a social campaign that it's real. Really? All the time. And I've said yes to some, and I will never reveal which ones they are because, don't want to give it away. But yeah, it's really funny that, it's so hard to get your content seen, but for some reason, somehow, when it comes to filmmakers, especially found footage, they want to create the narrative that it's real. I'm constantly getting the same proposal from the same people. Like, could you do an episode of this or that? And it's just like, most of the time I say no, because, who's got time for that? But it's just hilarious to me. It's hilarious how I feel like that's the one thing I've somehow carved in for myself. And it's frustrating because I actually am telling true stories, and history and truth actually really matters to me. So it's a bunch of silly.
Well, that's something that like I, really admired at working with you on the pre-production process, is how much time and how much you did care about we have a guest coming up in 15 minutes, Lauren O Quinn. She was an integral part of this movie, in that telling the lore and the history of the Sluagh, which is the character, the horror, the reason the movie is scary, the creature. And you were so detailed, and you did so much research, and it shows in the movie when Lauren, dives a little bit into or very deep into what the Sluagh is, where it comes from, and how it makes its way to Grady Farm. And I think this is a good opportunity to show a quick clip of Lauren O Quinn playing Dr. Bortlip. This is a very quick clip, but she plays a professor in the movie that knows all about the Sluagh, the creature, and really it was such a cool way to tell the story without the main characters having to that's another thing with horror films or any films is people that over explain, because you have to tell the story and the backstory of different characters and creatures in a movie for people to become invested. But if it doesn't feel authentic in dialogue, it disconnects people. So again, we wanted to make this film feel as grounded as possible. So this character really helped do that. This is, this is Lauren O Quinn in The Haunting of Grady Farm, which comes out tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu via High Octane Pictures.
Is it possible that it's all some sort of, hocus pocus? Sure. But I'd rather take my chances that it's not. And is it possible that the Gradys were just an odd family that people sort of shied away from? Yes, but that doesn't explain the more than a dozen missing persons cases with ties to the farm.
.com/woodensteel. All right, there we go. I was just also talking to my TikTok stream that's happening over here. We streaming. Okay. I'm gonna be so dead by 10 p.m. Eastern tonight.
You know what? You're gonna have a good sleep tonight.
And I'm just gonna keep going. You know what? Let's stream forever.
Never stop.
Let's go to some more questions. Let's see. Tom Sherlock. Shane Hartline is our new Scream Queen. I like that.
That's cute.
Yeah.
There is a great Scream story attached to this film, though.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh my God, can we tell the story of the cops?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I feel like you're gonna have to fill in some gaps because I feel like my memory is fading. But
absolutely.
One of our main cast is played by Amanda, and she plays a character named Sam. And if you know Amanda, she has a very soft voice, like a sweet, soft voice. Mm-hmm. And there's this scene where, she had to scream, and it's the middle of the night. We're shooting in rural Florida. We had called the cops, the non-emergency line every day to let them know, we're on this property. There's going to be loud noises. It's all fine. Don't freak out. I don't even think I was in the scene. Maybe I was in the scene. All I know is there's a moment we're running away, but there's this loudest scream I have ever heard in my entire life.
It's the scream at the end of the trailer.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
And it just I feel like birds and bats flew. It's just unbelievable. So it turns out somebody reported this, and I believe this is where I think I need you to step in, because I think was it you and your mom that went to the property?
I wasn't out shooting this scene. I was back on base camp, and which base camp, if you're watching, is kind of a location that everybody keeps their equipment. It's just like the hangout zone for people and production and part of the crew that's not really working at the time. So I was at base camp with, I believe, my sister, my mom, and all of a sudden, if I remember correctly, we had a knock on the door, and it's cops with their guns drawn, because one, there were reports of somebody screaming, and that they had a report that someone sounded like they were dying in the woods on this land. Two, the second thing that the cops saw is, and I will get, this will answer my friend Andy Harness his question, if there's no spoilers or they're fun Easter eggs we should watch out for. Yes, and I will get to that here in a roundabout way. So there's also a room in this base camp where we were donated these amazing prop corpses, dead bodies.
So great.
Haunted house. I forget the name. Oh, thank you, baby. My amazing girlfriend bringing me breakfast. Oh my gosh. If you want to peek your hand in, or I don't know if you want to be on camera. There she is. Yeah, Gabriella Ortiz, everyone.
Hi, Gabby.
Just set it here. Thank you, baby. The name of I need to shout them out, but it's still so early. If somebody in the chat knows the haunted house that's in Winter Haven, used to be in Winter Haven, please let me know. My brain is fried. But anyways, they were so awesome, donated us anything we wanted. Like we literally walked through and we're like, we want this, we want this.
I felt like Michael Jackson in that special where he's like, I'll take this and I'll take this. And
yeah.
props.
So there's a whole room in the house at base camp that was filled with prop dead bodies that look very realistic. So, Ben, of course, how do I join? The great timing.
It's in the spreadsheet.
Shallow Grave. Yes, it was called Shallow Grave. Thanks, James Chesney in the chat. Shallow Grave donated us some great prop bodies. So there's a room in our base camp that's full of them that the cops also peeked into and saw. So they saw dead bodies in a room. They heard someone screaming in the woods. So they were prepared to like take out a goddamn cult that they thought was in this like house on this creepy land. And we had to like talk them down. And then we explained to them what we were doing. And so it went from them guns drawn to being so excited and into what we were doing, to the extent that one of the police officers was like, I want to be a part of it. So we suited him up, and he's one of the creatures in one of the scenes in the movie, which to me is so funny. But also the Easter egg that I wanted to get to from my buddy Andy's question, I don't want to reveal too much, but those prop bodies and things, just watch the movie once. Watch it again and really look in the scenes, because you might like find things that are just little speckled here and there. That's all I'm going to say.
Wasn't there also a helicopter on the way? Like, didn't they have like a police chopper on its like backup because they had.
I don't know about the extent of a helicopter, possibly, but they did have backup coming in, like because they thought there was a cult that was killing people.
I mean,
but we did call the cops and we did warn them, and every day we told them, but still somebody in one of the neighboring houses, which we also did inform, thought somebody was dying.
Her scream. I mean, if it had been any other person, I think it'd been less expected. More expected. Her voice is just so quiet that it's like must have just been years of pent up rage. Or fear.
Yeah, or just the frustrations of making this movie.
Or that.
But it wasn't all bad. It was also so much fun. Chris Stewart on YouTube.
Ever.
Absolutely. Chris Stewart on YouTube. My forever stream could be the basis of your next horror film. That's actually not a bad idea. Kind of sounds like a Black Mirror episode that probably already exists. Let's see. James Chesney, so excited for the release. Thanks, man. Yeah, The Haunting of Grady Farm comes out tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, and I believe some other platforms. We will have throughout the day today. We're streaming until 10 p.m. Pacific, and we have special guests. Malia will be here for a bit. She might hop on later. So hang out with us. We're celebrating the release of the movie. Ask questions. We've got drinking games happening anytime that I go take a pee-pee. Drink whatever you're drinking. Another drinking game that I want to introduce is that anytime that we're just like, man, it's crazy. We made a movie. Can you believe it? Anything that encompasses that type of dialogue, you can take a drink. And I think we have one of the filmmakers, actors in the movie and in the waiting room. He's pumped. So let's bring him in. Mr. Ben effing Kaplan, baby.
What's up? Hey, what's up, guys? What's
What up, Benny boy?
Hi.
So what do you want to talk about? Is anything happening?
I had breakfast.
Yeah, I have breakfast right here. You want to eat breakfast together? Hey guys, this might be gross, but you know what? I don't give a damn.
You have to eat.
I have to eat, and I'm streaming all day. But what's up, Ben?
What's up? What's up? Eating is important. If you don't eat, you don't poop. And if you don't poop, what's your butt for?
Yep. Exactly. And one of the drinking games that I've started today is with my baby bladder, baby intestines. Anytime that I have to use the restroom, people get to drink.
Oh, cool.
Whatever they're drinking. We're not encouraging early drinking right now, but.
See, this is a lot different than the Halloween stream I had to do where I was hosting a live event and my entire job was to make cocktails and drink. And by the end of it, I was pretty trashed. My entire job was to encourage drinking. So this is total opposite for them.
How long did you do it for?
3 hours, but I started at 3 p.m. Pacific time.
Oh, 3 hours?
And,
I don't know if you know.
I was mixing 4 different liquors.
We're doing a 12-hour stream. Cool. 3 hours, whatever.
What did that look like? Can you do that right now for our audience?
Not yet. Maybe later. If I'm able to jump back on later, I will come back with drink in hand. I promise.
Good. Good. You heard it here first.
Great.
She's getting drunk.
So, yes, guys, if you are watching at home, we're doing this 12-hour live stream to celebrate the release of the movie The Haunting of Grady Farm that we shot in January of 2016. Took some time, but we made it because we wanted to take the time to make sure that it was done as it should be. We've got spooky black cats on this stream, everything you could ask for. But myself, Malia Molino, Ben Kaplan, we are a part of this, part of the team of people that helped make this movie possible. We're also in the movie. And so we're doing this 12-hour live stream to, one, celebrate it because we're very excited. This is a long time coming, but also to get you to pledge to watch the movie tomorrow. Watch it on Amazon. We're encouraging people to go to Amazon to watch the movie. And throughout the day, we're going to have so many special guests, people hopping in, popping out, to talk about the movie, to celebrate, and pledge to watch it tomorrow. If you have a question about the process of making a movie, pre to post-production, selling a movie, a question that's specific to myself, Malia, Ben, we've each worked on several awesome projects. Please, please, please leave us your questions. We have another guest, guys, coming in, and then another one coming in shortly thereafter. Let's bring in the goddamn director of the movie, the man that made it all effing happen, the man with the plan, Ideal Motions Films, the most handsome MFer I've ever met in my life, Mr. Matt Dickstein, everyone.
Wow. Yes. I want to give a clap.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're hopping in, but you're going to be with me for a chunk later this evening too.
Yeah, I just wanted to pop in. I had a little lunch break and just wanted to pop in and say hi and everything, and just super excited about everything that's going on.
Me too, man. I've started a drinking game now, not encouraging anyone to drink alcohol this early. So whatever you're drinking, there's a couple of things I've come up with, and if anybody watching at home can come up with other fun things to drink too.
Every time we say slua.
Every time you say slua, every time Shane has to go pee, every time we say something that encompasses like, hey man, can you believe we made a movie? Hey, can you, oh, man, just like anything that's all encompassing of that kind of phrase. So yeah, drink with us. But Matt, can you believe it? We made a movie.
Yeah, no, this is like the 4-year-old, not a dream for 4 years, but like a dream since I was like 4 was to have a movie on Amazon Prime. Like I knew that Amazon Prime, but it's awesome. It's super fun, and I'm like super stoked to share this with all you guys.
Well, I'm excited for many reasons, but I'm excited to see what, people get to see that you had a huge hand in making possible. We are very appreciative of you and all the work that you put into this. And everybody watching at home, Matt is the director, and he was also the DP, one of the DPs. There was a lot of people that made this movie possible. But yeah, Matt is director. So if you have a question for Matt, as far as like directing, as far as being a DP, as far as The Haunting of Grady Farm, we're doing this for a long time today. So get in your questions. But does anybody here want to have a question for Matt, or want to bring up anything that we can start talking about? Yes, Malia.
Okay, thank you for picking me. Matt, what was the hardest thing about filming in January in Florida when we're running and you're holding a camera and trying to get us to be good actors?
I think the hardest thing was so
sorry for loading it on you.
Yeah, it was me. That was the hardest part.
Well, I know you hurt yourself.
Yeah, I
Oh,
broke
yeah.
broke my toe or something like that. I feel like everybody hurt themselves at some point because it was like a lot of running and a lot of chaos and a lot of craziness and a lot of shouting. So like, so that was fun, was because that was pretty early because we only had Allie for like a week and we were shooting like early stuff. So she was there because I kicked something to create like a kind of a jump scare sort of thing. And then on our break, I took my shoe off and my toe had swollen pretty big and was super bruised. So I'm pretty sure I broke my toe.
I think that was like day 2 of shooting, and then you had to then.
And then I had to run for 2 more weeks.
For days and days and days after breaking your toe.
Yeah.
There's a lot of running.
There's a lot of running, and the fact that I didn't lose more weight than I did is probably the most frustrating part of this whole film.
I mean, you and me both. I think I was muffin topping worse by the end, but it also doesn't help that your mom
fed so well.
Well, yeah, your mom would find out new things that I hadn't eaten, and she's like, "Oh, let me make fried okra. You've never had biscuits and Grady? Let me make some biscuits and Grady."
I definitely gained some weight because of the Hartline hospitality.
Absolutely. I'm very excited right now, guys, because we're doing, well, many reasons, but we are doing this 12-hour live stream today to hype the release of this horror film, The Haunting of Grady Farm, that is coming tomorrow to Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, etc. This is a long time coming. And so we're doing this one to get you to pledge to watch the movie. As an independent film, we need as many people to watch it the first day. Give a good review, especially on Amazon. And then the more people that do that, the higher chances we get of being ranked as one of the top films on Amazon. And then our lives are changed forever. And then we forget about you. No, I'm kidding. But no, it is really important. So that's why we're doing this. And also just to celebrate one of the people that, to me, guys, there are so many great performances in this movie, but I kind of think stole the show in a sense that like it was so grounded and she did so much in delivering the story of the Sluagh and the lore. And I don't want to give away too much without, spoiling, but this is somebody that I looked up to for many years. She put me on tape for Rock of Ages, changed my life forever. So I owe I'm getting emotional and this is dumb and too early. I owe so much of where I'm at in my life to this amazing woman. So the fact that she was a part of our movie is so exciting to me. I would like to bring in Dr. Sharon Bortlip herself, Lauren O Quinn, everybody.
Hi.
Can you believe we're here now?
I cannot. I can't. I don't even look the same. That's when I didn't remember my hair being blonde. And I was like, what? I don't remember my hair being blonde.
I was blonde too, sweetie.
So thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us. And I mean, I am sure people have questions for you. You are doing so many great things. You have an acting school. You've been in amazing projects like the Florida Project, and which honestly is one of my favorite films. And what's crazy about it is like, it took me so many years to see it. And like, by the time I finally did see it, I had forgotten that you booked it. And I like freaked out. I was so excited to see you. That movie is so amazing and like a testament to like, honestly, a lot like what we really tried to do with this film, and that like we did have a script, but I feel like, and tell me if I'm wrong, there was a lot of like improv and just beautifully natural moments in that movie.
Yeah, there definitely were. I mean, Sean Baker, the director of the Florida Project, is big about, he books a lot of non-actors. I was actually one of only 5 actors, I think, that were booked for that project. The rest the rest were people from, I mean, he found one little girl in Target. The main female he found on Instagram, she advertises her weed line on
Oh
Instagram.
yeah. She was great.
Like all the weed products and stuff. And the casting process for that was the weirdest thing I've ever done. But I honestly, you know, it's crazy. I almost turned that project down because I thought, well, this is stupid. Like, this is not going to be a real deal.
Wow. And
I don't know, shooting some derelict motel in the middle of July in Orlando did not sound exciting to me. And then Mark Mullen, who's a casting director in town, called and said, watch this guy's other project. He did this project called Tangerine, and he really wants you for this. Watch this project and see what you think. And I was like, I don't know why he would want me. It was super weird. The thing was weird. He found me online. It wasn't a normal casting process. So I watched Tangerine, which was filmed all on iPhones and is amazing. And it took me about 30 minutes to get into that. Have you seen Tangerine?
I not all of it, no.
Okay, so the first 30 minutes, I'm like, I don't think this. The acting was very kind of over the top, and it took me a little while. And then all of a sudden, you realize you're caring about these characters, and you're totally wrapped up in it. And again, these were real people. Tangerine's the story of these prostitutes in Los Angeles who are also transgender. And so it's a really interesting, fascinating story. And it won all of these awards, the Spirit Award, actually, at Sundance and stuff, because he filmed it all on iPhones, which that was the first time that had ever been done. And that's the thing. Sean Baker's an artist, you know, he really is an artist. And he likes to bring story. His are all about, I think, so there's a social message to all of his stories, and that I can definitely get behind. Now I'm like a huge fan of his, but I just didn't know him at that time. So I was so close to turning the project down. And then after I watched Tangerine, I was like, oh, this is really cool. Yeah. And here's the best part. I had no idea Willem Dafoe was in it till I got my call sheet.
No way.
So that was actually, of all the things that I've gotten to do in my life, that week that I got to spend with Willem Dafoe was the biggest masterclass. And he was the most genuine, kind, amazing person. I had the best time with him. We made jokes. And I'm so grateful for it. So I think, you know, I learned such a great lesson about, like, don't assume you know what something's about before you really get all the information.
Absolutely. Well, I'm grateful that you were part of that and a part of this movie. Malia and I were touching on earlier just how important your part is in the movie. And I feel like so many horror films, but just films in general, because you do have to, if you're introducing a character or whatever, you do have to get people invested, and you got to give a little bit of history. And I feel like if we didn't have your character, people might have checked out, because if we as the main ensemble cast were having to spit out of, like, if Malia's like, oh yeah, the Sluagh, did you know that they came from Ireland and blah blah blah, it would have been like, nobody talks like that. That's not real conversation. So your character is such an integral part in the movie in you know, being able to give the backstory and just getting people invested in the horror character. And you worked a lot with Malia that day. So Malia, like, I'd love for you guys to discuss, like, what that was like, because Malia was the one that you know, did the research and all that.
Well, I think for me, it's with this film, you know, like, the whole kind of premise. It's funny, we talked earlier about people approaching me to do real versions or real stories of episodes of their film, but that is somewhat the premise of ours, is that I'm the host of a show called Haunted America. And, you know, things go wrong from the beginning, but we still have to sell this idea that we are making a show, and shows interview people. And like Shane, you said earlier, I can't be spitting out all the information. We need to have the person that is the voice of reason in the film. And Lauren, your character is absolutely that. And I just, it was so much fun. It was one of my favorite days of filming, honestly, is when we got to work together, because you sold the information and the lore so well. Like, I think things like that can sometimes be cheesy or too much information, and you just nailed it. Like, you truthfully felt like a professor, and it was just so brilliant.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys gave me so much to work with. That's the thing, is that, what I remember about shooting that day was, that you guys were very open to. You gave me all of this information, but you allowed me to put some of it in my own words, so that it was, you weren't so stuck to, it has to be said exactly this way. You just have to tell this story. So, you know, that definitely gives the actor, I think, permission to make it more believable, because now I'm telling the story. And of course, I'm going to try to stick to your words as much as possible, but just knowing that I have the luxury of, okay, if it comes out this way and it still means the same thing, then they're going to be okay with that. And you guys were great about that.
Well, so, Matt, I think that's really important to you and films you work on. And the dialogue needs to feel, you know, real, like real conversation.
Right. Yeah. Because like something that I've seen, like a lot of times, like scientists and science and you know professors, people of like authority in like movies, will oftentimes speak very authoritatively, but they're not speaking English. But then like you like see like scientists and people who actually work, and they're like, oh yeah, you did the thing, and it's like, oh, they actually make it so that we understand. So like having this very like authoritative character, like having to speak, you know, we couldn't just be like, you know, all the lore and the legend. We had to like actually like make it sound like something that the audience could, but also like that's kind of how like regular real life people of authority like speak. They make it, that's like, they're so smart that they can make it for us dumb people.
Well, and it's also like, this was kind of the first time our story and our lore was kind of put to the test, because I remember you came in that day with a lot of questions, and it was questions that I don't remember exactly specifically, but I know it's the questions you had got us thinking. And I think we even tweaked a couple things after we did that interview, because when you asked questions about the lore, because this is a very, I mean, this is a true legend, Celtic legend, but it's a very obscure one. So we wanted to make sure that we were telling the story the best way possible. And since you were the one that is basically the only one in the film that directly kind of says what we're going to be up against, we really needed you to understand. So it's like you're telling us what we're about to get into. And that process of working together and us figuring out what the cracks were and then filling those cracks, then getting that great interview was so cool. And I think it made the entire film stronger. So if I remember correctly, we shot your scene pretty early on in the filming process.
Yeah, it was like fourth day.
It was early in the first week, I think.
Yeah, I think that I mean, I didn't know anything about the sluagh prior to the film, so I had researched, of course, trying to see the legends for myself. And I do remember having a few questions, because my background is English. You know, I was a theater major and an English major. And so with any script, I like to be a script detective. Let me find, wait, what does this mean? And what are you saying here? And how does this lead to here? And what are these storyline holes, you know, or things? And so you guys were really open to hearing my questions and then adapting based on maybe what might. It's interesting because when we're so close to a script, sometimes we write something and we know the story and it's hard to know what other people might not know. Right. And you guys were open to hearing that, because I was the outsider coming in, and you guys had all been so close to it. So I'm glad that I was able to help with any little things. And I mean, they were little details. They weren't big story changes or anything.
But I think that's one of the coolest things about this film is there was a real fluid nature to it. And by what I mean by that is we allowed breathing room to be inspired by things that came up. So your questions helped kind of alter things. The land in which we shot on inspired moments of its own, which we could not have anticipated until we got onto the land to film. So that was, I think, a really fun portion of this film for me, was just seeing how we could adapt it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's smart. I mean, it's so funny because you mentioned Sean Baker in the Florida Project. He works very much like that. So there's scenes in the Florida Project that, I mean, the script was written, but there's this scene where there's the flamingos that are not the flamingo, the cranes. Yep. The cranes, they kept coming in and out and interrupting the shot. And there's this one shot where Willem Dafoe walks out and the cranes are there. That was just because that was what was happening in the environment. And he's like, film it, you know? And there's a helicopter that keeps taking off right beside the motel. And they show it at one point where and it's this interesting comment on kind of the juxtaposition between these tourists who are coming and paying hundreds of dollars to go up in a helicopter for 10 minutes and seeing the sights versus these people living in poverty right in the shadow of this. But he did not know that this motel had a helicopter landing pad right next to it until he got there to shoot, because they had missed that somehow in the scout. And, you know, a helicopter coming in and out 50 times a day makes a big difference for your shooting. How do I put this in the story? You know? And so you got to work with what you got type thing.
Absolutely. There's a lot of that, you know, and I'm sure Matt can answer this one. There's a lot of that. And when we got to the land, because we, you know, we were given this land to shoot this movie, and it little backstory, it was donated by a family, and, you know, there was a house on it that had been not lived in since the early, like 1990-ish. But there was just, all the stuff was left there. It was ransacked. And they were just like, do whatever you want, leave it like it is. So there was a lot of stuff that, like, you know, in the scout that we missed and then found and made a part of the movie. Like, there's so much I want to say, but I also want people to see the movie. But like, there's just that. There are some things that you'll be like, oh, this was just in the woods and not originally a part of the film. And then you make it a part of it. And it's like, to me, there's one part in particular where we stumble across something in the woods. And for some reason, I love that part so much. And you'll see it when you watch the movie tomorrow. You'll see it. And it's because that could have never been, I mean, it could have, but it would have been so hard to make or like set up, and like art design would have just been too expensive and so hard. And like, it's beautiful. And like, those are the kinds of things I'm excited about. The filmmaker side of me, just the happy accidents. That's acting and filmmaking and all of it. The happy accidents tend to be the best parts. And I know you know this, Lauren. You work with so many actors at your class act, and little plug there. You have an amazing acting school in Florida, and you put people on tape. Like I said, you put me on tape for Rock of Ages, and
I still remember that audition. That was so fun.
Man, genuinely life changing. I wouldn't be in Los Angeles if it wasn't because of that. So forever grateful of you. But yeah, so you know that the best parts of tapes, of working with people, making things. I was in one of your, web series years ago, The Sex Trade.
Yeah,
that was the name, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Sex Trade. Brain is dead right now. The Sex Trade, and so fun. But there were so many things. Oh my God, that's how I met Tony DeMille. I just forgot about that. Tony DeMille's in our movie. I met him through you on Sex Trade. Forgot about that.
Too fun. I didn't know that's where you guys met. I love it.
Yeah. And there were so many happy accidents of just like little fun, stupid things that you were like, do that in the scene. That was so fun. So yeah. Happy accidents.
That's exactly what I call them. Happy accidents. You can't plan for the best stuff, right? You want to prepare. Excuse me. I choked on my own.
Oh, we lost her for a second.
Oh, can you hear me?
That's okay. This is a happy accident.
I know. Can you hear me?
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So while Lauren is having some technical difficulty, there she is. We got you back.
Did I go away?
Happy accident.
I could see you the whole time. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. I call them happy accidents too. And you can't plan for the best stuff. You can prepare. That's what we want to do, right? We want to prepare, but we can't plan because we've got to just show up and live. Mm-hmm. And if we've planned everything out, there's no room for living. Mm-hmm. Human beings don't plan how they're going to say something and what they're going to do. They think about what they want. What do I want? And it's as simple as I'm walking into Target right now. What do I want? I want to return this shirt that doesn't fit. They're not planning how to say the lines when they're walking out. I'm going to say, I want my money back. I want my money back. I want my money back.
I do.
But that makes sense.
No, I want no.
But that's not human nature. One of my favorite quotes is Sanford Meisner when he says, don't be an actor, be a human being. Right. And so we've got to show up and listen. And I think part of filmmaking one of the most important parts is being able to show up and adapt, right? Yes, we've got ideas about where we're going to go, and we have definitely prepared, but we can't plan it all or we're going to miss the best stuff.
Awesome. I agree 100%. We got a question I want to get to real quick. Tom Sherlock on YouTube. Lauren and Matt, what is the advice that you give actors to make the viewer believe that they are actually afraid? That's a very simple yet good question.
Matt, you go first. I'll back you up.
Sure. And then I actually got to take off a little bit after. But
yeah, no worries. Yeah, and anytime any of you guys have to hop off, just hop off.
For me, my directing style tends to be just trying to communicate the best, most efficient thing using the least amount of words possible, just because I don't want to just like word vomit. And then it's like, okay, what I have to process like all this stuff that it's like, so, to get somebody to feel scared, I don't know. I think I just like try to get them to a place where they were afraid, like in their past, because everybody's had like a fearful moment, and not, I don't want to like bring up anything that's like traumatic for them. So like, I don't try to like, but try to like get them like a moment and like, just kind of like try to, if sometimes that works, just like, hey, let's go to a place where you were afraid. And then, but if they need like a little bit more, like try to like maybe get them like physically there, like, your heart is racing. So like maybe like go like, run in place for a little bit, kind of that kind of. But I don't know. I feel like on this, like we were in kind of a creepy area, so it didn't really do that much for us to feel like we were, like it's, you turn off the light and it's dark.
It's pretty scary.
It was a terrifying set.
Mm-hmm. It was a scary thing, and also just like it's like a lot of running and chaos and screaming, and so I feel like with this it was pretty easy to get there for you guys, but I know in a much less or a much more like controlled situation it can be like, because like you look, you're looking at the creature on like a controlled situation, and then you look and there's 20 people just staring at you like, are you gonna do the performance? Like the crew, we had such a small crew, and it really did kind of feel like we were actually running from something during some parts. So I feel like,
yeah.
I'm not sure if I understood the question correctly. Did he mean, how do I make myself afraid? Or how do I make the audience afraid? I'm not sure which.
Let me jump back to the question. I believe it was, well, I lost the question. Oh, here it is. Tom Sherlock on YouTube. What is the best advice that you give actors to make the viewer believe that they're actually afraid? So it's like, how as an actor watching at home, oh, they're really afraid. That actor's faking it. How as an actor do you really get there? Because that's a really good question for someone that's not an actor. It's a hard thing to do, to portray real fear, which is so integral to make a horror movie feel very grounded and real. So yeah, Lauren, as a teacher, how do you teach young actors or actors in general, if they have to have a script that's like, you have to be terrified really right now? How do you get there in a roundabout way?
Well, what you said was great. And that's the key, is that they do have to get there, because the minute that we are pretending or faking, we're done, because we have to actually live these things so that the people sitting on the couch can live vicariously through us, right? So we don't get to pretend to be sad or pretend to be angry or pretend. We have to actually feel these things, live these things. And so obviously as actors, one of the things that we're constantly working on is our emotional access. In my particular studio, I call it the vault. How do you access the vault? It's about all of these. And so there's years and years and years worth of emotional access exercises. But I love what Matt said, and I want to back this up. One of the things that I think is super, super important for actors that I think sometimes actors forget is that emotional access can actually come from physical stimulation. A lot of times what will happen is actors believe that they have to feel something and that then their bodies will react because they felt something. This is true, but there's also this other thing. See, if I say to you, Shane, I want you to connect with rage right now. I want you to find rage. Well, I want you to think about, where does your body live in rage? I call it the Pavlov's bell approach to acting. I've trained my body. So if I clench my fist and I tighten my stomach and I start to find shallow breaths there, and I am meditating on the word rage will come up. I can start the physical and the emotional will come from that. So what Matt was saying about running, for instance, well, where does your body live when you're terrified? Your heart is racing, right? Your heart is racing. Your breath is shallow. It's the fight or flight response. And so you're either going into fight or, oh my God, get me the hell out of here. And so one of the things that you can do to provoke that is to give yourself physical activity, exercise, while also opening the emotional vault to connect to the imagination work required to put yourself in that situation. What is it that makes you afraid? So we might not be afraid in the woods of whatever is happening in this particular tale, right? But we can put ourselves, what makes me afraid? Well, what would make me afraid? I can imagine being in my bedroom and someone breaks in the middle of the night. What does that feel like, right? But provoke the physical, connect to the emotional, and put the two together.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben, I want to jump to you. You have been a part of several horror projects at this point. You know, you've made your own amazing horror film, the slasher.com. You know, you have had to portray fear many times. Like what is a way, like, for people watching at home, that's like, to answer that question as well, like, what is a way that you kind of get yourself there?
I also start with the physical, and it's funny that the place I learned that wasn't an acting class. I was a psych major in college, and there was a study where they had people just sit and they would tell them an emotion. They're like, make the face of this emotion, and they would watch their brain waves, and they would see that the longer people sat with that physical change in their face, the more that they would start to convey the actual emotion. It tricks your body into thinking, if I'm making an angry face, I must be angry. If I'm making a scared face,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's all internal, man. Every bit of it is just like in your DNA. And
they would even do things where they wouldn't tell people what they were doing. Like they would put two sticks facing off their eyebrows, and they'd be like, try to touch them together, which would make them frown and scowl, which they didn't realize they were doing. And they would like sit there and put their eyebrows together, and then they'd see that these people would just get mad.
Trippy. That's so crazy.
Psychology is such a cool thing when you realize, because we read nonverbal cues much louder than we read verbal cues from people. And so that's why we know when people are lying, right? They can be telling us something, but their body language is betraying them. But it works the same way internally. So if the body language is there, we're having an emotional response to that. It's an interesting thing. And so that's why, if everybody just smiles right now, just smile. You'll start to feel this joy, and you're like, why the hell am I happy?
For me as an actor, I broke. I was trying to say a joke. I was going to say, I like to imagine a world without donuts. That was dumb. And it's dumb. Don't laugh at it. Guys, if you're watching, this is a 12-hour live stream to hype and celebrate the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm, coming tomorrow to Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, etc. via High Octane Pictures. We are doing this to also get you to pledge to watch the movie and then give us a great review on Amazon or whatever platform you are watching it on. I know, Matt, you have to take off, so I want to say bye to you, and you'll be back on. You'll be back on later tonight to hang out with me and some special guests. So take it easy, Matt. We will see you soon.
You guys.
This is also a part of the stream where if you are a part of our drinking game, take a drink, because Shane has to go pee again. And good opportunity to play the trailer one more time. The Haunting of Grady Farm coming tomorrow, and we will be right back.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
remarkable. This is crazy. It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
Ryan?
What?
Andy! Who is this? We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died.
I should tell you something murdered her, okay? You had nothing to do with find him. Oh my God.
We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my God!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
Hot damn that acting from Lauren O Quinn. Man, so
You're
good.
sweet.
I'm a little understandably pumped for the release of this movie, but after that trailer, I don't see how anybody couldn't be pumped. Guys, sorry, I'm pumped. I'm pumped.
But
Yeah.
I have to tell you, I sent it to my mom, and my mother's from Georgia, right? So
Yeah.
let me qualify this by every single time she sees me on TV throughout my 20-year career, the comment is always something like this, like, "Oh, look, Mom, this is my episode of Nashville." She watches it and she says, "Wow, they sure didn't do much with your hair, did they?" Or, "What? Oh, Mom, hey, look, this is me on House of Cards. Who put you in that color, honey? Did they put you?" So it's always something, right? I sent her this, and I'm waiting for the response. And she comes, and what she wrote back was, "Wow, this looks like a movie I'd like to actually watch." So I want you to know, that Barbara O Quinn signed off on this.
That's
is
huge.
Huge. This has never happened.
Can we use that quote for like promotional purposes?
Wow, this actually looks like a movie I'd like to watch. Yes.
Lauren O Quinn's mother, a film she would actually like to watch. No, that's awesome. And I think it's like just a testament that like to how grounded and real your performance was. And it really is. And I've said that, I've seen this movie probably more than anybody on the team because I was a major part of, editing and just, the post-production process. And so I've seen it a lot, and your performance really is something beautiful. I mean, you were nominated Best Supporting Actress, the Fantastic Horror Film Festival, correct, Ben?
Yes.
And it makes sense. I mean, your performance is amazing, and I really hope people check out the movie, not just, for, it's a testament to like, this movie was made for $15,000 and what we were able to accomplish, I'm so proud of. And so to have you a part of it is just, it's so special to me on so many levels. And I remember last Christmas, like telling you we sold it and just being like, but that's even what's crazy too, is like people watching at home is like, just, it's such a long process, like making a movie, finish pre-production, making the movie, finishing the movie, selling the movie. I mean, Ben, you've done it. This is your second movie you've made and sold. And it's a long process.
It takes a long time, especially when there's not a budget to like pay everybody to like work on it all day and make it like their life. Like it takes a lot of just, because you were the one that did a lot of it. It just takes a lot of time of just volunteering your time, knowing that it just has to get done.
Yeah, exactly. And I was kind of one of the like people that just, there's always those types of people on a project that have to like keep, orchestrate, keep the things moving because, otherwise it's like, it's very easy to, once you get done shooting a movie or something, that's the exciting part. And then, so it's like, once you're done with that, it's like, it's easy to like find your other things you're working on and then one day turns into a week, into a month, into a year. But with this, it was very important to me. Not only like I wanted to get this done because I knew how good it could be. But also it's like my whole town came together, and Lauren, you were a part of it. And Ben, Malia, we worked so hard to like make this thing happen that like, you know, I was like, we got to get this baby out there and not just like slap it up on YouTube or whatever we could have done years ago. But Margaret Preston on Facebook, I can't wait to see it. That's what I like to hear.
Well, you know, so many small budget movies don't ever get sold. So the fact that you guys were able to sell it and get distribution is a huge testament to you and how hard you've worked. And also, especially doing that without a name, you know, I like the Florida Project. It got so much attention and all that stuff because of Sean Baker, yes, but primarily because Willem Dafoe's in it, right? So a lot of times they'll pay one big star. That person will be the person that they use to sell it, or one medium-sized star.
Well, we had to pay Ben Kaplan a lot.
Right. Thank God you were able to come up with the money to get him on board.
No, you're right. You're right. A lot of like indie films or low budget movies, they do, you know, that's a selling point. And, you know, we did have like, we're very fortunate, and some of the, you know, the higher profile stars of the movie that made cameos are going to be special guests in this stream today. So keep tuning in. We're going to have some really cool guests today, but you know, that is a part of an independent film. You do have to have some people that like, you know, it's a selling point, but we also on, this is a good movie, you know, like it's grounded, it's real. And Ben has been doing a lot of the legwork in post-production and getting like press releases out and getting the word out there about the film. And one of the great reviews that, I don't know if you saw this, Lauren, but we got a great review from HorrorSociety.com that said we're the best found footage movie of 2020. And Pop Horror, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they said we are just as I love this review. We are just as good as the Blair Witch Project, but better acting. Like, give me that.
Hello, I love that.
Lauren, you're getting a lot of love on Facebook right now. Laura, she says, yes, Lauren. And Matt Gainey says he misses you, Lauren.
Oh, I miss you, Matt Gainey.
MJ, Lauren was my acting coach. She's fantastic. We'll be thanks, MJ. I appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
Jim, I don't know if this is a friend of yours, but congratulations, Team Grady Farm. So cool. A lot of love. I appreciate it. Like,
my students are the best. They show up. They know what it's like to be out there doing these things, and they're busting their butts, and they get it. So, you know, they're supportive, and I know that they'll watch the film. I know that they're going to be out there reviewing it for us too tomorrow.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we're doing this stream today, you know, to celebrate, but like I said, also to get you guys to pledge to watch it. And what's exciting, and I think that like might be a blessing in disguise for a group of a small team, low budget horror film that might have got lost in the shuffle, say last year. No, I will go to say this, Ben, and you can probably agree with me. We probably would have gotten lost in the shuffle in a different time.
100%. I mean, a year ago, we would have been going up against things that we're having big theatrical releases. I mean, we're coming out right after Halloween, which is we would have been going up against. Wasn't Halloween Kills supposed to come out?
Yeah.
Past month. Now it's coming out next year. You know, no one would have wanted to talk about this when they could have talked about a Michael Myers film. You know,
and exciting because too, I don't know this for a fact, but we could ask. We're gonna have a representative from High Octane Pictures coming up in a bit, but we could really probably be one of the very few movies releasing tomorrow. You know, or this week, and that alone is good for a thing like this, because we're not a part of a major studio that's going to put millions into promoting this thing, you know. So it is a little bit of a punk rock thing to like try to do things like this and get you guys to pledge to watch it, to share it, to, you know, help us get the word out there, because High Octane is doing amazing work in doing that, but also it's on us too, you know, as independent filmmakers.
I would suggest that people watch it while they're waiting for election results. I mean, there's going to be like a long, you can only watch the pundits for so long. You watch this and then you come back to the real horror.
That's what I keep telling people. If they want to watch something less scary, watch our film.
Yep, absolutely. Tomorrow is going to be the most terrifying day in our country for many reasons.
That's right.
But let's see. If you are watching and you have a question for Lauren or any one of us as well, leave it in the comments of wherever you're watching. But yeah, we are hyping the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm. And while we wait for some questions, we have another clip of Dr. Sharon Bortlip, played by Lauren O Quinn, from The Haunting of Grady Farm. This is one of my favorite clips that says so much. And this is just another testament to your awesome acting, but it just says so much without saying much at all. Here's Dr. Sharon Bortlip in The Haunting of Grady Farm.
All right. And if you could just, once I finish this, take that seat. That's Emily Wolf. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hi there.
Last minute work.
It's great to find someone that's actually interested in the subject. So, have you guys been out to the Grady Farm yet?
Actually, not yet, but we are going there tonight. We're actually picking up some friends of ours, or they're picking us up rather, and we're going to go out and camp for a couple nights while we shoot.
Hey,
what?
Yeah, just camping.
Sharon, could you move a little this way? Sharon?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just a little.
Says so much without saying much at all. Look, baby. Look.
Well, what the hell are they thinking going out there to camp? That's a terrible idea.
That's the first thing of any horror film mistake is like, yeah, the guy at the gas station says, don't go there. Don't go there.
Right.
Just
Right.
a bunch of hocus pocus.
Hocus pocus. But Lauren, had you done any horror films prior to this?
I have to think for a second. I have, but honestly, I haven't done much in the horror genre. I did some indie films, but way back, like late 90s, early 2000s, when I was first building my resume. Because in the indie film market, obviously, I don't know why horror becomes. Well, I mean, I guess I do know why. It can often be made for less money. But horror films then. But I had not done a horror film in 15 years, probably.
Wow.
I know.
Well, I mean, this part wasn't like you're not like running around screaming. So
you're the only one of the cast that didn't have to run, I think.
I know. I really I got lucky. And I don't run, A, unless something's behind me. So I guess, and B, in Florida, I mean, it's hot and sticky. So you guys definitely had to work way harder than me.
What, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to ask you, I'm just curious. I know you've seen the footage more than anybody else. I'm just curious, is there any footage of our warm-ups we would do before we'd start shooting? Because I feel like that would be one of the funniest bloopers I ever seen in my life, is all the weird warm-ups that we would start doing before we had to get back into running.
I'd love to see those.
Say that again.
I'd love to see those. I said.
Is there footage of, I'm sorry, I was reading something. Did you say, is there any footage of it?
Yeah.
Like us running circles and like getting our breath going. And
I can't remember right now. I got to imagine they caught some of it.
There's gotta be.
Yeah, there's got to be countless footage of us like jumping up and down, or Shane Hartline's like, like I do weird shit, man, to get into.
We all did. And then, I mean, I remember I was so sore because I am significantly shorter than everybody, and we're all running top speed.
So while our legs are moving like normal humans, Malia's little like baby legs are like.
It's horrible.
No, we did a lot of running in this movie. Not just running, but we sprinted. And poor Matt, like with a broken toe from day 2, was sprinting with us the whole time. Like.
Didn't he crash into something and he like rolled and protected the camera with his body?
Tripped. Yeah, there was a take. I don't remember what scene, but he like tripped in like that's another thing too, is like we were on this land that like before we would, when we first got there, like, you know, a part of the pre-production process was we scouted the land and we're like, hey guys, before every take, you know, let's really walk through, let's check the ground, like make sure there's no ditches, make sure there's no spiders, snakes, anything. This is Florida, guys. So we were like, yes, we got to be very intricate for safety. By day like 2 or 3, we never checked anything.
No.
We were just like, go.
And we were shooting so much at night. Like we're talking the middle of the night half the time. And it was like negative. And my dumbass, who was in charge of like coming up with like the costumes for all the characters, wasn't thinking how cold Florida gets. So I have us all in like flannels and
it usually doesn't. It usually doesn't get as cold as it got at that time.
Because it was like January, right? We filmed in January, February. Yeah.
It was like below, I think it was a couple of the nights, it was like 30 degrees and we're running, but we're having to try to like mask that our teeth are chattering because like I was in a wife beater and flimsy flannel and that was pretty much the extent of whatever I'm in. It's just freezing.
Yeah, that's really unusual for us too. So you guys should have lucky.
we got some great questions coming in. Jim Serrano on Facebook. He's talking about the trailer, I'm assuming. I just got goosebumps. Just curious, how many hours of footage did you begin with before you began your editing process? I imagine the style of filmmaking has a lot of raw footage. I wish Matt was here to accurately answer that question, but I mean, I guess I can try to answer it because I went through every second of the footage and kind of like logged it and was like, this is our best take. And that whole part of the process, I got to assume guys, I can't even make a guess.
I couldn't even guess.
It's a lot of,
I mean, it was like 2 solid weeks of filming or 2.5 solid weeks. Right. And we shot, we'd have our, because we'd start shooting at between like 9 and 11 each day because we would be filming
at night.
late. But then we're just constantly filming. I mean, I don't think there was a very rare time if a camera wasn't filming something.
Yeah.
Because we had mounted cams as well as other cams. I mean, there was a lot of
that's what you'll see too, is like, when you see this movie, there's not just the one person, I'll just say it like this, not to spoil anything. There's not just the Ben's character, Ryan, filming. There is other cameras, which we wanted to get creative with to also, in a realistic way, have more angles than just the one that you're looking at. Cool. I got some people from, I'm streaming over here on TikTok as well. I got some people from my TikTok that I want to shout out. Thank you guys for tuning in. We got a question from YouTube, Eric Callahan. Do you think that the process of creating films will be different in the future because of the pandemic? Lauren, I'll let you answer this question first.
Well, I think it is currently different, Eric. I've had the opportunity to shoot a few films in the last few months since the pandemic, and the big films, like I was shooting a Hallmark film a few weeks ago and stuff like that. It's really expensive to shoot right now with COVID because of all the COVID protocols in place. So what production's telling me is about 30% of their budget is spent on COVID protocols, COVID testing, all the safety procedures. They put us in pods, all these different things. So indie films like this one have their work cut out for them right now because you don't have 30% of the budget to put towards COVID protocols. So a lot of those aren't filming right now because of that. Do I think it'll be different permanently? I mean, some of the things, maybe most of the stuff, I think will go back to normal in a lot of ways. My big concern is that certain positions get eliminated. If they learn that they can do without those positions, then I worry that those positions won't come back, obviously. But I think for the most, and I worry for, I live in a supporting market. I live in Orlando. And so the Southeast is one large supporting market, meaning that the leads are often cast out of Los Angeles or New York, but primarily LA. And then they come to the Southeast and they shoot their big films or TV shows, and they cast the supporting players here in the Southeast. The number of actors that they want to bring on set is decreasing because of COVID. And so there's not as many co-stars. There's not as many guest stars being brought in. They're trying to keep everything smaller, which makes sense. I hope that that's not something that will continue. We shall see. But, everybody's adjusting right now. And I do think one big thing that's making a difference, they're not shooting films very much right now. They're shooting episodic television, but not as many films, because those big budget films that we're used to seeing, all the Marvel movies and all that kind of stuff, they don't have a release date. Why would they shoot films right now when they don't know when they can get back into the theater to release them?
Or like a movie like Jurassic World that's currently shooting has had to stop multiple times.
Or Batman.
Because of COVID outbreaks.
Been crazy. So where my neighborhood of South Pasadena, they shoot a lot of television. And I've been shocked because I keep expecting you know, to not see them. But like literally down the block from me right now, I think it's Little Fires Everywhere is filming again. And it's, I mean, they've taken up 3 blocks with production vehicles. Like it's weird when you go to, you see certain things set up and you're like, oh, things are normal. But I think in the indie markets, like one of the things I think is different, I think a lot of people are reevaluating what they're comfortable doing, especially when it comes to indie film. So I make a lot of my living doing makeup. I have for years. And every job I've been contacted with to do makeup, there's been no COVID testing. There's been no safety protocols. And I'm not comfortable being in people's faces during a pandemic. So I think that's one of the biggest hurdles is people are kind of left in the indie world to kind of choose their own adventure, so to speak, of like, how comfortable are you doing your job knowing that you're having to sign waivers, you know, saying we don't have any insurance, which includes your kit. So if it gets stolen, sorry, but you know, insurance companies won't cover us. So I think for the indie film, where I'm seeing it hit the most right now is indie, just because so many crew jobs, people aren't being brought on because there isn't the budget, or people don't want to work because they're terrified of getting sick.
Yeah, the indie market is definitely being hit hard because finances, like you said. And for any of actors that are watching this, oh my, and crew, actors and crew, safety first. Oh my God, safety first. There will always be another opportunity. There will always be another.
And if you're not comfortable, there's no shame in not doing something.
No, in fact, please stand up for yourself. But, you know, television is in such great demand right now that what we're seeing being made still are episodics that have a big budget, or television movies. So like Hallmark movies, Lifetime movies, things like that are made for television. But those big budget film releases and those indie films, both of those I think are falling into holes right now for different reasons.
And the bottom line is like the whole process is just having to change, because you've got films like the new Scream movie or a lot of the Tyler Perry projects, or there's a Disney film that's being shot in Canada right now where what they're doing is they're bringing the whole cast in and they're quarantining for 2 weeks. Right. And then you stay together and shoot the whole thing. And then you quarantine again, you know? So it's just like, it's a different part. The process is changing, and it's not going to be like this forever, but it's going to be like this for a while. And like, we have to like either figure out how to adapt, or we have to, but bottom line is it's do what you're comfortable with, you know? And, but there are ways things are being shot now, like as safely as they can be. And then it'll start adapting based on like, you know, when a vaccine is introduced and of what, or, you know, we don't have to get in that kind of field of, but you know, that doesn't mean right away everything's fixed, you know? It's going to take time after that too, you know? So it's,
I think we're living through an interesting time. And like, I moved to LA right after during the writer's strike, when there was almost no work. And so I think there's always going to be changes in this industry. And I think it's our job as creators or actors or whatever to just learn how to adapt and not take things personal. Because I think just like the rest of the world and other jobs that are learning, oh, these people can work from home, film sets are kind of learning to trim the fat, so to speak, or what they think is financial fat. So there's a lot of crew jobs that aren't being brought on. There's a lot of not assistant work. It's usually just heads of departments that are working. So there's a lot of people that are consistently out of work, and that might take a while to come back until studios and places are more comfortable having full teams again. But I think it's just important for everybody's mental state to not take it personally. It's not something that you did. It's not a lack of talent. It's just literally we're in an evolution and in growing pains, and it's going to take a cycle for us to get back to where I think we had been.
I agree. And I think something that will continue to evolve is, I don't know that movie theaters will be what they were after this. I think that Amazon Prime is probably going to buy a lot of these movie theaters, and our new movie watching experience may be going to watch a movie like this with our Amazon Prime membership, but watching it in a theater post pandemic and stuff. I don't know that the days of Regal and Cinemark and those things that it may never come back exactly like that again. But
it bummed me out so much.
Different. I know.
I mean, I feel like if they have no plans on changing a stadium full of 20,000 people to see a football game, like, don't take away our theaters. Like, I think as creators, it's like I always say, a movie theater is like my church. It's like where I go. It's where it's everything. Like, I've been feeling like I almost drove to San Diego to go sit in the theater because I miss the
Well,
theater.
did you know what you can do, Malia?
What?
AMC. It sounded like I was setting up for a joke.
Oh, wait, no.
AMC,
to rent it?
You can rent a whole theater right now for $100.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. And
let's do it. And you sit on one corner. I'll sit on another corner.
Yeah.
Ben sits on another corner.
Yes.
And we watch. And Lauren can fly to LA and sit on another corner.
I'm not even invited. My God.
Well, I mean, do you want to fly to LA to sit in a theater?
Yeah.
We'll sit on FaceTime in another corner.
Perfect.
But it's sad though that like an industry like AMC is having to do things like that. Like I was enjoying so hard like that AMC pass where you could see like 3 movies a week. Like, oh my God, there was, man. I don't know.
It was so good, and it became like a highlight of my week. Every week was going to the movie theaters, and I mean, I so believe in what they were doing. I became a shareholder after that. Like, I love AMC, but I just hope they survive. I hope they don't have to sell.
Yeah.
I know at one point Apple was looking at buying them.
I'm keeping all my fingers crossed.
I hope they survive 100%.
I just bring me back to that stale popcorn smell. I'm absolutely.
Well, Lauren, I know you have to leave shortly, but before we do, I do have 2 things I want to hit you with. What is your favorite horror film?
Okay, so let me just say that first of all, I don't watch a lot of horror films ever since I had kids because that shit is a different level of scary once your heart lives outside your body. So it's not fun for me. I feel things
you watch them differently.
I do. I watch them differently because that's someone's child. That's literally what hits me. I used to love horror movies when I was growing up. This is old throwback, but I think that I'm still very much a classic horror, like Nightmare on Elm Street, still a classic to me. The original Nightmare on Elm Street gets me. I love that movie. And that one to me is a mixture of, because that psychological terror is really gets me, but that one's a mixture of psychological terror with blood and gore. So I think that's what I like about that one. So
awesome. Yeah, I'm the same. Like, to me, it's like the gore. I'm not about gore stuff. It's more about psychological, like anything like, demonic or, like spiritual type stuff always gets me. But like, yeah, I totally can relate to you. But guys, guess what? The Haunting of Grady Farm kind of checks all those boxes. So be sure to check that out tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, via High Octane Pictures. One more question or one more thing before you leave. Please promote anything that you would like. Class act, whatever it would be. You have so much cool stuff happening.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. No, I would love it if one of the only positives that I've yet experienced with the pandemic is that I keep saying it's the gift of time. And one of the things that I've gotten to do is open up my studio to actors all over the country. Wow. So I'm able to have virtual classes. So like Shane, your girlfriend, Gabby, who was a student of mine for many, many years before she moved to Atlanta and now LA, has been able to be back in my practice doing virtual stuff. I've always done coaching with her and things. I get to see her virtually, thank God, anyway. But it's been so great to have her in class and doing these things. So there are certain things that I can't teach. I can't teach acting through a screen online, ironically, because I think you need human connection for that. You need to be able to be in the room feeding off of another person. But I can teach auditioning. And auditioning is the key to getting on set, right? So you have to be a great auditioner in order to get on set being on set's easier to me than auditioning. So I've been able to really focus on that and work with actors all over the country with audition technique and, self-tape and how to perfect those things and how to make yourself stand out and how to really, really, truly live truthfully under those imaginary circumstances. And so getting to do those kinds of things has actually been great for me because I'm working with actors in LA and New York and Atlanta and all over. And that's been a gift. So if anyone wants to join me, I'd love to have you guys in my next online class. And you can always visit Class Act Studios Orlando online.
Awesome. Yeah. And what that, like, I would encourage anybody, like, this is a great time. Like, if you're like, I want to try act, like, I want to dabble, I want to dip my toe in, like, you literally can. There's many great schools around the country to like take virtual classes. And it's the first time in my memory that like there has been this much opportunity as far as like education to become an actor. And I definitely highly recommend Class Act in Orlando. Like, Lauren taught me so much, and she's a huge part of where I'm at in my career and a huge part of the Haunting of Grady Farm. And, we are so grateful to have had you a part of our movie.
Thank you so much for letting me be a part of it. I really, really had a blast shooting it. I'm so excited for the launch of this. So thank you so much for including me. It was a blast.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. And hopefully I see you soon.
Yeah. Good to see everybody, you guys.
Good to see you.
Bye. There you go, guys. Lauren O Quinn, she plays Dr. Sharon Bortlip in The Haunting of Grady Farm, which is out tomorrow, guys. November 3rd on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu. Do we know any other platforms, Ben, that it's going to be on?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Yeah. But we're pushing Amazon. Go for Amazon.
Yeah, I think it'll also be available like on like if you have DirecTV, like on demand.
Cool.
I don't know if that's going to be. I know that is most definitely coming. I don't know if that's right on November 3rd or if that's going to be shortly after.
Yeah. And we're doing this 12-hour live stream, one, to celebrate it because it is, I'm very proud of us finishing this, of us selling this to High Octane Pictures. And, it's hard to finish a movie. And, we have a guest coming up here shortly, a friend of mine, Jake Lloyd, who he also made a film. And so I want to talk to him shortly about the filmmaking process and, everything that goes along with that. But yeah, we're doing this also to get you to pledge to watch the movie tomorrow, and please give us a positive rating and review wherever you watch it. Hey guys, you want to watch another clip? Do
you need to pee?
Huh?
Do you need to pee?
No, I don't have to pee yet. This is just
this time I do. Okay. He read my mind.
Oh, great. Awesome. So with that, let's see, what can we play here? Let's play a clip of where, we spoke about it recently, where horror movies, they have that moment, show up at the gas station, somebody tells you don't go there, and you still go there. Well, we should have listened to this guy at the gas station. Here's a clip from The Haunting of Grady Farm, releasing tomorrow via High Octane Pictures.
All right, so I got Ryan's fancy new camera here. We're gonna go do a little peep show with the girls in the bathroom.
What the hell are you doing? I'm gonna call the cops, you little perv.
What's going on?
Do you know him?
Yes, he's ours. You should go sit in the car.
But there was nobody else in there. It was just us.
Wait a minute. What kind of TV show are you shooting? You shooting one of those late night Skinamax shows with weird?
No, I promise you, it's not that. It's a show called Haunting America. We're on our way to the Grady's right now. We're just stopping to get some stuff.
Why in the hell would you go there?
Well, we're doing an episode about the bizarre history of the land, the property, the Grady's, the missing people. There's been over 12.
This may all be a joke to you for entertainment.
It's not a joke to us.
Are you still filming?
Right, can you put the camera down?
Ooh, Ben's gone. He's on.
He's gone.
Sit. All right, without further ado, like I said before, filmmaking is a really, really hard process, and there's so much that goes into it. There's so much that goes into just god dang finishing a movie and getting it out there. And that's why I wanted to bring on a friend of mine. He is the producer of my On Your Mark Wrestling podcast. He has a podcast network, Dragon Wagon Radio. So many great podcasts on that network. But he also just released a movie called Pinch. I say just, but I believe it was a little bit of time ago. And I want to talk to him about the filmmaking process. My friend Jake Lloyd, what's up, dude?
Hey, everybody. Can you hear
God,
me?
you sound so good. It's almost like you do good sound for business.
Yeah, there are these incredible things that have come out just in the past couple of years called microphones.
Yeah, good
Campfire.
mics.
That's Campfire Jones. He's saying hi to you right now. Campfire, come here, bud. No? Okay, he's looking
Is
at
your
me like, no, I
dog's
just wanted to
name
bark.
really Campfire?
Yes, Campfire.
Hell yes.
And when we got him, we were unaware that it would be an ironic name, being that he's petrified of fires and campfires. We take him camping, and he will not come out of the tent. The second the fire is lit,
that's so funny.
He is petrified. It drives him crazy.
So funny.
Real cute.
Real quick before we get into some chat, Eric Callahan loves the On Your Mark podcast.
Yeah, he should. It's the single best comedy wrestling podcast on the planet. And I don't care.
I would agree, but I'm partial.
Don't at me. I don't care. Or at me. I don't care. That's fine. I'll even argue it wherever you like.
But
by the way, Shane, lovely to see you, obviously.
You too, man. Good to see you physically.
Malia and Ben, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so guys, like I said, this is my friend Jake. He produces my On Your Mark podcast, but he also, the reason I wanted to bring him on here is to chat a bit about a film he just released called Pinch. I said just, but when did you release it?
It was literally just a couple months ago. So it's the reason why you're struggling is because it was finished a very long time ago.
Same,
yeah. But I had been in, any independent film knows this story. This is a tale as old as time, a distribution nightmare with an independent film that has no stars in it. And I had a really, really great sales agent who was super, super awesome. And it has nothing to do with them or their ability, but nothing that was coming down the pipeline, so to speak, made me feel like, oh, this is where the movie belongs. Like I had a lot of, I could have put it on this, faith and family based television channel exclusively for 3 years, or I could have put it on all of these different channels that I just felt like, or, a lot of overseas stuff where it's like, oh, this is great for overseas, but it's going to tie up the rights for X amount of times. And, when you pour your heart into a movie, like I did over the course of how long I made it for, I kind of found myself at the end of the rope being like, you know what, right now it's more important for me that the movie's out and available and that, people can be enjoying it. And so that was where my mindset was. And then the pandemic hit. And then I was like, okay, everybody is stuck at home. Now we're all sort of used to this normal existence where we just, scroll through Netflix every night and that's our entire, entertainment life. But in the beginning, it felt like, what are we going to do? We're home all day, and I thought like, God, I really wish the movie was available right now. And so I decided to, pull out of that sales agent's deal and just distribute it myself via Amazon Prime. So it just came out in April or late April, early May. I'm struggling to remember the dates, but that movie was finished in 2016.
We've shot ours in 2016. Finished it a little over a year ago. So yeah, man, I think people don't grasp, just how long it takes when you're doing it really pretty much by yourself.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. I'll play one-upsmanship here. I started shooting mine in 2014, so it took almost 2 years to make, and then 4 years by the time it was finished. Now, with that said, in the past 4 years, we've done a bunch of film festivals and stuff, so it had been being seen, but in small little markets and small little audiences, and not readily available. In fact, because of all the film festivals that I brought the movie to, we only had one here in LA. We only had one screening in the local area. So the vast majority of people who worked on the movie had not seen it until it was available this year. Because if they couldn't make it to the one screening we had at the local film festival, then it's like, well, and I was really like, I don't know about you guys with Grady, but I was very much like, no, you can't have a DVD. No, you can't have a Blu-ray. Like, I want everybody wait until it's available on a platform where we need people to be viewing it. Because I don't want you to show it to everybody that cares, and then they don't bother tuning in once it's available when the numbers matter. But
Absolutely. You know, that one of the cons of one of the many cons of 2020, I think, as a, you know, a filmmaker and finishing a movie this year is like, I am a little bummed that we didn't get to have a premiere experience. We didn't get to like get together and, you know, celebrate
That's it.
In that kind of way. But there are some pros, I think, because, you know, there are not a lot of movies coming out this year. And that's why I wanted to bring you on to talk about your film that's out there that people can check out. And
so it is,
you know,
it is a double-edged sword though, if you think about it, because you're right. Like getting to watch Pinch on the big screen in the various markets that we went to in the various film festivals, like getting to sit there in a theater with people and hear them enjoy the movie, and then afterwards have them ask questions and talk to us and share their stories. Pinch is a let me tell you, if you're here for the horror excitement of Grady Farms, and Pinch is not at all
not
anything like that movie, but that's whatsoever. Okay. but it is a very kind of easy to watch, heartwarming slice of life movie.
What I will say, it's a perfect pairing because you're going to watch Grady Farm and be terrified, and then need to come down with a real sweet movie.
It's a warm blanket.
What is Pinch about?
Yeah, tell them about Pinch.
So Pinch is the story of two strangers who are both sports memorabilia collectors. And they come across this rare and valuable autographed baseball bat. And through the luck of the fates, show up to this little lady's house at the exact same time to buy this bat off Craigslist. Of course, the not betting. What's the word we're looking for here? The
wager.
Yeah, thank you. Like the wagering ensues, and they realize that they both have the exact same bankroll. There's no way at the exact same time someone else is calling and offering more money. So they decide we're going to co-buy the bat. We'll figure out. Let's just get it out of this woman's house. We'll figure out who gets it later. And then, of course, in a passing suggestion, it's mentioned, hey, why don't you guys play a game of baseball for it and see who gets to keep it? And they're two miserable schmucks who have absolutely no right being on a field, and they have to assemble these two ragtag teams and play this pickup game of baseball. And of course, I always feel like I need a disclaimer, which is one of the struggles I had with selling the movie. Is, by the way, if you're going to make a movie, make sure it's very easily pitchable. Is it's not really a baseball movie. You know, the baseball game is the center of it, but there's maybe 5 minutes of that game. You know, it's really a story about these two men and their lives and where they are, and how the game acts as a catalyst for, changing their lives and self-reflection.
Jake wanted to call it Sandlot 2, and I'm like, don't do it, Jake.
Well, actually, because there already was, it would have been 3 technically.
Oh, there's a sequel?
Yeah.
Wait, I think I knew that.
Yeah.
Oh well, but
not great. But it's funny that you say that, because that is the easiest pitch. I always tell people that Pinch is what happens when the Sandlot grows up. And
that's cool.
Very much, it's about, I think it's about finding the sorts of things that bring you joy.
Mm-hmm.
And I've definitely that's one of the reasons why, when the pandemic hit, I just thought like, gosh, like it's such a great message for right now, because it really is about community, and it's about realizing what you've got and not necessarily searching for happiness in all the wrong places. People always ask me about the title of the movie. Well, what does it mean? And it's open for interpretation, even from me, the guy who wrote it and made the thing. But in baseball, a pinch hitter or a pinch runner is a substitute in a way. And so that's sort of what it is. It's about taking something that you really do think is there, and in fact, it's just a substitution for what should be there.
Cool.
And so, yeah, it's good.
Name of the movie is very important. We were going to call our movie many things that were very hard to pronounce. Ben, would you like to go through the list of names that we almost called The Haunting of Grady Farm?
Well, I guess I'll work our way back to the
first
one, which is the first one. But, we talked about calling it them. We for the longest time were the Sluagh. The Sluagh, which is the name of the creature. It's like, this is cool. Nobody else is going to have a movie called The Sluagh. But people, I had a horror movie that came out at about the time we had just finished shooting, and everybody's like, so your next film, tell me about the slug. It's like, we're going to have to work on this title.
Nobody could pronounce it. Right.
Yeah.
Nobody. And we have a joke in the movie, like early, that like about how to pronounce it because of that.
Oh, right.
You know,
Yeah, you
I
address
feel
it.
like I have to take some responsibility for digging up a really hard as hell to pronounce Celtic lore to be our thing, but you know,
hey, we're the only movie that we're the first movie that has done as touched on this creature. So
that's true. So never mind. I don't apologize. I take it back. You're welcome.
Ben, do you want to tell everybody about the title we had before that one?
We were so hyped during the writing process to call the movie a sound. We wanted to call the movie
like an onomatopoeia?
No.
No, it's like an actual sound.
SHHH. Or that was the reason we didn't call it that. It's like, well, how will people know?
Many H's?
How many H's? I remember the how many H's question.
Yeah,
You also
afterward.
if you were to name it show, you realize that every conversation about your movie would turn into like an Abbott and Costello bit. Like, what's the name of the movie?
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh,
what's the name of the
dang
movie?
it! That's
No,
why
what
didn't we
happened?
do it?
It
We
would have
got
just been like, yeah.
Well, let's
It's sort of
just
like
do
The
it
Who.
short right now. Is
Call High Octane. Let's change the name. That's genius.
But yeah, I mean, you know, the name, obviously, the name is super important, and even with something that you would think as simple as pinch, people see the baseball imagery and they go, "Oh, I can't wait to see pitch," and I go, "Damn it, that's one letter in a different direction switched around, and it seems like that's the name of the movie, but it's not."
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, I mean, and making pinch, I'm sure you guys can attest, as Grady's a very low budget, you know, kind of. I feel like, man, the terms that people in the creative space use for budgeting nowadays are so skewed, because when people say like, "Oh, it's an indie movie," or "Oh, it's a low budget movie," like Hollywood makes a low budget movie for $25 million. Like, you know, like that's a low budget movie for a lot of, you know, studio spaces, and even an independent movie that they consider a low budget movie. I mean, I've had friends work on low budget movies where they had $1 million, $500,000. Pinch, I made not even like low budget doesn't count. I call it a macro budget or literal shoestring budget, which I feel like is the more proper term. I made Pinch for roughly $3,000.
Wow.
You beat us.
All out of pocket. But what obviously when you were making a movie for no money, which is really what, and that's what I keep saying, I made it for no money. That is nothing. That's literally some production's, you know, food budget. And so you're relying on a lot of favors. You're relying on a lot of kindness from your casts. And that is why it took so long, was because I couldn't be like, "Hey, everybody, you know, this movie that we have no money to spend on, I need you guys to block off this month and not take work and not do anything so that we can shoot it all and get it done." So obviously that did not happen. So that's why it took so long. So yeah, it took me 2 years to complete, but I think when it was all said and done, there were 60 shooting days. So there were technically 60 days spread out over the course of 2 years, which comes with a whole slew of fun
look changes.
Oh, yep. Both of my leading ladies, one of them chopped all her hair off and had bangs at some point, and then the other one literally just dyed her hair.
How'd you hide that? Like, what'd you do?
So, the bangs is hidden with a lot of headdress, like bandanas, and there was a very great scene, which I can't talk about because it's a little bit of a spoiler, but late in the movie where we were able to just have her wear her husband's baseball cap. Or great, that's an easy fix. And then the one who dyed her hair, luckily it was we had one scene to shoot that was left, and it was an add-on scene. It's not her fault. By the way, I'm not blaming actors or actresses. I had sometimes people show up with a full beard, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And they're like, "Well, I have a commercial shoot this weekend and I need the beard." And I'm like, "All right, well, I guess go home and we'll shoot around you today and pick it up another day." So that kind of stuff. So I'm not blaming anybody. People had to get their work, you know, but luckily the one scene we had to shoot, Melanie Johnson, she's the actress. She plays my counterpoint in the movie. I'm also a co-star of the movie as well. And so she plays my better half, and her hair was sort of like a, you know, orangey blonde, and she like went like platinum with it.
Oh no, we lost him.
So it made it easy because we literally went to the store and got like Halloween, like or like spray in hair color. So
Oh,
we just like
wow.
sprayed in the hair color and we put it, same thing. I was like, we're also going to put you in a big, like, scarfy bandana and just hope no one notices. And I'm the only one who notices. But,
Sure.
But yeah, so shooting a movie with, no budget over the course of 2 years is definitely.
Hey man, you fucking, pardon my language, you did it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you whether or not we're allowed to curse on this.
I mean, I wouldn't encourage it just because I don't know how like platforms are with like.
Sure. All right.
It's so dumb.
Well,
but yeah, you did it, man.
All my Long Islandism then.
You did it, man. And that's a huge accomplishment. I mean,
yeah.
Ben has also done it, his movie slasher.com. Ben, I mean, there's so many things to touch on about making your own movie.
Sure.
We had our own little fiasco with hair growth.
Did you really?
No.
Us when we did our research.
Oh my God, I forgot.
Jeremiah's hair was long.
Tell about that in our pickup shots.
My hair was red.
Yeah, we shot. This was like what, 2 years after production. Right?
Yeah. While you tell the story, I'm gonna if you're drinking at home, Shane's pee break number 10. Go take a shot.
You're probably
Ben, tell the story about our pickup shots.
So we needed some pickup shots just to help open up a couple scenes, and Malia's hair color was entirely different. Jeremiah had very much so grown his hair out. Shane had grown his hair out. So I remember they had like little rubber bands in their hair to like try to hide it.
Right. Yeah.
But a lot of the time, since it was found footage, we just made sure not to show people's faces.
Also, yeah, I mean, I feel like you guys had the benefit of the style of movie you made allows for a lot of camera motion.
Yeah.
Where like you guys, and there's a lot of stuff you can hide by just simply moving a camera pretty quickly.
Yeah,
and,
our pickup shots were predominantly ass shots.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff
and legs running.
Yeah.
Never a great look at anybody.
Yeah. That's a ton of fun. Yeah, we had, I think the worst thing we had for hair, other than the ladies changing, was one of my actors, Michael Foster, fantastic actor. He's in a ton of great stuff. He's the one who we had one scene that was a nightmare to shoot, and it was a nightmare to shoot because when you're stealing all your locations, you can't really set up camp and spend all day there. So, for example, our baseball field, we found this fantastic field up in Dunsmore Park, which, by the way, the field in Pinch is gorgeous. It's a star. I know it's like a super cliche thing to say, like the setting is really is a star in the movie itself, but it really is. Like, it doesn't look like any baseball field. I went to every single field in all of LA County and further, and it's the most cinematic, beautiful field. But it's really busy. So we pretty much had this very brief window in the mornings to the like early afternoon where we had to get everything done, and we had to do it shooting around sprinklers and the guy mowing the lawn and all that stuff. And so there's this one scene that takes place like after the main baseball game in the movie, and I need everybody to like congregate in the parking lot of the field. And then, when you're making any movie, I'm sure you guys can attest to this. You have a vision in your head, you have storyboards, you have all this stuff. But when you get there, you realize, hey, this just isn't going to happen. So I had to call an audible. I realized there were just too many people, too much of the public, too many people, for me to really do something with two cameras moving around and whatnot. And simultaneously, I have everybody there. And I'm realizing like, all right, I can't shoot this right now in the spot I need to shoot it, but everybody's here. So you have to decide, A, whether we're going to very quickly try to find a new location, or B, try to reschedule whatever it was, 18 people again, which, again, an absolute nightmare, when you're calling in favors. So I made the mistake of going with option A and trying to very quickly find a new location. So we drove up the mountain a little bit, went to the state park, found a parking lot that looks like it could be connected to the baseball field. So that worked. But man, that sun was starting to dip. And so we try to shoot this scene, and the second half of the scene is completely unusable. It's just, it got, the lighting change was so drastic. But here's the problem is we had the first half of the scene, but a bunch of those people, I could never get them to come back to schedule again, like all at the same time. So I had to shoot this scene that's like literally, it's like 2 pages, not even this tiny little scene. I had to shoot it over the course of like 5 days, because I only had a 15-minute window for the sun.
Whoa.
And I had to get certain people. So it was like, all right, whoever was available to come up, I had to just shoot their shots, you know, all right, and it's like this sort of hectic scene with a little motion and whatnot. So this scene is a nightmare. This scene is not, it is, and by the way, it's my favorite scene in the movie. It's still like the scene that I love the most, which is the nightmare to shoot, which is just, I guess that's how it works. But the last day where we were like, and by the way, this scene was plagued. There was one time where we went all the way up there and no camera cards in any of the cameras. All the cards were in computers at home. So we drove all the way up there. So that was one day. Yeah, there was always something wrong. But the last day we showed up, back to the whole hair thing, is finally, it was the one day everybody's able to come. And my boy Mike Foster shows up, and he's just complete. And I'm like, dude, did you think this was gonna match? And he was like, I gotta shoot, man. And he was working on like a Disney show or something like that.
Oh, at least he was working on something. It wasn't
I know.
like, I just wanted to grow a beard.
Yeah, I was, and I remember just being like, dude, like, oh, so that scene is that for us, where that was the nightmare scene, and in a lot of nightmare moments, and we had plenty of those. We had one where I scouted this beautiful sports facility for like where the bathrooms are of the field, because no two spots in the movie are connected that look like they're connected. Whenever somebody walks from one spot to another, it's always 20 miles down the road.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted this like nice looking facility where they could have like where it's like essentially where cars park before you get to the fields, that sort of area. And I went there and I scouted it and I found this beautiful place in Sherman Oaks that has these big, beautiful, like wooden beams that stick up, and they sort of like, there's like all these beams and they sort of like adjust as it moves on. So it creates,
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Really beautiful. It's on like Balboa. It's like in that like sports facility in Lake Balboa, and gorgeous spot. And at night, everything is lit up, and I wanted it to be like this beautiful nighttime scene where they meet by the field. It's where the two guys meet and decide what the rules of the game are going to be, whether or not they're going to actually play a real game or not. And we get there, and everything is lit up, and it's gorgeous. I'm like, great. We start shooting. 2 minutes into the shot, the entire field, all the lights come down, everything, the whole facility.
Oh my God!
So it's just like, all right, well, we're here. I got some lighting equipment, like it's just mostly like battery operated LEDs, and that is the scene where it's that's the scene where you go, "This is an indie movie right here," because it's like really low, low quality, real grainy.
You gotta
crank the ISO, but again, like those are the scenes though that, I don't know. I always tell people like I never want to make a movie the way I made Pinch ever again. Yet I don't know. They're war stories. You look back on everything very fondly, and you look back on everything.
As much as like, I mean, we can relate. There's things it's like I would never do it again this way, but it's like it wouldn't have ended up the way it did if it didn't go through the process of or we didn't go through the process of what we had to go through to make it. And while you're mentioning daylight, it's even down to that. That is one thing we're very fortunate is like 70% of our movies night, so it's like start shooting at 7, 8 o'clock. We're good, as far as lighting is concerned. But dude, so it's just, the whole process is surreal. It's difficult. We have a guest coming up here shortly that's going to be joining in on the conversation. Mark Silva from High Octane Pictures is actually going to be joining us soon, and we're going to chat with him about that side of of the filmmaking process, a distributions company, like what they look for and all that fun stuff. We had a question though that I wanted to get to that would probably be more for you, Jake. Eric Callahan on YouTube. Is it tough to find music that fits with the film? For us, we didn't have much music for found footage. Fortunately, I will say we didn't have to worry about that much. There are a couple scenes where music makes its way into the movie in in ways that it makes sense. But for you, music is tough, man.
Yeah. So for me, Eric, there's two types of music in the movie. There's our soundtrack and our score. And for the soundtrack, I noticed that in your profile picture there, Eric, I don't know if that's you behind a drum kit, but clearly you're a musician. I once fancied myself a musician, and when I was in my early 20s and late teens, I was playing in a bunch of bands in the Long Island music scene, and I had a friend's a band called With Every Idle Hour, and I love this band so much. They were incredible friends, but they were just such an incredible band. In fact, you can find their music on Spotify, With Every Idle Hour. And I always said, this is dating back to 2002, 20 years ago. I always said like, I'm going to be using this music in a movie at some point. It just, I love it. It speaks to my spirit. And so when I started making Pinch, I knew exactly. I was like, all right, like I'm using at least 2 or 3 of their songs. And I reached out to Sean, who was, you know, kind of the gatekeeper of their band music. And I was like, hey man, will you let me use some music? And he gave the okay. So as far as the soundtrack goes, that was kind of easy because I already knew what I wanted. And on top of that, incredible artist from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, who's very close friends with my co-star in the movie, Tony Wayne, a gentleman by the name of Ben Shaw, who's a really beautiful singer-songwriter. He's, because of his relationship with Tony, you know, I was like, hey man, can I take a look at the catalog and see if there's anything that speaks to me? And one of, you know, the kind of montage, the really somber piece in the movie that I love, called Lazy River, is a song of his, and that's exceptional. So as far as the soundtrack, I kind of had it covered just because I knew great musicians, but the score, absolute nightmare. Trying to find, you know, people who can work for a budget. Really a huge shout out has to go to a longtime collaborator of mine, a gentleman by the name of Dan Martinez, who's an incredible composer who, if you look at his IMDb, works and everything. But exactly that's the problem. You know, he climbed the ladder in his field to the point where it's no longer, you know, copacetic for me to be like, hey Dan, can you work on this feature-length film for me? You know, so I had to kind of like outsource it and find other composers and people that are like fresh out of college. And at the end of the day, I do love the music in the movie, but there's definitely, the music is definitely one of those things that's really, really tough for an independent film, especially because you want everything to be licensed properly. You don't want to run into any problems. So that's the hardest part. The hardest part is finding stuff that, you know, people will allow you to use.
I think when we have our friend from High Octane pop in here in a second, I think that he'll probably be like, oh, we guys loved you because you had no music to
we have to worry about clearing anything. Yeah.
We probably made their job. You know, Ben, you have a movie with music, but a lot of your music in Slasher was from your director?
So the score was done by the director. He actually, like, a month or 2 before we like started our festival run, threw away the whole score and was like, I want to do like an electronic score. But he and I had produced a number of music videos for a band called Don't Mind Dying, and it was always an agreement like, hey, we're gonna produce these music videos for you, we're gonna, you know, put some really good music videos out for you, but when the time comes, we're gonna use your music. And they're fantastic. They're this, like, they kind of have like this Audio Slave sort of sound, but kind of bluesier. They're great. So we were always like, we don't know what we're gonna use them for,
right?
We're gonna use the
yeah.
Like, we did another music video for them not that long ago, and it's the plan is always the same. It's like, we're gonna use Don't Mind Dying's music,
and that's great. And another reason why I love stuff like that is because if you legitimately enjoy their stuff, then you're able to use your art to then boost another person's art. And I always tell people, like, man, the amount of music that I listen to because I heard it in a movie. Because I listen to a score and I go like, oh my God, what is this song, or who is this artist? And I always tell them, I know that. So with Every Idle Hour, the band I spoke about, they, you know, they're, again, this was an old band. They're not playing anymore, but I always tell them, like, man, if I could get people popular in this enough to at least just like get people listening to you on Spotify or, like, you know, finding your stuff out there. Cause I know that if I was just watching my movie and I wasn't the guy who made it, I'd hear those tunes. And I'd have Shazam open. Is that still a thing? I don't know if that's a thing, but I'd be like, you know, I'd be wondering who it was or paying attention to the credits.
Oh my God.
I think it's one of the things that's most helpful always when it comes to scoring your projects. Like for me, for my shows, my lawyer is actually a musician and a composer. So I have like a 2-for deal where, like, I have my lawyer and he composes the scores for all my shows. I love that. And it's so funny because it's like, you know, I can refer, like, oh, I like the sound or whatever. It's like I can refer mom to 2 different things. So I feel like I'm helping, but I'm also getting this really great score in return, which is so random to have a lawyer do that, but it's still cool.
Right. Yeah. That's it's funny that you say that, because the guy I mentioned earlier, Ben Shaw, who gave us one of those turns, is also like a entertainment lawyer. So I kept saying, like, you better make sure that I have everything signed by you, everything I need. Because if anybody's gonna, you know, come after me for using their music, you're the one who's gonna be the only one to be able to take it down, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody, you are watching the 12-hour. We're doing 12-hour live stream today to promote the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm.
How long into it are you? Sorry, I know you're doing your
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. So at what point did you immediately regret announcing it would be 12 hours?
Haven't yet, honestly.
Okay, all right.
No, honestly, here's the facts of it. I was honestly kind of looking forward to today because it is forcing me to only do one thing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm spread, like my brain was mush up to yesterday, and right now I'm feeling good, man. This is very like meditative to me. Like I'm one thing right now. I'm doing what I like, is just like talking to people. And
I also want to say that both Ben and Shane, I'm very upset with both of you. I don't know how you are both looking so clean and nice and attractive in the pandemic when I've got like, Brendan Fraser happening up here. I've like this.
Well,
is just
thanks,
terrible.
but
I don't know how you. Listen. All right, Ben. Listen. All right. Just because I put on a nice flannel doesn't mean I don't still have my pajama pants on. All right. Come on. What are we doing here? It's 2020.
That's pandemic wardrobe. But yeah, man. So we're only 2.5 hours into this. I honestly am looking forward to this. I'll probably be dead by the end of it, but like it's forcing me to just like kind of do one thing today, which is
it's great. And you know what? Of all the days to take your attention away from Twitter and everything.
Amen. Yeah. Amen. So that's what I'm also looking forward to. And I'm already looking at a computer screen most of the day anyways. So it's like, what's the difference? But yeah, we're doing this, guys, to celebrate the release of our film, The Haunting of Grady Farm, which releases tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, via High Octane Pictures. And we're also doing it to get you to pledge to watch the movie and to review it. Give us a positive rating and review, which is super important. Wherever you're watching this right now, share the link. If you're watching on Facebook, share it to your wall, share it to any like groups you're a part of, or if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitter, just retweet the link, share the link. It helps the stream today, because once you share, it's out there. Shortly, we will have another guest coming in to hang out with us and shoot the shit about filmmaking and the process of making The Haunting of Grady Farm, and talking about making movies from High Octane Pictures, but he will be coming in shortly. But with us currently is Jake Lloyd, who made his own movie, Pinch. Jake, where can people check out Pinch?
So very similar to tomorrow, when you check out Haunting of Grady Farm on Amazon, you can also check out Pinch there as well. It's available for digital rental and purchase via Amazon Video, and completely free for Prime Video subscribers. So if you're a Prime subscriber, then you already have access to it completely free. And yeah, I gotta urge. I mean, the Amazon reviews are absolute gold. They're crucial. So make sure that for any indie movies you're watching, that you're always leaving reviews. I think that the majority of the people that I'm seeing that I clearly are just like, I don't know how they found this movie, come from review referrals. So that means a lot. But yeah, you can check all of that out on Amazon. And if you want, like, I'm terrible. I'm not. Shane Hartline is like, become a social media, guru at this point. I feel like I'm like, how do I do the things that you do without making me feel dead inside?
I feel dead inside.
I'm really bad. Well, again, I don't want to do that. But I'm really bad at social media. But we do have one at Pinch Movie on Instagram. If you check out at Pinch Movie on Instagram, you can check out some behind the scenes, some stills. I'm currently going through the process of reviewing all the original footage to try to find bloopers to put up some fun behind the scenes blooper stuff, because I had such blinders on when I was making the movie that I didn't even think about that stuff. So I'm currently re-going through stuff to try to find, some entertaining things to put up there. But at Pinch Movie on Instagram, and pinchmovie.com is the quick link. If you're like, I don't feel like searching for something, pinchmovie.com, you can get a quick link right to Amazon. But any other, you guys have any other fun and war stories? That's my favorite, is all the nightmare.
Well, we do
stories.
before we get there, we do have this is a very sidebar question from like the Pinch or Haunting of Grady Farm, but Eric Callahan real quick wanted to know, is it hard to produce the On Your Mark podcast?
No, it's my favorite show to produce. So as Shane alluded to, I am the co-founder of Dragon Wagon Radio and the primary producer of 20 some odd podcasts. And On Your Mark is my absolute favorite podcast to produce. It's so much fun. Shane and Scott, aka Mark and Skeeter, knock out all their recordings and send everything over to me. And the hardest part for me is to remember that I'm supposed to be producing and editing it, and not just sitting back and enjoying it and laughing, because it's so hilarious. But no, not at all. Not hard at all. It's literally my favorite show to produce of the entire network.
Man. It's so fun to do. And yeah, wouldn't be possible without your help. Ben, I want to check in with you because you're petting the cat.
Mm-hmm.
What?
What's your cat's name again, Ben?
This is Tulip. The other cat that I was harassing before is Sage. Tulip.
Hey, grab it by the pussy.
I mean, isn't that everywhere? Anywhere? Yeah.
Malia looks offended. I'm just saying, grab your cat. Jesus Christ! What?
I do have to jump off for a little while, but I will be back.
Come back later tonight because towards the end, because it'll just be like the producers. I think that'd be cool to like.
Spicy. I will see you then with cocktail.
And we'll all get a little toasty.
At some point, I'll have to jump off and put away my groceries that are sitting on the porch.
I thought you were going to say
on the porch. Oh
yeah,
no!
Amazon Prime. If you're a Prime member, 1, watch both Pinch movie and The Haunting of Grady Farm. 2, free grocery delivery over $35.
Nice.
Wait, what?
Store, yeah. If you, it's not available throughout the US, but in California, I've stopped going to the grocery store. I get my grocery shopping done in like 5 minutes through Amazon Fresh. They typically can deliver it within.
This is not sponsored, but
I know they don't have enough money. This company, we're putting our movies on their service. Like, geez, Louise.
No, but that I didn't know that. Like you, so what is it up to 35? You said?
No, 35
or higher.
$35. It's free delivery.
Wow.
You have $35 of groceries.
I mean, I always eat $35 of groceries. So
$35 of groceries for lunch every day.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
2020.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Jake, hang out as long as you want, man.
Sure.
We're expecting Mark Silva from High Octane Pictures here shortly. But yes, again, guys, we are streaming today for 12 hours to celebrate the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm, happening tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, via High Octane Pictures, and also to get you to pledge to watch the movie and give it a positive rating review. And then, you know what? After, watch Jake Lloyd's movie to come down from the horror and the pain of not only The Haunting of Grady Farm, but a terrifying day in this country. Come down with a very fun, heartwarming film called Pinch that my friend Jake Lloyd made. Filmmaking is...
I was gonna say, you can watch Pinch with your parents, with your significant other, with your grandparents. If you're sick of fighting with them about politics, watch Pinch. That'll be the great healing factor for come Thanksgiving.
Absolutely. I do have a question that I want to ask every guest today. What is your favorite horror film?
Oh man.
Or do you like horror films?
I am such a horror wuss.
Really?
So I think that I've always talked about, I think whether you're a horror fan really is dictated by just kind of your childhood and the access to the stuff. And as a kid, I was petrified. Oh, Clancy, drive by. Where you at?
Cats.
I'd never really had access. Cats. That's my favorite horror film. We just watched it like 2 days ago, and boy, oh boy,
I can't do it.
So as a kid, I've never really it wasn't interesting to me. I was easily scared. As a child, I was terrorized by a segment on a television show called Weekly World News. Remember that stupid? You remember Weekly World News, the newspaper?
No.
That had like all of these fake. It was like one of those things that had like, oh, Bigfoot discovered in wherever.
Cat boy born.
Boom. There it is.
Yes.
So they used to have a TV show, a short-lived TV show. I think it was on Fox maybe, where it was just like them presenting it as news. And they did a segment on Bat Boy, and I was way older than I should have been to be petrified, and I was terrified. I literally, if I was out in my neighborhood at night, I would assume that like Bat Boy was in bushes, and I would like run home. Like I was so easily scared as a kid. That still comes this day. Now, I am one of those people who I'm never drawn to a horror movie. I never see an ad for a horror movie and go like, oh, that looks good, or I want to see that. It's usually like, oh, no, thank you. But then whenever I sit down and watch one with people, because I'm usually forced to, I always go like, well, that was fun. So I think I'm in that weird middle ground of, I don't dislike horror movies. I'm just not generally drawn to them. And I do enjoy more of the, I'm a sucker for a monster movie. Like I'm drawn to stuff like Cloverfield or like a Friday the 13th or a Jason, those sorts of things where like there's a monster. I'm not into the like human centipede or the torture porn or those sorts of things. I always tell Alexandra whenever we talk, my much better half, Alexandra Hoy, I always tell her, like, whenever she's like, oh, you want to watch this movie? I always say, like, oh, like, I'm not in the mood to watch somebody's worst day right now. Like, that's sort of, that's usually how
we watch movies to disconnect, I feel.
Yeah. So, great guest to have on your horror movie release stream. The guy who's horror.
No, it's all good.
Are you still afraid of the image of Batboy?
So I told that story, and I knew I shouldn't have, to a group of friends, and I have since received plenty of Batboy plushie toys.
Oh, that's so
and
funny.
Batboy, yeah. The image is still terrifying, but no, I don't. When I'm outside at night walking the dog, I don't think there might be a creepy Batboy over shoulder. The thing is, that show, it was
about the screen share to show everybody else what Batboy looks
Oh,
like.
you are?
Do
I
it.
didn't
Do it.
trigger you.
No, do it. Hit me up with it.
All right, let's do it.
I wish that you had the video. I wish we could find the video that they played on the show. It's not working, Ben. Come on, hit us. Unless this is the suspense part of the horror movie.
It's the building. It's the building.
There's a lot of steps.
Oh, it's okay.
Is it
There's
working
a
now?
lot of steps, yeah.
Are we there?
I can pop it in. Here we go.
There it is. Boom. Okay.
Yeah,
so
that is terrifying.
And but here's the thing, though, is on the TV show, all right, that they did it wasn't just this image. It was an adult, I would say, like somebody who's at least maybe 14, 15, 16 years old, teenager. Like they stood pretty tall, and it was convincing makeup, and it was all of this security footage of Batboy like raiding a grocery store after dark, or like, somebody caught him on like a dash cam of a police car in the middle. And it's that typical like great horror grainy footage that terrified me, absolutely terrified me. But yeah, that doesn't sit well with me. And also, like, I don't do, I'm not a fan of the sorts of horror movies that like ruin the following days. I like the ones where, first off, I like horror when it's blended with comedy. Obviously, like that's my, which most of it is. But something like, Tucker and Dale versus Evil, like that is just chef's kiss. So stuff like that is my favorite.
Mhm.
Or if it has some sort of satirical nature, like
Did you ever see Scout's Guide of the Zombie Apocalypse?
No, I did want to see
Oh
that.
my
though.
God, it's hilarious.
Very good.
It's a great
Thank
film.
you. By the way, if you're not using Letterboxd, I suggest you use Letterboxd. It's
What's
my
that?
absolute favorite app. All right. I need everybody in the world. Apparently, it came out like 10 years ago.
I'm writing
and not
it
enough
down.
people. And then I just found it now, and I'm trying to get everybody on it. It's Letterboxd without an E. So it's like BOXD, Letterboxd. And it is this great service where you can like create lists. You can rate movies, have all your watch lists. It's like social media, but just
That's
about
cool.
movies. Find me on Letterboxd.
Yeah, because my notes in my iPhone are a hot mess.
Oh man, Letterboxd is the best, Shane. You got to get on it. I'm so addicted to it, but I'm gonna immediately add that movie because I totally forgot about it. Scout's Guide to, it should pop up. Boom, Zombie Apocalypse. Add to watch list.
That's cool. Oh, so it has like a thing where if you like, it's like a real movie, like it'll search it and stuff.
Yep, absolutely. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see Haunting of Grady Farm on there very abruptly. If so, make sure you're rating and review it. Pinch is on there. Find Pinch on on Letterboxd, and make sure you rate and review that as well. But Letterboxd it's so much fun. One of the other shows that we do on the network is with Coy Jandro. We do Coycast, and we both tout it. We're trying to get them to give us money because we're the only two people in the world that talk about their app. But anyway,
I'm definitely gonna check it out. That sounds great. Because like I said, my notes. Ben, does everything just go in your notes on your phone?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Things I should watch, things I need to buy, ideas for jokes.
And I probably look back at maybe 20% of the notes I put in my phone.
That's gracious. That's gracious. Maybe 5%.
Yeah, like books I intend to read, and like the ones that like sometimes I can't tell the difference between a book title or a joke idea. Like I was
yep.
So list of jokes, like, and it's usually just like 3 words that I'm like, I'm gonna remember. But like the other day I read some old joke notes that I came across in my phone, and it just said like Bear Grylls fat.
Great. So can I, Ben?
I have no idea.
Can I help you, Ben, really quickly? So with that, you're probably not gonna be able to see it, of course, and I don't want to share too much of my notes. But to see the emojis at the beginning of them all, I put a specific emoji for each type of note so I don't forget. Because similar to you, if I have an idea where it's like, oh, here's a joke that works as just like a quick dialogue where it's just like, oh, character A, character B, character A, and I have like an idea for that, I'll put like the little notepad logo in front of it. If if I have like a short pitch for a film, like I have an idea for like a quick movie where I'll put the little clapper board in front of it. If it has to do with a bad idea, if it has to do with a podcast, I do the little broadcast mic. So that way I know what type of note it is. Cause a lot of times I'm like you, where it's shorthand and it's something that doesn't make sense.
I think one of the more ridiculous notes I stumbled across that had to have been a drunken note was it just simply said, does drinking under a rainbow get you more drunk? And I said, don't know when I wrote that.
Great.
Terrifying also, but also kind of a good question. Huh?
Give it a try.
I know. Let's go find a rainbow.
I do feel like now it's only fair that we play the notes game where we now we have to read the worst notes we can find in our phone.
I would, but I'm streaming also on TikTok.
Oh, someone's got an excuse.
I just gave one. I just gave a weird one.
All right, that is true. That is true. So by the way, for quite a while I was a stand-up, and all of my like just simple concept joke ideas have a little skull next to them, since that died a long time ago.
Well, hold that thought while we look for a weird note. Let's play the trailer of Haunting of Grady Farm real quick. Also, because if you're drinking at home, PP Shane, whenever he goes pee today, you take a drink. So here's a trailer for the Haunting of Grady Farm. Yes. Jake and Ben are going to look for a weird note on their phone, and we'll be right back.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for it.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy. It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
Ryan?
What?
Andy! Who is this? We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died.
I should tell you something murdered her, okay? You had nothing to do with to find him. Oh my God.
Come on! We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my God!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
And we're back to Haunting of Grady Farm. We are doing a 12-hour live stream today to celebrate the release happening tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu via High Octane Pictures. And we're also doing this to get you to pledge to watch the movie and then give it a positive rating and review. Jake Lloyd is here with us. He produced a movie called Pinch, which we're also encouraging you all to, pair it with Grady Farm. Watch it after. It's a good movie from this terrifying day that you're going to go through to then come down and have a peaceful night's sleep.
Or lull yourself into a false confidence, a false sense of security with Pinch, where the world is great and everybody's happy, and then realize the true reality of Grady Farm.
Either way you want to do it, it's a great pairing before or after. So we also are having them look through their phones.
All right.
For weird,
so I
weird
found a really stupid one.
I found
a really stupid one. All right. You want to go first, or you want me to go first?
You go ahead. All right. Like mine's not as good as yours.
Well, I don't know. This was just a random idea. And all I have written was a half human, half centaur, top half centaur, bottom half human.
That's pretty good.
I've oftentimes thought about a mermaid, but like what reversed mermaid.
Oh, there you go. I like that. I just like the idea that the half centaur. Now I'm gonna be that asshole who explains the joke. Like if he's a half centaur, the top half is just human as well. So he's just a normal looking dude.
Normal human.
But he's a half. Yeah. So what are some other stupid things I have? Oh yeah. When here's one. When you're panicking, every room is a panic room. There's that. Like these just like. And by the way, that was 2017. I wrote that one. Like these go back so far. That's
amazing.
So many stupid things.
I have a scary one.
Please
go ahead.
It just says stage 5 isn't a real stage. Stage 4 would be the last. Oh, I remember. This was notes I was giving someone on a script. I was like, that just sounds
oh God.
That sounds so ominous.
That sounded so terrifying at first.
Actually, I thought it was going to be like some weird
stage 4.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here's another really stupid joke idea. All that says in here is mental image impression, and I know what that means from 2016, June 2016, mental image impression. It was a dumb idea I had for a bit where I'm not an impressionist, but I am a mental image impressionist. For example, imagine me doing Andy Kaufman.
You nailed it.
There you have it.
Dude, you're so good.
Mental image impression.
That's really funny.
I did find a note that was the emails of the sheriffs that showed up on set for Grady Farm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we had the cops called on us.
I touched on that earlier, but great. Let's talk about it again. That's such a fun story.
So we did the proper. We went through the proper channels of if you're shooting something that might freak people out nearby, call the police.
Yeah.
All the local authorities and let them know that it's just a film. So if someone calls and says, "Hey, someone is screaming," I see people with unloading,
and be sure to ask to be transferred to the non-emergency line. That's the first thing you do.
Yes. To warn them that people might see this stuff. Let them know we're just filming. So we did that, but I guess that note didn't make it around. So we were filming a death scene. And the actress who was screaming bloody murder. I won't say who, so that way we don't spoil who dies.
Great. Yeah, I was gonna say. Thanks.
Did a really great job. And
real convincing.
Siren.
Oh,
and wasn't there a helicopter too? Didn't we see a helicopter?
Yeah. But another thing that was crazy about that is we had props from a local haunted house that were donated to us, and there were a lot of dead bodies and just gruesome props that were just filling this bedroom.
Right.
And so apparently the cops also were like searching the windows of the house and saw all these what they thought were dead bodies.
Oh my God.
So they thought they were coming onto like a cult, like they were murdering people, sacrificing people. And then tell them what happened at the end of it.
So, like, Shane, you had the great wherewithal to say, we're going to stop filming. We're going to go sit at base camp. We're going to do nothing until the cops find us. So that way, because we still have.
So we're not out in the fucking, excuse my language, in the effing woods and get shot.
Yeah, exactly. We still had the prop shotgun on us from the previous scene we were shooting. And so Shane was like, we're just going to go back to base camp and sit and wait for them. And the cops came and they were scared and confused. We talked to them. It completely flipped. They were like, oh my God, this is so cool. They're like, what can we do to help out? So they all came back and were extras. They worked on the film. I don't want to say the roles that they played. I don't want to spoil anything, but, pretty much all the cops who came out
are now of part of the movie.
Yeah, that's great.
And I forgot about that. I just found a note in my phone that was all their emails.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we didn't. So for Pinch specifically, just because of the nature of it, mostly just us in people's houses and whatnot, never had an issue with the cops, or the public really. But a featurette that I made a few years back, which is available now on YouTube, called The Skull Rosary, is this 40-minute featurette. Originally, it was intended as a TV pilot that ended up just being this one-off kind of short film. And it's very much a Indiana Jonesy sort of thing. So we're out in the middle of the Los Angeles forest with AK-47s and, like all sorts of insane, ridiculous weapons and people that are dressed in full military garb, and like stuff that if you just rode past it, you would be scared. Now, it's far enough out there to where cars, nothing is driving by, but hikers and cyclists are constantly riding by. And we were almost disturbed with how little people seemed to care that there were armed forces marching through the Los Angeles National Forest when they would drive by on their bikes or hike by. Nobody batted an eye. We have like huge and photorealistic, film quality props that look as real as the real thing. Tons of weapons. Nobody ever stops. The one time someone stops is there's a scene in that movie, which also stars myself and Tony Wayne. I use the same actors over and over again. By the way, this movie's called The Skull Rosary, if I didn't mention it. There was a one part in the movie where my character, spoilers, gets shot in the leg. And there's a scene where my pants are down around my knees and the other main character is addressing my wound. And of course, that's the scene that people drove by and stopped because it looks like all they see is my pants around my knees and a man hunched over my crotch, essentially blocking their view. And I was like, okay, so when you think people are doing some nasty shit in the woods, that's when you stop. But you have no problem with the full military force with AK-47s, and shotguns.
This is a part of the filmmaking process that you have to prepare for the things that you don't even know. Just be ready for anything. Yeah. But Jake, I want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy. You're one of the most busiest guys I've ever met.
I am.
Thank you for taking the time out.
Sure.
Please, before we leave, promote Pinch and.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't know. You just did that, and I don't know whether or not I'm now over asking. Is there any possibilities that, being your setup here, we can play the Pinch trailer?
Sure. Let me pull it up on. It's
available on YouTube, or you can go right to pinchmovie.com if you want an easy link to it. Because that would be the best way to promote it. It's available on Amazon Prime and Amazon.
Yeah, I got it right here. Let me cue it up. One moment. So everybody watching at home, my friend Jake Lloyd, producer of my On Your Mark Wrestling podcast and Dragon Wagon Radio King, and he also made this amazing independent film all by himself. It's called Pinch, and we're pulling up the trailer right now. So you guys can check it out and we can all enjoy some pinching together. Here it goes, everybody. Make sure the sound's up.
Idea what happened.
I'm here to see the autographed bat we spoke earlier on the phone.
And me too.
Yeah, both of us.
That's definitely his signature. How much are you asking?
How much are you offering?
I guess $250. $300.
Oh, well, isn't this nice?
What did the woman say about it?
Maybe you should be playing baseball for it.
Oh my goodness, you should. That's a great idea. Do you even play baseball?
I played Little League.
Oh, this is gonna be rich.
We'll be all right. How's your team coming?
It's coming. Maybe this is a dumb mistake.
Oh, come on. It's gonna be fun. I'm so happy you're doing this.
Kind of desperate for something big here, man. I'm not really upholding my end of the bargain, and I want to show Rachel that this is actually doable.
Well, I'm sure you're doable.
Oh!
Talked to Dad today about everything. The bat and this game.
It's nice if you visit him every day. You don't have to. He feels if he can't provide or prove himself as a better man than his deadbeat father, that he's not worthy of marriage or something stupid like that.
I too feel like I tell him all day long how much I love him, only for it to pass right through.
The question is, what's it gonna take? What do they need to snap themselves out of it?
Would you be interested in playing a pickup style game of baseball tomorrow?
Play ball!
There you have it, everybody. Pinch, Jake Lloyd, thank you so much for being here, my
Thank
friend.
you so much, guys. Really enjoyed it. Best of luck with the picture. I can't wait. Everybody, tune in to Haunting of Grady Farm tomorrow. Do it. Leave ratings and reviews.
Love you, dude.
Take care, guys. Talk to
Bye,
you soon.
man. All right, everybody, we have another amazingly special, extra special guest that we're bringing in here right now. This guy, you know, I'm glad I met him. I'm going to say that because without him, we wouldn't be getting this movie out to where it's going to be starting tomorrow. Mr. Mark Silva from High Octane Pictures. Mark, can you hear us, buddy? Yeah, unmute your mic. Well, actually, I can do that for you. What up, dude?
Can you hear me now?
I can. What's up, man? Nice to see you finally.
You as well. That's going to be the slogan of me in 2020, which is, "Hey, dude, you're muted. You need to unmute yourself."
Everybody, yeah, everybody.
How are you guys?
Good, man. I'm 3 hours into this thing. We're doing a 12-hour live stream to celebrate the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm, which is available on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu tomorrow via your amazing company that you're a part of, High Octane Pictures, but also to get people to pledge to watch it and review it, and because that's so important. But Mark, what's up, man?
Not much. I'm really, glad I was able to come on and kind of talk to you guys. I'd love to kind of hit the film as well as kind of, I know I saw you guys talking to your buddy Jake earlier, kind of about, the industry and everything. And anything on that sort, I'm really, it's really funny. I'm more a cinephile than anything.
I love that.
Like if I wasn't in my normal garb, like I have film strip tattoos, I have Dark Knight tattoos. I'm just, I'm really, I'm a cinephile at heart. So being able to kind of pick up quality films and, get them out there and see what they can perform is, what I love. But the business aspect of everything is kind of what I can really get into. Any questions on that? If you guys want to kind of overview of kind of, how everything works, why I'm here, I'm doing it for a bit and I'm kind of doing good with it. So, and if you guys want to do a little Q&A, if you want me to just kind of jump in, whatever works for you guys.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Appreciate you taking the time out to be here. If you are watching at home, please share the stream on Facebook or YouTube or Periscope, wherever you're currently watching it. I know, Ben, you have to get rid of some groceries whenever, so feel free to hop off whenever you have to. But
for now,
yeah, they'll be good for a bit. They're groceries.
I got groceries delivered. They're on my porch.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, anybody watching at home, wherever you're watching, submit your questions. Mark is he works for High Octane Pictures. Mark, tell a little bit the people at home what you do at High Octane Pictures.
Absolutely, yeah. So I am the head of acquisitions at High Octane Pictures, as well as a bit of a new thing is president of High Octane Studios, which is going to be a bit more of our production arm, which is kind of exciting. Nothing huge, not making Avengers or anything, but kind of lower budgeted films that we know can kind of get out there into a certain audience, which I'll get to in a sec, where the audience is, kind of what they're looking for. But on my side, as acquisitions, if anyone's listening or anything, at the end of the day, what my job is to find films, like Grady Farm, and bring them in and get them to a position to do the best they possibly can. And whether that is, through distribution, whether that's through sales, I kind of explain the difference between those, but it's looking for quality genre titles to be able to bring on, or, being able to field questions from producers that come in or filmmakers, or at the end of the day too, we are a distribution company. So we go out to, other sales agencies, kind of like, as a sales agent, we do to other distributors, kind of whichever way we can bring in the most quality films that we think will do the best, get them in the position, distribution-wise, the platform, internationally to the buyers, where they can just perform, the best they possibly can. So that's kind of what I do here. A bit of kind of what we look for, what kind of does well in an international landscape. I always say, it's not an accident that our name is High Octane Pictures. Because we've been doing distribution for about 5-6 years now, but we've been doing sales for about 10. And sorry, I should probably explain the difference between those two. Distribution is domestically, US and Canada, like getting the film out to the consumers through typically a platform. You can also do it through retailers in terms of like DVD, iTunes, Amazon, Vudu, I think there may be a few you're missing, Shane. I think it's going to be on a good amount of the cable providers as well.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
DirecTV. I'm getting a final placement report from Matt, but I'm almost positive DirecTV, Dish,
awesome,
and In Demand as well. Usually we're able to get on, as you said, Vudu, Xbox, almost guaranteed will be on there as well. If Matt's able to get it to me before I hop off, make sure.
Text it to me so I can keep pushing it throughout.
Exactly. Either way, I'll make sure to get it to you before the end of this. But that is how the consumers are able to watch the film, and obviously, that's just the first 3 months or so. That's your TVOD release, your kind of initial release. Anyone who's so excited for it, they're on here. They've been seeing it on Instagram and everything. They're like, "I want to check it out." And I'm happy to drop $4.99 to do so. Perfect. That's what we want. It's TVOD, transactional video on demand. Following that is going to be SVOD, or subscription video on demand. Obviously, your kind of the new model, all the guys are going for, the Hulus, the Amazons. Something like this is going to have a really solid time, hopefully, with the genre SVODs in terms of like Shudder, Screenbox, as well as, surprisingly, the TV guys have been picking up a lot as well. So HBO Max, Showtime, Stars, getting in front of them, that's a little different than the TVOD side. The TVOD side is what we call placement. The SVOD side is what we call pitching. So normally we'll get on one, if not maybe two, as long as it's not exclusive on that side. But it's going to them and trying to find the best licensing deal. It's not like Amazon pays us to get on Amazon. We're on Amazon, and from there, the consumers are coming in, watching it, revenue's adding up, good to go. SVOD is we bring it to one of those guys and we go, "Hey, we have this film, Grady Farm, scary as shit. Do you guys want to go ahead and license it for 2 years for $15,000?" And that's how we get revenue on the SVOD side. Following that, about 6 months. I don't want to promote this because we don't want people knowing they can wait 3 months and watch it cheaper. But is your AVOD side, which is your advertising video on demand, your Tubies, your Zumos, all of those guys being able to get on there as a consumer. It's completely free to watch. Their revenue builds up. It kind of comes back to you guys. So we always kind of, if you get someone who's going, "Hey, I really, the movie looks badass. I want to check it out. I just don't know if I'm going to have, $5 drop on it." No worries. Give it 3 or 4 months. You may be on advertising. There's always going to be a way a consumer can watch it. But all those diehard people that are ready to watch it tomorrow, boom, it's ready for them. They'll be there for them.
And that's why we're doing this. We really want to push tomorrow's release. It's very important. So if you've been a part of this process watching, since the beginning, we shot this in January 2016, and you've been as hungry to consume it as we have been to get it out there. That's why we're doing this today for 12 hours to get you to pledge to watch it. There's many platforms you'll be able to do it, but then past that, if you want to celebrate it further, consume it in different ways, there will be different ways. Can we discuss, because I know I've had several people question a physical copy. Will people be able to hold a copy in their hands at some point?
They should be able to. What we're looking for is something called the Amazon MOD. So it's manufacturing on demand. I think we brought it to a few places. We didn't have any pickups on the DVD side. So what it would be is we give Amazon more or less, the what the hell is it called? The DVD art, and then they do the DVD wrap, and they can create it on Amazon side. They can create it so as they come in, they start getting created that way, as opposed to making 50,000 units and then not being able to do 49,000 of them. There should be a way, at least so that your guys' fans can get a physical copy. I'll make sure from Matt that I got the answer on that one.
Very cool, very cool. We got a question from Tom Sherlock on YouTube. Mark, do people pitch their movies to you once they're completed? What do you look for in a film?
Well, that's a great question. Oh my God, I feel like I'm on like a dating show. I love this. Do people pitch their films once they're completed? Yes, typically. We do kind of live in the high octane, in the completed realm. We have done development projects before, whether it's they want to sign someone on, kind of give a few financiers confidence, or they want to get an LOI from us, letter of intent, so that they can start bringing it to get talent and whatnot. Completed is always the way to go. We have been doing something called pre-sales, which is, let's say you had a film, you're like, "Hey, I have this film. It's going to be a budget of about $500,000. I want to go out there. It's a cool horror movie. It's an awesome sci-fi film. We can totally do that. The only way we could do it is going to be with talent." And everyone always thinks, like you guys, you guys have some serious recognizable names in your movie. That's awesome. when it comes to pre-sales, it's really kind of a crappy world, but it's more or less like Nick Cage or nothing. So we brought a film that had some pretty solid talent. I can't say the movie, but it had like Mickey Rourke and Christina Ricci, and even those names weren't enticing enough to get some buyers out of bed. So it's a bit of it's a bit of a harder realm. But what do we look for in film? So exactly kind of as I was saying was you want high octane. You want the other side of distribution is sales is bringing the film to international distributors, going, hey, all of our contacts in Germany, we have this film, Haunting of Grady Farm, found footage, super scary. Do you want to go ahead and check out a screener? And we stay on top of them, and then they can put in an offer to exploit the film in their territory. What international buyers really want is why we're high octane. A good drama, a good comedy, I love them. I love them. One of my favorite films of all time is Short Term 12. Like, I love them, but they have a hard time translating to international audiences. I always say, Iron Man punching Captain America in the face is the same thing no matter what language you speak. So you want to have that spectacle to it. And spectacle can come in the form of horror, in the form of sci-fi, and come in the form of family, fantasy, action, just being able to have something that would translate on many different levels. John Wick, you'll be watching that movie for 4 or 5 minutes, and there's no dialogue. It's just Keanu Reeves punching people over and over and over. That translates very well internationally. Grady Farm, 5 people in the woods getting terrorized by this outside force. That's a really creepy concept. You don't need to understand English to watch. The scene where you see, oh my gosh, I forgot the character's name.
Ashley.
The girlfriend as she's hanging in the forest. That's a creepy image. Watching the host of the show kind of get taken out of the car. Those images are really what's going to kind of put the buyers over the edge and go, yeah, this does look pretty creepy. When we either subtitle this with our native language in Germany, Japan, they'll genuinely dub over a movie. That's kind of what they were looking for, is what's going to get people excited. Because you guys know, we don't have, a Christian Slater or anything in this movie. So the genre and the quality of the film kind of has to sell it on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Quality's there, as always. And the genre, it's creepy. That's what you want in a good horror movie,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, terrifying day tomorrow. So wrap it up with an even more terrifying movie. The Haunting of Grady Farm comes out tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, and as Mark said, many other awesome platforms. DirecTV, I believe, said In Demand.
Yeah, In Demand, Dish.
Yeah. We had another great question from my boy Tom on YouTube. Is watching on Amazon and rating and reviewing the film the best way to put money in your pockets? I love that.
Absolutely. That's a great question. A good question we have all the time is, hey, I have a buddy who really wants to check out the film. Where should they watch it? Because different platforms have different revenue splits and, different this and different that. Amazon. Sorry, I keep swiveling. Amazon's always going to be the best place to go in terms of getting money in the pockets of the filmmakers, has the best split. Leaving a rating and review on Amazon is number one as well. Not only does it kind of get people excited when they stumble across and they go, hey, look, this thing's got 4.5 out of 5 and it's got 25 reviews, but it's going to kick into their weird Jeff Bezos style algorithm that's going to start popping it up a little bit more frequently on people who are watching other horror movies or other found footage movies or stuff that has been released, as of late. IMDb, another great place to leave reviews. Leaving reviews on a few other places doesn't even necessarily have to be, the 5 paragraphs. It can be, this wasn't bad. I'll an 8 out of 10 on it. And again, it may happen where you guys are going to start seeing, pretty not great reviews. I wrote for a long time prior to coming here, and I've read the comments on my articles. Not the best idea, but those comments were showing me, hey, look, eyeballs are on this. Of course, we don't want to see a 2 out of 10 review, but we're happy someone took the time to actually check out the film and leave their opinion on it. But yeah, anyone who wants to leave a review, good or bad, Amazon, IMDb, always the 2 better places to go. And if you're trying to pick a platform to check it out on, always Amazon.
Awesome. Yeah, everybody check it out on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned you're a cinephile. I've been asking every guest that we've had on here today, what's your favorite horror film?
Oh gosh, open up a can of worms here. So I'm trying to think if I have any again, I have a lot of tattoos. Do I have any horror film tattoos on me? I do. The next one I want to get is a very random one, but it just scared the shit out of you. You guys, 2012 Sinister.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people that think like I always hear Sinister. That's interesting.
Sinister's pretty incredible. Saw it in theaters. It was a rough one for me. I love Ethan Hawke. He's just one of those. Every now and again, you just get a good actor who you just love. Ethan Hawke for me. I love Ewan McGregor. Another one that I would say is my favorite is a bit older, 2002. It is. I have a tattoo of it actually on my back, which is Signs.
Oh wow, nice.
I love Signs. I just think it's just a very well-rounded. I always have this argument with people where you can say, like, what's your favorite movie versus what's a good movie. Like I always argue, like I love Signs and I love Sinister. What do I think is a near perfect horror movie? Probably something like The Exorcist, or something like even The Ring. I think it's all the
Oh, God.
nails the head it's supposed to.
Dude, I will never forget the experience of seeing The Ring in the theater for the first time. Like there had never been a horror movie like that, I feel. And there were so many after it that tried to be like it. And then the only other film I can kind of relate to that similar experience in a theater was Paranormal Activity, the first one. And then after that, I feel like there were so many movies like Paranormal Activity, but those to me were two like benchmark theater experiences of genuine, like, oh my gosh, this is scary. Ben, I know we've had to talk about this before. What is your favorite horror film? I feel like we've talked about it, but I can't remember right now.
Mine is with time becoming a list that I'm realizing that the if I look at what's the commonality between them is John Carpenter. I love The Thing. They Live is always in one of my top 5 favorite movies.
I love Roddy Piper, dude.
That movie has the best fight scene.
By the way, can I put this out in the universe? I am pushing real hard to be Piper in the Hulk Hogan biopic that's being produced. I want that part so bad.
Right now, scream about this on Twitter, all social media. Make Shane Roddy Piper.
Make me Roddy Piper. Make me Piper.
Yeah, make him Piper. But I really love the first Halloween. The original Halloween is just so good. So realistically, I just like John Carpenter.
The Thing for me was one of those movies. I don't know if you guys went to film school. I went to Arizona State.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah, I did the media studies program, and we spent about a week and a half looking at The Thing because there's just so much there to dissect. The suspense of it. It has one of the greatest jump scares, surprisingly enough, when they're going and they're touching the hot wire to the blood, and the one jumps out. The practical effects on it, the end. It was one of the first films to have genuine ambiguity to, hey, is he not, or either of them? It's so good. It's such a. I hate using the term because it doesn't necessarily mean good, but every now and again you just get a very good bro movie. Something like that is a very good bro movie. If you've ever seen Fury by David Ayer, it's just a very good, just balls to the wall, hard. It's cold, it's claustrophobic, it's intense at all times. God, I love The Thing. I love it so much.
The Thing is so good.
Hold on, Ben. Take the lead. I'm trying to knock out something real quick.
Have at it. I thought you were about to say you're going to have to pee.
No. That's
drank,
probably 5. That's a good 5 minutes from now, though.
Yeah, there's an ongoing drinking game, Mark. Not necessarily alcohol, but every time Shane has to pee, people have to take a drink.
I'm sorry. I just got a baby bladder.
If it's in a situation where I don't want to pee, like the movie's about to start, going on the road trip, no, I'm 10 times immediately.
Yeah,
okay. It's a neurological thing. I know it.
Oh,
I'm back.
I've felt like I've had to pee consistently through this whole thing.
But I'll knock out a pee. Let's play. let's play the trailer again. This is the Haunting of Grady Farm. It's coming tomorrow. Amazon. We are pushing real hard. Go watch it on Amazon. Give it rating and review via High Octane Pictures, and we will be right back.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy. It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
What?
Who is that?
We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died.
I should tell you something murdered her, okay? You had nothing to do with find him. Oh my God.
We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
Two things I hope you take away from the 12 hours we're doing this today is, one, that you should absolutely watch that movie, The Haunting of Grady Farm, but also that Shane pees a lot. Guys, hydration is key if you're doing a 12-hour live stream. Everybody watching at home, we have a very special guest with us right now, Mark Silva from High Octane Pictures, our distribution company and partners. And I'm genuinely so honored and excited to be working with you guys on this. And, I hope that and believe in my heart that we will be kind of considered as, a little cult classic amongst the list of people's little favorites, if not definitely one of the best found footage horror movies people will watch. I know found footage in particular, and I'm sure you've seen many of them when looking for new movies to acquire. But people can tend to get lazy, not lazy, but you know what I mean? It's an easy way to make a quick movie. And we wanted to, not just rely on how easy a found footage film can be, but, in the other direction, do a found footage movie, but still make it, artistic, and the shots can still be beautiful and thought out. And, a lot of thought can still be put into it, even though it just is a found footage movie. So yeah, my question, I guess, is like, I'm sure you've seen a lot of found footage movies that, it sounds negative. I'm not intending to bash a filmmaker, but you can get lazy because it's easy to get that way. Pick up a camera, run around and shoot.
Oh, but there's some really good ones though.
There are.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like Creep is one of my absolute favorites.
Dude, Creep is so good.
Oh, it's so insanely
Creep
good.
is good. I think a great way to kind of answer that, talk about it, is kind of look at exactly both the two poles on both of them, the north and south. The good and the bad. You look at a bad found footage film, and the word you're looking for, the word I've always used, Shane, is I always say it's a crutch.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah. Some filmmakers will use found footage as a crutch because they're like, hey, I don't need a DP. The lighting could be whatever because it's realistic, man. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. It does, because a found footage could be considered a crutch, people would say, because you bring a film that has zero lighting and terrible cinematography and shaky camera, and it's not found footage, you can be like, what the hell am I looking at here? But you bring it in, it's found footage, and people are a bit more forgiving. But like Ben was saying, like, you do it the right way, and there are one of my favorite, it's a bit of a higher example of it, but one of probably my top 10 films of all time is Cloverfield. I love Cloverfield, and they used it the right way. When you're shaking the camera it's not because, oh, my actor was walking weird or the character. It's because you want to show a sense of chaos. You want to show a sense of hecticness. When you're sitting there, looking at you guys' friend, the jokester, and he's cracking wise, over and over again about how his girlfriend died. It's like there's a point for that. It brings you into the audience, and you remember, oh, I remember, busting the balls of my buddy. So it makes me really kind of, because that's what you want. You want who was it? Roger Ebert. I think he said like movies are empathy machines, and you want to do your best to kind of engross yourself in the film. That's why VR is becoming so big. You want to be able to look left and look right, and you're still in the movie. You want to forget yourself and just kind of be implanted in the movie. And when you're watching from a first-person point of view, it's a damn near perfect way to go about it.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts of the whole process of the filming of this was visually. Not only did we take a lot of time in how all the shots looked, but like I feel like I said this so many times when we were shooting, Ben, like, man, like you couldn't have made a film look like this, because I don't know if you know this, Mark, but that land was donated to us. And it was, a family had owned it. It was a farm and it was abandoned, and nobody had lived there since like 1990, I think was the last time somebody lived there. So that house, that creepy house, was just like left with all this crap in it.
What state is it in?
It's Florida, my hometown, Lake
nice.
Wales. Yeah, Lake Wales, Florida. Since then, everything has been, I think, bulldozed and stuff. But, when we got there, it was just all of this, like, just stuff everywhere. And it's like, we almost didn't want to touch it, because it was like, you can't pay to make something look this authentic. Like, and I want to cut to a clip just to kind of give people the vibe or what I'm trying to explain and show them what I'm saying. So there's a part of the movie when the cast gets to the land, and they kind of start like going out and exploring a bit. And then, Ben, we can talk about this a little further when we come back from this quick clip. The Haunting of Grady Farm, available tomorrow on Amazon via High Octane Pictures.
Kind of looks like it.
Whoa!
Like a lion.
Wait, what does it say?
They can't read it. Can't read it.
Here.
It's
Oh,
it's
look
gone.
at this here. Yeah, there's some kind of writing here.
Yeah.
Oh God, I love this stuff.
Sad case of heroin.
I know that no one actually lived.
I don't see mine. No one lives here. This place has been run down for sure.
I mean, none of that was placed there by us. That was everything. Even that like Irish Celtic thing like was just there, and we're like, you know what? It's all meant to be. Like, this movie was meant to come out, and but yeah, Ben, I mean, you were there hands on. Like, it was eerie. Like, some of it was eerie. Like,
the stuff that was on the land honestly truly creeped me out. I'll never remember. There was a couple times where we left like a piece of equipment deep where we were shooting the campsite, and I would have to run past the trailer, and I would sprint because I hated being in those woods alone at night. Mm-hmm. Or if I was breaking down equipment alone, like far away from everybody, I would sing as loud as I could to just try to forget that I was alone so far away. Because this was like, I don't know, there was like, from base camp, it was probably like 800 meters, like a half mile from one edge of where we were shooting to the other. Yeah, just like what was there, what we were working with. We truly did not touch anything. The trailer we did touch, but only to make it less scary. Yeah, because like it was pretty intense when we first walked into it.
One the in the film you will see, and we'll have clips of this throughout the day too. But there's a trailer, a creepy house, and it's full of stuff from like the 70s on, just everywhere. So we had a lot of rats and like things we had to like deal with weeks before that to make the place not a health hazard, but also like clean it up a bit. But we didn't want to like get rid of too much. We just wanted to adjust it to make it look like, hey, this is a mess that somebody might still be living in. And so, man, I don't think anybody could, you can't pay to make something look like
no, you could pay a set decorator $1 million and they'd be fighting to get what we just stumbled onto.
Well, that's a question I was thinking. If you guys, let's say you got there and that wasn't there, it was just a perfect little shack or something. What I know Matt's not here, but I always said that the job of the director is kind of to get the vision in your head out onto the camera. So what do you think you guys would you have wanted something very similar to it? Would you have wanted something a bit more different, a bit more maybe like culty on the walls? Or
I don't know. Like, I can't imagine if because there was another trailer on the property we used as base camp that was a little more of a renovated trailer. Someone had lived in it a bit recently. And I don't imagine that we probably would have shot in it if something looked too pristine. But I can't answer that. Matt,
yeah, honestly, I think the land came to us during the writing process. Like, so we knew we had that. Like that was like our shiny object during the writing process. Is we knew we had this great creepy trailer that we were gonna use, and which was part of where the idea for Tony DeMille's character came from. It's just we knew we had that, and we were like, well, we got to use it.
Got a good question. And Tom is our MVP of questions right now. Tom Sherlock on YouTube. Was the location haunted? I mean, truthfully, there was a lot of weird noises and just, I'm going to say that I would say so. I mean, you got to think, Ben, like that place, like all the families that had lived there, like it was legit a farm.
Yeah. It definitely had like an eerie feel. Like I really did not like being alone there. And I'm not somebody that gets spooked easy, but like walking that land at night alone in the dark, I was just like,
Mark, do you have any ghost stories or experiences?
It's so funny. I can go about one. It actually just got it closed up. But when I was a kid, I went to Jewish summer camp because that's what little 13-year-old Jewish boys do. And I was at Jewish summer camp. We went to these lava tubes in Phoenix, or kind of more like Flagstaffish, northern Arizona. And I remember the counselors were like, "Oh, there's cave people here. They live here, and the government doesn't bother them because they don't bother people. So if you see any, like, just don't notice them. They're obviously just pulling our chain. They're just joking." And all the other 13-year-old kids are like, "Oh, I'm sure." And Mark is like bug-eyed, and he's like, "Oh my god, if I see one, I'm gonna freak out." And so we're going through the caves, and people are walking by. We're walking in. It is. I don't know if you guys have ever been in like lava tubes, but they're like a mile deep. And once you go down, and then once you get in, it flattens out. Once you're down and you're maybe 20 feet in, it is. I don't know if you've ever been in pitch black to the point of you put your hand in your face and you can't see it. Like it is pitch black. And so we get down there and we keep walking. We kind of come to the end, and it's just kind of the rocks just get a little denser, and there's not much more you can walk through. And there's this little hole. And I took my headlamp and I looked through the hole, and I saw it was almost like a dome on the inside. It was huge. I was like, "Oh my god, that's thick. We can like get through it." And so all the counselors were like, "All right, turn our headlamps off. We're gonna do." It was a religious camp, but it wasn't too religious. So we did a little prayers, said a few things. And then we turn our lamp back on. I turn my lamp on right into the hole, and I swear to God, it could have been my brain playing tricks on me. But I saw like this kid's face, like where am I looking? Like that much of a kid's face.
Oh,
he was like all white, and his eyes were like totally blacked out. And he looked like the kid from The Grudge, the little creepy kid in all white, like the top of the stairs in The Grudge. And I freaked out. I jumped back, and I was like, "Oh my God, there's a kid in there." And the counselors were like, "Dude, we were joking." I was like, "I don't care. He's in there." And you can tell the counselors were like, "Oh man, what do? We just broke this kid." And so I've always been joking ever since then. I'm like, "Yeah, man, it's an okay person." Never anyone's like, "You want to go into these caves?" Then I'm like, "No, dude, can't. Cave people freak me out." And I know me and my girlfriend went camping 2 weekends ago, and for some reason I had the memory in my head that those that campground was in like by New Mexico. I don't know why, but we still live in Phoenix, and so we went camping in Flagstaff, and our buddies brought us to this lava tubes. And I'm like, "Oh, cool!" And we're going in, and I'm in them, and I'm like, "This is the same freaking lava tubes." I don't know why. I could not remember.
Wow.
And It was kind of like I mean, as an adult male, like I was like kind of like still like from like 20 years ago, I still have a memory that's like effing me up right now. And we went through. I was totally fine. We got to the end. There was a few kind of like Ben was saying. It's one of those like I call them spiders on the neck. It's like I was sitting there and like my girlfriend, and my buddies are kind of far away. I'm sitting by myself, and you just get like the little like and like it just creeps you out for a sec. You just want to get away from wherever you are. A few of those, but no cave people, sadly. But I thought it was kind of a cool wrap up to the story.
Yeah, Ben, have you ever experienced any paranormal?
Actually, yeah. No, I was about to say like no. I totally. Well, I guess I have two stories. One, I was a kid. My uncle lived in Daytona, Florida, and we would go visit him all the time. And he had this guest bedroom with a poster of Jim Morrison and then a poster of Sgt. Pepper, like the album cover. And at night, when we were staying there, I swear to God, I have vivid memories of it as a kid, of everything moving in the posters. Like Jim Morrison's face would turn, look at me, mouth would move. I would scream at night, like, and to the point where they're like, "We're just gonna take the pictures down when you guys are in town, put them in the closet. We'll put them back up when you're gone." So laughed about that for years. Cut to like a decade later. My uncle has a guest staying in town, and this guy stays. He finds the guy sleeping on his couch the next day, and he's like, why didn't you sleep in the guest room? He's like, this is gonna sound weird, but I swear the posters were moving last night.
Ooh, that's creepy.
And so I wasn't a crazy kid. It's not for that reason.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever hear the story? I want to say it was in Florida, but maybe it just sounds like a Florida story, so it's in my head. But there was this guy, and he would go to work every day, or it was like a couple, like a young couple. And thank you, Katie. They would go to work every day, and they'd come home, and they're like, there would be water in their shower, and then they would go the next day, and there'd be like there would be something missing from like pens missing, or there'd be a cupboard open. It was just like stereotypical creepy stuff happening like throughout a week. And they just had no idea what it was. So they called one of those like paranormal guys, and he came in, and he was like, there's zero signs of any paranormal stuff here. Zero signs of it. And then one night the guy wakes up in the night, he hears it, and he's like, this is happening. I'm figuring out what the hell's going on. So he like grabs his bat, and he goes in the kitchen, and he sees a girl, probably like an 18, 19-year-old girl. And he's like, what are you doing here? And she just scurries, just runs out. And he looks, and his attic was open, and she was squatting in his house for a week, living in the attic. And she would come down and sleeping, and she would grab the food, and she would take a shower. Because it's one of those like Saw and Hostel always asked me when I was a kid, because it was like feasible, like it was something that could happen. That story to this day, oh my God, it messes me up. It kills me.
That is
wild.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I had one incident when I was a kid. I mean, still, yeah, it was horrifying. So I was walking out of my bathroom into my bedroom. Very quick story. I was walking out of my bathroom into my bedroom, and then across the room is the door that comes into my bedroom. And I look over, and there is a guy, a tall man, didn't know who he was, walks by my door, and that was it. Like I slammed the door shut, I ran to bed, and like it was just like this pale, tall man that I've never seen before.
Did he have a hat on, like a fedora? Do you remember that at all?
Was it
I don't remember. Why?
I heard a story of I can't imagine this was you, but have you guys ever heard there's some type of drug? I not that you were on it, but I think it's DMT or something. And everyone who takes it experiences.
I was big into that when I was 12 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you were doing DMT when you were 12. But they experience like same person, and he's listed as a really tall, thin, pale guy, and he's always wearing like a fedora.
I mean, seriously, there could be like, I believe, not to get too deep, but I believe in spirits, and, like, who knows, man? Like, who knows, like if it's the same kind of entity that, hops around in some weird dimension. I don't know, man. Horror, baby.
I have a question if it's cool with you guys. Something that always intrigues me in horror movies is, you know how you have like the final girl, like you know, the Jamie Lee Curtis or whatever. The order in which people are killed off always fascinates me. Because I'm always like, was it just like, hey, this guy's got another movie in a week, got to get him off set quick, or is there kind of like a stipulated order? I noticed you guys, it kind of came fast and furious when it started. But what was kind of your guys' thought sense there? Was there a specific reason it started with who it started and someone came second?
Not to reveal too much, but most of the cast and crew, we were lucky to have everybody the whole process. So we weren't limited to like, oh, we got to write off this person for scheduling purposes. There was one character, and I don't want to spoil anything, that we did not have for that long. So Ben, did we write it based on that?
I think it kind of just worked out perfectly. It's like we had already wrote it because that was the character that we cast. That wasn't a friend that we knew beforehand. This was someone we put out a casting notice on Actors Access. Found a lot of great people, but she was like embodied the role. So it was a thing where like we only needed her for a couple days, and she's like, "Great, that's all I can give you."
Yeah, it worked perfect. And like we had to, for this cast member specifically, we had to, and if you watch tomorrow, she is one of the earlier people that may have passed in the movie. But we only had her for a short amount of time, but we were like, we got to make it work because like she was exactly what we needed for that character. And nobody else was, not necessarily, nobody was doing bad on the tapes, but it's a part of the casting process. It's like, when like, and she crushed it.
Like during the whole casting process, like every tape we watched, they're like, "Oh, that might be the person. Oh, that might be the person." And then we saw her tape. It's like, nope, she embodied.
Hands down. And she, she's busy and she had a job, so we had to adjust things. And that's what happens in filmmaking. Is like when somebody crushes it, sometimes you have to like adjust things a little bit. And most of the time, things can be adjusted, especially on a lower budget project like this. We were able to make it work, and I'm so glad we did. Our MVP of questions right now, Tom Sherlock on YouTube. Did this film satisfy your itch to make horror movies? Can you see yourself making more films in this genre? I'd love to answer this. And then Ben, I'd love to hear what you have to say about that. Absolutely, definitely satisfied my itch, and it definitely makes me want to make more. I'm already writing another horror feature that almost done with writing, that very unique concept, but very easy to produce, which is something as a filmmaker myself, like I love that kind of thing where it's like, you get very creative by being very resourceful with not only like people's time, but budget and location. So I'm working on writing a horror film that I'm very excited to maybe shoot one day. Mr. Ben Kaplan, are you going to make are you making any more horror movies after this, Ben?
No, never.
Done.
No. This wasn't my first horror movie. I made another film called Slasher.com a couple of years prior. I fell in love with the horror community. I was a horror fan, but like I love making stuff for the horror community. The horror community is just there's such a loyal group, such a loving, giving group, and like I love making stuff for horror fans. I coincidentally am in another horror film that comes out tomorrow. I'm only an actor in it, but after you watch Haunting of Grady Farm, check out Blind, which also comes out on VOD. But I'm writing a couple and working on producing a couple horror projects right now. They're all in early stages, so we'll see what takes up first. But I really want to do a horror comedy, and I got a couple of
me too.
Yeah, I love horror comedies, and I really, really, really want to do like a horror comedy with like some just like cool 80s slasher vibes. But also make it funny.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question based off that, but first, Ben, I know Blind. I saw Blind.
Oh, you did? Cool.
I did.
You wouldn't recognize me in it because I had a giant beard.
I did not recognize you at all. I remember I saw it. We're actually really good friends with Uncorked as well.
Oh, cool. Yeah, and I know you guys distributed Marcel's other film, Rootwood.
Yep, we are doing Rootwood. You're absolutely correct. But Yeah, I know. I remember I was looking at films with Sarah Friend. Remember
Yeah,
him up.
Sarah's a good friend.
Yeah, no, that one's not to take. I mean, if you have to pick one, pick Grady Farm. But after that, if you still have extra money, make sure you go watch Blind then.
Watch both, double feature.
Yeah, it would be a perfect double feature.
Have a Ben Kaplan double feature night.
Ain't a better night. There ain't a better night.
If you
I had a question.
Farm and you're like, I want to see that guy be a weird pervert with a beard, go watch Blind. That's what I'm doing in that one.
Mark, you said you had a question?
Yeah, I love the idea of horror comedies. I love them because I have a theory. I wrote a paper for it in school where you have, I say, horror comedy versus comedy horror. So a comedy horror, I would put something like Tucker and Dale. Like it's comedy first and there's horror aspects to it. For something that's horror comedy, I would put very much so in the vein of like a Cabin in the Woods. What's your,
I never thought about it that way.
What's your guys' favorite? You don't have to specify which one, but what's your guys' some of your favorite horror comedies or comedy horror?
I mean, Cabin in the Woods, you just said it there. It's
so
one of the greatest films. I love that movie. But there was one I watched recently. It was an Irish film that had Will Forte in it. What is the name of that one?
Extraordinary?
Yes. Oh my God, I loved that one. That's definitely a comedy horror.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it was so funny and it had so much heart. And
I have two that are coming to mind. Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse.
That one's so good.
And then what's the Bill Murray zombie movie that came out recently?
Not Zombieland, right?
No.
The Dead Die Twice, something like that.
Bill Murray zombie movie.
The Dead Don't Die.
The Dead Don't Die, yeah.
Yep. So good. So good.
I think that one. Mine's always going to be. It's not very scary, but one of my favorites has always been. Shaun of the Dead.
Oh, Shaun! Yeah. I love Shaun of the Dead. I got
kind of changed the game. Like if you think
it did.
100%. Well, I mean, Mark, I want to thank you so much for hopping on here. I know you're a busy dude. We just wanted to come on here, celebrate a little bit, and also encourage people to watch the movie tomorrow. If you had to tell people one reason as to why they should watch this, as our guy who's helping get it out there, why should people check out The Haunting of Grady Farm?
As of right now, the industry we're kind of in is it's kind of up in the air. More so looking at like studios and kind of the big pictures. But really, Amazon and iTunes and all of those guys, they're not sure kind of how things are going to go in the future. So being able to support not just a movie in the movie industry, but an independent film, brought to you by awesome up and coming filmmakers. Showing that support to people like me that this movie's going to do well. In the future when Shane and Ben want to go through the next one, the number one question their potential financier or whoever is going to ask, hey, how did your previous movie perform? And no matter how many platforms I get it on or how much PR you guys do, all that matters is people getting excited about it and going out there and watching it. And it's not about getting money in my pocket. It's not about getting money in your pockets. It's about continuing what you guys are wanting to do. And if they enjoyed it, watching it is the number one way to get you guys to do the next one. It really is.
Oh, yeah. Well, Mark, I appreciate you and everything you're doing for the film. Do we know yet anything about the other platforms or I know Amazon is where we're pushing.
And well, either way, Amazon's where we're pushing. I have the request out right now. When I get it, Shane, I'll text it to you or I'll shoot you an email so you can bring it up right in the middle of the feed.
Awesome, dude. I appreciate you so much.
Cool.
And I'm glad you and Ben got to. Well, I haven't seen you, but like,
I know.
Yeah, I've only heard your voice over the phone.
Yeah,
I'm a real person.
Yeah,
man. Well, once all the world goes back to normal, hopefully we can eventually get together and clink a beer together or something.
I know, right? I feel like you guys are forgetting the number one guest star in this live stream, which is Ben's cat.
Ben's cat, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's your cat's name?
This is Tulip. My other cat, Sage, made a very early appearance, but I picked her up and danced her around on the screen, and she wasn't having it, so she's long gone.
If you get tired in the middle, you guys will switch. Will you go take a nap?
Well, I do have to switch. For everybody watching, I do have to switch to a second stream at 4 p.m. Pacific, just based on website stream limitations. But no, I'm going through the whole thing.
Hell yeah.
And I'll be right back. I got to go answer the door because none of my roommates are.
What do you think, Ben? Mark,
All right,
thank you so much for being here, dude.
Shane, I'm sure I'll check it out again a little later when I'm a little more free. I'll come pop back on, ask some questions.
Pressure,
Shane. Thanks so much, you guys.
Bye. Everybody watching, this is the 12-hour live stream. We are streaming all day. I'm also streaming over here on my TikTok. What's up, guys? If you want to watch live what's actually happening and see the guests that you're listening to, the link is right here on the screen. But yes, we are streaming, guys, for 12 hours. One, to celebrate that we sold a movie. We made a movie. We finished a movie. We're putting it out there. Tomorrow, you can watch The Haunting of Grady Farm. Go watch it on Amazon. It's the best place to support it. But it will be on other platforms. It will be on iTunes. It will be on Vudu. It will be on demand, from what I'm hearing. But I will know the exact list at some point today, which I will then start pushing. But Amazon is what we're pushing.
Amazon.
And then Amazon, baby. And go leave a review after. Reviews, Ben, I know, and I want you to express the importance of that because you also have a movie out there. Reviews are so important.
They're incredibly important. They help bump us up so more people, who enjoy watching genre films, it will put it in a position where it's like, hey, if you like this film, other people like The Haunting of Grady Farm. Why don't you check that one out? So please, 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 if you like the film, I also just feel like a lot of times, and I'm guilty of it, is I like a film, I'm like, wow, that was great. I'm done with it. I don't review it. But then, like, the times I'm most tempted to write a review is when I was like, ooh, that was a piece of crap. And then I'm like, and then I'm tempted to review it. And I think people who execute a little bit more on reviewing things tend to more so review the films they don't like, so give us, if you like the film, review it. And if you hate the film, review someone else's film.
Give that negative. No, I was going to say, give that review to somebody else's film.
Yeah, no, but there is a weird thing. And I've wanted to figure out how to address it. I think there's a thing of like indie filmmakers, like negatively reviewing other, because like,
is that a thing?
It's totally a thing. We already have, we have 70 reviews on this one website as of a year ago of just like, and they're like 1-star, 2-star reviews. And I contacted the website and I was just like, this film doesn't come out for another year.
Just flooding us with negativity and the movie's not even out yet.
Yeah. And I contacted the website. I was like, there's nowhere people could watch it. It's like, well, maybe somebody saw a film festival screening. I'm like, no, there's nowhere people could have seen it.
That is bizarre.
Yeah, but I know we dealt with it a little bit with slashers. Like suddenly, like we had a huge influx of like 1-star reviews like a month before the film came out because like we had pre-orders on Amazon, and it's like nobody could see this. Like, and I went and I looked at the accounts of the people giving it 1-star reviews, and they were hitting every like indie horror film. They're giving it 1-star reviews, except for there was a couple that they gave 5 to, and I was like, this might be the filmmakers trying to, and there's enough. If you're an indie filmmaker and you're watching this thinking you're going to give a bunch of indie films a 1-star review, there's enough room for all of us to rise to the top.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. And we're going to find out when exactly time-wise it'll be live on Amazon, just so that we can like, hey, it's out, go watch it if you want to watch it right when it comes out. But yeah, man, I'm pumped. It's exciting.
It's so exciting. This has been such a long time coming and
surreal to think about. Really surreal.
Really, I'm proud of this film. My mom watched it and she loved it. And she's like, I'm not just saying this because you're my son. Is a really good movie, and I think people are going to really respond well to it. And so far, the reviews have been 100% positive. We just got a 5 out of.
Yeah, what was yesterday's review that came in? Tell us about that.
It's from Culture Slate. They gave us a 5 out of 5.
Hell yeah!
And also they said some degree of one of the best found footage films of the year.
That's it's very surreal. It's very surreal.
A couple other that the writers have already reached out who've watched it. They're like, we're working on the review, but Jay, just wanted to let you know the film is great.
Wild.
Yeah.
And it's funny, like through all the like years of the post-production, there would be like waves of me like, I don't know if anybody's going to love this, to then like at the end of it, when Matt and I in Georgia, like a year and a half ago, we were like finishing, I think probably the last cut, one of the last cuts of it. And we both kind of looked at each other like, I kind of like it. I think this isn't that bad. Like, and the more I like have watched it since, I'm like, it is great, man. Like, I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it.
It's hard to like watch it critically.
Mom left the bad reviews.
She would never. Kaplan is a saint.
She is a saint.
Also an overly supporting mom.
Mm-hmm. Same with my mom. We both have really good moms. We're very, very fortunate. Speaking of which, my mom will be on at 4 p.m. Pacific. So anybody wants to come back and see my mom, she'll be on at 4. But we do have some guests coming up shortly that I'm very excited about. And Ben, like, I don't know what your plans are, but hang as long as you want.
In and out. I at some point should put away those groceries because they've been sitting there about 3 hours.
Anytime, but definitely like at the end of the night, I would love to have all of us together. But yeah, coming up here shortly, we have Elizabeth Mihalik, who produced Cookie with me. So we'll talk to her a bit about the filmmaking process of filmmaking. And then Gabrielle Stone, who is, she's an actress and author, met her on a horror film, and she's been a part of amazing horror films herself. She's the daughter of Dee Wallace, who was the mom in E.T. and Cujo and all these great movies. So Gabrielle has been involved in acting and filmmaking for a long time. So I'm very excited to talk to her about horror and all kinds of great things. So we got special guests all day, baby. You know, so come in, hang all day, or pop in, pop out. A lot of great guests throughout the day. And, you know, you can see me because I'm going nowhere. Have I already lost it, Ben? Have I already lost it?
Oh, I think so.
You want to play another clip? You want to see it? You guys want to see a clip of Ben Kaplan? Let's see it in a kit. This is
Kaplan.
This has been Kaplan. This has been Kaplan and the flaunting of Grady Farm. Now, this is Ben's character, Ryan. He is, let me get a little backstory of this scene. He's setting up for, explain like why you are setting up a time lapse in the film.
My character is the cameraman for a show called Haunted America. And we're setting up like a transitional shot of just having like a cool sunrise, a time lapse of a sunrise. And so I'm out in the field setting up a camera when hilarity ensues.
Absolutely. Here's a clip from The Haunting of Grady Farm, releasing tomorrow on demand.
All right. Charlie? Dude, not funny. Whatever.
Well, there you have it. There you have it, Mr. Ben Kaplan's expert acting and performance as Ryan in The Haunting of Grady Farm, available tomorrow on demand. We're pushing Amazon. Go check it out on Amazon and leave a rating and review after. Ben, that pickup shot was shot 2 years after we shot the movie in like
so cold.
So cold.
We were in the mountains.
We were in the mountains of California, which that's a fun fact. We shot pickups and they match pretty well, I thought.
It really, like, I had to point it out to my mom when she watched it, and she was like, "No way." And I was like, yeah, that's not Florida, that's California.
I'll never forget leaving, like, we were wrapping up. We're like, let's get the hell out of here. It is so cold. And you and I jumped out of the car and shot that pickup shot so quickly.
Yeah. I was
miserable.
It was unbearably cold. Like, and then we were trying to be dressed like it's cold, but it's not that cold. I think it was like 38 degrees. I think it's what the car was saying. And we're just in hoodies, and we had already been out shooting for a couple hours. And it's just getting colder and colder by the minute.
Absolutely.
Unbearable.
here shortly, we're going to be bringing in two amazingly special guests that are dear friends of mine. Love making with them. I just produced Cookie with my friend Elizabeth Mihalik. She is coming in here shortly. Also, we're bringing in Gabrielle Stone, author of Eat, Pray, FML. And she's also been a part of many horror films. I met her doing an independent horror film. Ben, I know you may have met my friend Gabrielle. I don't know if you've met my friend.
I know her through you, and she's good people. I met her. I think the first time I met her was the Shane show.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I think that was the first. I had already known her through social media and just like, a lot of friends in common. But I met her through your show, and
Yeah, man. Good people. We're about to bring them in. But before we do, a couple things. You're watching 12-hour live stream for The Haunting of Grady Farm, which releases tomorrow on Amazon. We're pushing Amazon, but it'll be available on other platforms. Just got the list in. Here's the placement of where you can see The Haunting of Grady Farm via High Octane Pictures. Here we go, baby. Here's our list. Xbox, Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu, Amazon, the Big Witty. Love you guys at the Big Witty. Dish, In Demand, Man Baby, lots of places you can check out The Haunting of Grady Farm tomorrow, but we're pushing Amazon.
Did you say DirecTV? Was DirecTV on that list?
In Demand, I think, is DirecTV.
DirecTV. Yeah. Cool.
So rad. So many places you'll be able to check out The Haunting of Grady Farm, which we'll be pushing out throughout the day. So we're doing this so you pledge to watch it. And so we'll be here until 10 or 11 p.m. Pacific. I don't know if we're going to 10. I don't know how that works. Anyways, we're streaming forever, man.
Yeah, we're streaming straight into the sequel.
Straight into the sequel. All right, let's bring in our next special guest, one of my best friends. And I don't know if she knows this, but she's permanently working with me on all of my future projects. Elizabeth Mihalik, how are you, my friend? Hold on, unmute you. Let's see.
Hi.
There we go.
Hey.
Yay. Elizabeth, have you met Ben?
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. If we did, it was just in passing.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Elizabeth, Ben, Elizabeth.
Hello, Ben.
Hello.
So yeah, Ben is a friend of mine who produced this movie with me. He acted in it with me. And
cool.
Yeah. So Ben, I wanted to bring Elizabeth on here because she is real deep right now into making things. She is very good at producing, writing. She's also a great actress. We actually shot something really fun this past weekend. But Elizabeth, thanks for coming on here.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. This is fun.
Hell yeah. So anybody watching at home, if you have a question for Elizabeth about filmmaking, you can ask it about The Haunting of Grady Farm and we can kind of ping pong it. We want to chat. We want to hang. So you're producing a lot right now. And one of the things that you recently did that still blows my mind is, and I always get it wrong, you took a script and made it into a book.
A novel. Yeah. I adapted a screenplay into a novel.
And you said it was a bit more, you bit off a bit more than you thought it would be, or?
Well, I mean, in a sense, it was a little, well, I've never written a novel, so I can't say it was easy or hard. But it was easier than I anticipated because like the story is already existing, right? So the screenplay is already there. The characters are there. All I had to do was take the screenplay.
Guys, I hate to run. I'm getting a delivery and then you guys keep talking. Keep talking.
And so the story was already there. The characters were already there. So all I had to do was translate that into a novel, which is the backwards way, right? Usually it's a novel into a screenplay. But it was fun. It just was, it's a challenge to I think it ended up being something like 48,000 words.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah. And I just something I follow this director on Twitter. Her name's Jen Page. I think she's super rad. And she.
I know Jen.
Oh, okay. So it's her recent.
Not well, but I
film.
know Jen.
All right. So she directed a movie called Playing with Beethoven, and she co-wrote the script with this wonderful woman named Catherine Shefsky as well. And I follow her on Twitter, and one day she posted I'm looking for somebody that can adapt a screenplay into a novel, and I just was like, I feel like that's something I could do. And so I hit her up and she was like, no. I don't have any money to pay you. No. And I was like, I've got time. I'd like to give it a shot. So I did it. They wanted it turned around in 2 weeks, which was not possible.
Oh, yeah.
But and then I also line produced a feature film in the middle of writing that novel. So
Wow.
yeah. So it was a fun challenge, but now I have a whole new skill of adapting screenplays into novels.
Cool. I have a ton of stuff I'm going to send you.
You got it. You got it. I will have to raise my prices a little bit from what she had. But
How
we'll
do you
see.
feel about Subway sandwich gift cards?
Oh my God, so good.
She
That's
said,
awesome.
Sold.
That's on her LinkedIn. She takes cash for her Subway sandwich, and I'm exactly the same.
Only Subway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll do anything.
That's how I get myself into trouble. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, me too, man. I sometimes I'm like, then why did I love this person, but why did I say yes to this?
Oh, there's so much stuff that I'm quick to say yes to just because I'm like,
yeah, you got to hustle and grind and say yes to everything.
yeah. And then it's like,
and then when you're picking up the pieces of your mushy, broken brain, you're like,
Yeah.
why do I do this?
Well, I don't know if you guys have this too. I have that slight fear of like, what if it's like the next Twilight or like,
oh, of course.
And then you pass and you're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think that the thing that's one of my faults is I always feel like when I have momentum going that like I have to maintain it, or it's like if I stop, even though the truth of it is like, Shane, give yourself a day. Give yourself 2 or 3 days, whatever. Nothing's going to disappear. You're not going to lose anything. But it's like, I also like love making. I love what I do. I love creating. I'm a workaholic. Yeah. And so there's like this huge part of me I'm always falling. I always end up kind of burning myself out. And I'm like, God dang it, Shane, why do you do this to yourself? And then like, it's like, but it's all I love to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, that's great that you have that. Like you're such a content creating machine.
I go in waves for sure. Like right now I've had a really fun rhythm. It's hard with, obviously there's all the challenges with COVID, but like I found a great little park near me that like we just shot out in, and it's like, if, keep your distance, keep your masks on, and we can still make some things. So like I have a fun rhythm of like at least once a week, like meeting up with a friend, shooting some distance stuff. But it pales in comparison of like how, I want to dive in a little bit about like the filmmaking process of like making Cookie with you. That was like, honestly, I've told you this, the most creatively fulfilling thing that I've ever done to this point, other than the Haunting of Grady Farm, of course. But
different,
being on a full set, taking an idea, raising as much money as we did. It was like a surreal dream come true experience that is very, very addicting.
Yeah, that's true.
When I was on that set, like, Ben, you can relate, even when we were doing Grady, like taking an idea and then being there, seeing it happen. Like when we were on set and that car was on fire, and for before that, it was only an idea. That is the most addicting feeling. For a creator.
Yeah.
That first day on set of any project, like there's just so much possibility. And it's just like, even if it was a headache getting to that point, like everything shifts when you show up to set.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, okay, this is becoming a reality. And
yeah. Is that like
into a nightmare? But at least initially it's exciting.
Absolutely. Like, yeah, Elizabeth, like what do you love about the whole process? Like, tell us a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit of it. And I think that's also how I get myself into trouble because like I so want to help people make their dreams and like their visions come true. And so when someone comes to me and says, can you help me do this? I do have a hard time saying like, no. And it is like magical to watch someone like you be like, that was amazing. And then like, when I went to Scotland last year and we shot a short film that I wrote.
Please
and produced.
tell everybody about this story. It is surreal.
So dumb and so fun. But
no, it's not. Well, okay, I understand what you're saying, but continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's called The First Noel. A group of people I was working with, we decided we wanted to write a romantic comedy Christmas movie. and we had access to this place in Scotland. So we were like, why not? So I wrote a short film, and we went there last November to shoot this short film. We shot in 3 days. We stayed on the location of this amazing manor that we shot at. But I mean, it was not without like trials and tribulations. Like it was incredibly stressful.
They made snow happen indoors. Like, tell a little
That's
bit
the
about
thing. Yeah, I mean, that's like one of the things that when I was writing it, I was like, your producer brain kicks in as a writer too, and is like, snowing inside, like what are you doing? Stop it, you'll never be able to do that. But we did it. We found a company in Scotland called Artem Scotland, and they sent their special effects guy.
Oh my god!
With a Scotland snow people.
Yeah.
Before Black Scent. Jesus Christ.
He was such a weird dude that came, but he was super cool. And we were like staying, in the Highlands, so it's pretty far from everything. So he drove in like the day before and then stayed the night, and then the next day.
Was it like that fake soapy snow?
It was like a combination of like some like shredded plastic and then like a fake like powder. And then first he put down like foam snow that looks, on the floor, and then spread a bunch of that stuff around. And then as we were filming, had a big like fan that he would toss this mixture in, and it would throw it into the air. But it took
and when it was time to clean up, did you guys just run?
Oh my god, it was so hard. No, he ran. He bailed.
Yeah, I gotta go hunt a goat. I don't know.
Well, it was like low budget, and we weren't paying him a ton, and so I think it maybe was a longer day than he anticipated, and he had to drive out of the Highlands, but he like left a broom and like literally vanished.
That is so funny.
Wow.
So it took like 4 or 5 of us about 4 hours to clean that up.
Sure.
And just bags and bags of stuff.
That's the part of the process, everybody watching, that is like, you get to go watch a movie and like, but think about like in the Grady Farm tomorrow, think about all the blood and all of the, the things that take cleaning.
Man.
Yeah. There's
I
a
can't
scene
even imagine.
There's a scene in it that, I mean, we would like it by the end of every night. We were shooting at night. So we would get there like 7, 8 o'clock, shoot till about 5 or 6. For like every night, multiple, what was it, 12 days, Ben? Something like that?
Yeah, it was like 12 or 15 days.
Amazing.
And so every night we were running around in the woods, rolling around. And then, there were some nights where we're getting covered in fake blood or whatever. So it's like you're tired and you come home and like you have to take a weird shower, getting all this fake blood off you. So, that's a part of the process. Like people kind of forget about when watching movies, but it's a part of it.
One of my favorite things to think about is like when I was 19, I lived in LA for a summer with a roommate of mine from college, and we were extras in the movie Whatever It Takes, which was like James Franco's first high school things. James Franco, Shane West, and Marla Sokoloff.
Wait. Can I just highlight how fancy you freaking say Franco?
James Franco.
I've never heard anybody say Franco.
Is it Franco? James
It's
Franco?
I've heard only Franco, but I love Franco.
Well, he's a fancy guy.
Yeah,
but
fancy producer.
In that movie, the gym at the prom opens up and people fall into the swimming pool. What? And I was one of the people in a prom dress in the swimming pool as like an extra. And it took 2 days to like film that section of it, and like 4 days for the prom in total. And then when you watch the movie, the prom is like,
because I got to imagine you would
minutes.
go in, you'd have to get out, changed, get dried off for a retake.
We just stayed in the water. I mean, we stayed in the water for most of it. And then, they would film like.
But I hope you got that sweet water bump.
Oh, I'm sure we did. Non-union background,
Oh, then you didn't get the bump. They were
Probably
like,
not.
Enjoy the non-union craft services over there.
Yeah, we were having a great time though. I was in college at the time. We moved out here for the summer for like 3 months.
And you're in a movie.
Yeah, we got to we did so much background work that summer, but we learned so much. People kind of poo-poo the background work, but if you get on a set and your background and you can just stand nearby and observe everything that's going on, I feel like you could learn so much.
Oh, I highly, so, you know, if you want to be an actor, do background work. One, because like you said, you learn the whole process of it. I've done it. I'm sure Ben's done it. You know, you learn the process. And if you want to be an actor, watch, listen, like there's no shame in background work. Anybody that craps on people that do background work can like go F themselves, because like one, it's a great way to learn. And two, the films need background actors. Like the films need those people. It's important. Like
it's great networking too. That's how I found my first acting class.
Right.
The AD was on a live audience. I forget, like multicam show. I forget which show it was. It might've been Big Bang Theory. I don't remember, but like the AD was like, all right, we have like 3 hours to kill. What questions do you have?
Oh, wow.
And she was like, no, what industry questions? I'm sure most of you are actors. And somebody brought up acting class, and she shouted out this class. I was like, all right, I'm going to go check that class out. Cause I was fairly fresh to LA at that point.
Yeah.
I had no idea what to do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Everybody watching, this is a 12-hour live stream to promote The Haunting of Grady Farm, which comes out tomorrow on Amazon and many other platforms via High Octane Pictures. We're doing this to celebrate, but also to get you to pledge to watch the movie and then review it. Elizabeth, we're doing a drinking game today that anytime Shane has to go pee, I just use my name in the third person. Whoa, don't know why I did that. Anytime that I have to go pee, take a shot or take a swig of whatever you're drinking, because your boy's got to go pee. But here's the trailer again one more time for The Haunting of Grady Farm, coming out tomorrow on Amazon.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy. It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
What? Andy! Who is this? We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died.
I should tell you something murdered, okay? You had nothing to do with find him. Don't get out of here.
Turn around! Turn! We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm coming back with
Whoa.
snacks, baby. Coming back with snacks.
I grabbed a snack.
That looks terrifying. I don't
Do
know
you
if I'll
mean
be able to
it?
watch
Do you mean it?
Yeah. It's got very like Blair Witchy vibes about it. I'm sure
We
you've
actually
heard
got a
that.
review that from Pop Horror. Hold on, I'm out of breath. I was sprinting. We got a review from pophorror.com that told us we were just as good as the Blair Witch Project, but better acting. They said that. So I like that review. I'm all about that review.
That's cool.
But yeah, Elizabeth, we made Cookie one of the most fulfilling creative projects of my life. But I think the thing that I took away the most from doing this project versus Cookie is, you know, this Grady Farm was like the first big thing outside of sketch comedy that I had ever done.
Yeah.
And the thing I learned the most is the value of every single crew member. And then, you know, it's not that like, obviously we made this, we sold this, it's coming out tomorrow. But the thing that, you know, you can still make a movie with a small crew. It's just, then you got to realize that like, you're going to be wearing about 10 hats, each person, you know, like I ended up having to be AD and, part of, just many more hats than I had probably anticipated going into it. But that's a part of it. And the thing that I learned the most going from this to Cookie was just how important every crew member is, yeah, and how important you are. Like it started off a fun fact about Cookie, everybody watching. So Cookie's a short film I did to raise awareness for a neurological condition that I actually have had since I was 5 years old called spasmodic dysphonia. And so I wrote this movie about that. And when I approached Elizabeth, I was told by Gabrielle Stone, who's coming up here very shortly, our special guest, another special guest we have. She told me, she's like, you can ask Elizabeth, but I don't think she wants to do any more short films. And I was like, oh, God dang it. Because I want Elizabeth so bad, just based on your reputation. And so I remember when you agreed to do it. But when I approached you, I was like a little nervous to ask you because I wanted you so bad. But I'm just grateful you agreed to come on board because, right away I learned she broke down a budget. That's like game changer.
Man. It does make your life so much easier. And I've worked with people who've tried to reverse engineer a budget, and that is just not the way to do it. It's so much harder. But I was trying to stop doing shorts, and Gabrielle knew that. I've done, I think, line produced now 11 short films. And you eventually just want to make that next leap into features and keep moving forward. But the story of Cookie and the fact that it highlighted spasmodic dysphonia, which is something I knew nothing about before, that was important enough for me to want to get on board to help you have this story get made and get out there so that more people can know what spasmodic dysphonia is about. And that's something I've really started using in my kind of compass of projects that I work on and things I want to do is is it a good project? Does it have a nice social message? Will this add value to the world as opposed to just some stupid movie that we've seen 75 times already, just with a different white dude,
Yep.
So that was definitely a big part of it. And, never say never too, because Gabrielle and I made a short horror with her mom and a bunch of scream
tell us
queens.
A little bit about that. That just came out.
Yeah, that's called Stay Home. So Dee Wallace is Gabrielle Stone's mother. Dee was in Howling and Cujo and E.T. She reached out and said she wanted to create a project in quarantine so that they could stay connected to their horror fans because they all couldn't go to all these horror conventions and ways that they connect with them. And so Gabrielle and Chris Heck wrote this really smart, I guess they call them desktop movies, a movie that takes place all on FaceTime or Zoom. I've seen a couple of them.
Webcam movie Unfriended.
Yeah. Yes.
Was the big one.
Yeah. So it takes place. It's got Scout Taylor Compton in it, Danielle Harris from Nightmare on Elm Street, Barbara Crampton, Kane Hodder, who's the original Jason.
That's so sick.
Dee Wallace. I'm missing somebody, I think.
Did Gabrielle direct it? I mean, she'll be up here shortly.
Gabrielle and Chris co-directed it.
Okay.
So because we were in quarantine, it was Gabrielle, Chris, me, and then Tay Morgazi, who also produced it with us. It was just the four of us. It was the only crew we had. And we shot one actor at a time. And then when we needed the killer to be in the same room as the actor we were shooting, Gabrielle body doubled the killer. And and then there was a part where Tamor body doubled Kane Hodder for a part that we filmed. So through editing and really fun tricks, some stuff it looks like it's in Barbara Crampton's house, but in reality we were shooting it at Dee Wallace's house. And then we just put them together because, the actors, it was like a GoPro movie or they're on their own FaceTime or their own phone. So they had to be the DPs. So we just did all the other things that we had to fill in.
Are you a fan of horror? I think I've asked you this.
It depends, I think, what kind of horror. I'm not a big fan of torture porn. Like the Saw stuff, Hostel. I saw Hostel in the theater, like accidentally, thinking it was like a fun backpacking movie. And I saw it.
This small group goes to Amsterdam.
Yeah. So that I could have lived without seeing. But like psychological thrillers, I really, really love. And like Scream is one of my all-time favorite horror movies. That's a little more of a slasher.
Good. Can't wait to see what they do with the next one. Ben, I know you have to jump, but hop back on later, dude. We'll see you later.
Catch you later.
Nice meeting you, Ben.
Elizabeth. And I'll see you on later, Shane.
Absolutely. Hold on, I'm gonna take a
bye, everybody.
See you, bud.
Bye.
Bye. Now I'm out of here.
Everybody, your thing.
Hold on.
So I guess I'm learning to love horror movies. I don't know enough of them. I mean, I think the horror film I've been the most afraid of maybe is Poltergeist as a little kid.
Sure.
But also the Blair Witch had a really big impact on me.
Yeah, I was talking with one of our guests earlier, like, psychological horrors that deal with like demonic, that kind of thing. It kind of affects me because like I fully believe in that stuff. So yeah, torture porn, like that kind of stuff, like gore stuff, not about it. I mean, I will watch them, but it's not like I seek them. So yeah, I mean, I totally relate with you on that one.
I watched that escape room movie recently, and that was pretty good. That was enjoyable and fun.
Absolutely. And you and I are writing a little.
Yeah.
Would you call it a horror comedy? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Very much excited about that one. Sorry, I have to eat.
Eat your. I mean, you're on for 12 hours. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I think. I mean, if I had to pick, horror comedy would be like my favorite, which I think Scream falls into that for sure. There's some funny stuff. I watched.
Did you watch Ready or Not?
No. What's that one?
I would call it a horror comedy.
Okay.
So fun. It has that actress Sam Weaving that was in the new Bill and Ted movie. She's so good. And she was in the movie The Babysitter on Netflix.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched that either.
Another good one. Everybody watching, we're doing 12 hours to promote the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm coming out tomorrow, and to get you to pledge to see the movie. We have Elizabeth Mihalik right here with us, hanging out until about 3. I think you're hanging. So thanks for taking the time to hang. Elizabeth and I, we made a short film called Cookie. We are currently writing a feature, and Elizabeth has got lots of irons in the fires. You are writing a lot. I saw you tweeted something yesterday about a Netflix writing thing. What is that about?
Yeah. Imagine Impact and Netflix are doing this thing where they release, it's kind of like a prompt, or like they're looking for genres. So like this most recent one was a female-led thriller. And so I happen to have had an idea for a long time that I was like, oh, I think that fits into this like prompt of what they're looking for. And you can submit ideas, you can submit, I have an outline, you can submit, I have a full script. Like it can be at any stage of development. So I filled out that application, was due yesterday.
And what do you get if, what is it?
They develop it with you, I believe, and they pay you up to like $40,000. Like it pays like for your expenses and stuff, and they pair you with, I think, industry professionals to help develop it, or producers that are interested in the idea.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and then there's no guarantee your movie will be sold or bought or on Netflix, but it is partnered with Imagine Impact and then Netflix.
That's amazing.
They had one earlier this year that was like action adventure movies, and then there was a lifestyle movie with an element of competition to it.
Interesting.
Right, which I guess is sort of like
what would a movie that falls under?
Yeah, I had to Google it because I was like, what would that be? But it's like Bring It On, or
okay, yeah.
Step it up, or Step Up, or
yeah.
anything, Yeah, that's like just about a lifestyle of something. Or Pitch Perfect is one.
Okay.
Because it's about
in fact, I almost booked. I had a call back and I was on hold for Step Up 4. I was going to be like somebody's assistant or something like that.
I mean, I would love to be in a movie like that.
Yeah, right. I think that it was right after Rock of Ages because I think Adam Shankman was also directing that. Anyways, yeah, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that's what's great. One pro right now about 2020 is there's a lot of opportunities because these companies are like really throwing the net out there. Like there are opening opportunities for like not only for writing but for actors that want to do these open castings. There's so many great things. But it is also a year of people, putting out things they produce, like the Haunting of Grady Farm that comes out tomorrow, and our friend that is coming up here right now. She's an actress and author, and we met on a film. We might touch on that, but it might be too scary for some of you to handle. But she's awesome, man. She's I've always shared so much. I feel like we share so much in common, and just like self-producing and hustling and. So that's why I think we are great friends. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Gabrielle Stone. Love that backdrop. Love that color. Popping.
What's up, friends?
We're just hanging out.
What's up, fam bam?
Not much, just hanging out on a camera for 12 hours.
Yeah, dude. I don't know how you do it. You're like the hardest working man in showbiz.
Agreed.
Can you say that one more time? I'm going to
record it. Hi, this is Gabrielle Stone. Shane Hartline is the hardest working man in showbiz.
I'm going to use that clip. Thank you. No, thanks for hopping on here. You're not, people watching at home, I should disclaimer, Gabrielle's not a part of the movie. But I wanted to bring her on. Sorry. She was just the worst audition I've ever seen in my life. No, but we met doing a horror film. She's been a part of many horror films. She's made films. She is, a producer herself. So, I just wanted to bring you on to talk about filmmaking, horror, and all of that in between. Anybody watching at home, let me pop this back up. Yeah, leave a question in the comments if you have something for Gabrielle, myself, Elizabeth. We all, know each other very well. I believe I've asked you this, but want to, refresh my memory and the people watching at home. How do you and Elizabeth know each other? How did you meet?
Oh my God, where do I even begin? So Elizabeth studied with my mom when she was teaching acting, Dee Wallace. So I met her in class a long time ago when I was in my teens, I think.
I think 19 maybe.
Yeah, wild. Long time ago. And then Elizabeth produced 3 of my films thus far. 3, right? Is that where we're at?
Yeah.
And 2 commercials that I directed. And I swear by her. I will not ever do a production without Elizabeth. Not only does she keep me sane, but she understands my insanity that I go through when I have to have an answer to my texted question in 30 minutes or I'll panic. Yeah, and she's been able to be the one that allows me to release some control, which is why I recommended her to you for Cookie.
I was talking about that a little bit ago, and how when you recommended, you also prefaced it with she might not want to do it because she did say she doesn't really want to do shorts anymore. So I was like, oh my God, I want her so bad. So it was met with this. It was met with this. Not fear. Fear is not the right word, but I know you don't want to do. I gotta have you. I need you, but I know you don't want to. No, but she. I've said it before. Cookie wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Elizabeth.
Yeah, I feel that way about.
I have a fun question for Elizabeth about both of us in a moment. Yeah. You and I, everybody watching at home, Gabrielle and I met on a pretty surreal experience. We did a film that, unfortunately hasn't seen the light of day. That happens. There's movies that you make that, for one reason or another, unfortunately are just in our thoughts and out in the ether, and who knows where the footage is. But yeah, we shot a movie that, despite of how how hard it was also at the same time, just an unforgettably fun experience for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which one was that?
Tell quickly like about the Lighthouse.
So it was called The Lighthouse. It was with Danny Glover, and we all flew out to Florida for 3 weeks to shoot this film. And I mean, we were in like the Florida humidity heat. They had me in like this long dark wig for no reason.
No reason.
There was no reason that I couldn't have my own hair in this film. It was just a wild situation. Like they had one actress playing like a pretty decent sized supporting role that was just, we did one scene the first day and she was terrible. Yeah. Like really, like she wasn't an actress. They had, cast someone that was blonde with big boobs, which is fine, but like she couldn't act. And so we ended up flying Tracy Loper.
Oh, that's right.
I called her and was like, yo, what are you doing? And she flew out the next day, and the whole thing was just insanely chaotic. No one really knew what they were doing. But we we acted opposite Danny Glover, which was amazing. And Kurt Angle was in it, which I know, Shane's wrestling world, that was really cool. But it was a shit show.
Yeah, it was very, I mean, we ended up having to like, all right, guys, we got to schedule this day. So we finished. Like we as actors ended up kind of taking on all the roles because people were being mistreated. People weren't being paid. It was really, I mean, I still this day say I'm going to one day make like a little mini documentary about the story of that, because, while it was just a miserable experience, but through it, I, met Gabrielle, who's ended up becoming one of my best friends. And, it's amazing what came from it, and I mean, it's crazy to say this, but I did a scene where I'm face to face with Danny Glover and he slaps me. You worked with Danny, and I got to go to the gym and work out with Kurt Angle, like things that I'm like, what, Yeah. So it was a very surreal experience, but like, it's, it happens at movies,
and they won't take it off IMDb. So literally, there's still interviews that I do, and they're like, "So you did this movie, The Lighthouse?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't."
Oh God, I got to show you. This is gonna make you happy. My mom popped on. Hey, Gabrielle, it's your Florida mama here.
Oh, I love you, Candy Hartline. She's my favorite, man. There's not a lot of people that I think compare to how lucky I am to have my mom, and she is one of them.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, she is a saint, and as is your mother.
Yeah, we lucked out.
So yeah, we'll kind of shift because we could talk all day about The Lighthouse, but it's just a testament that of really, aside from all the mistakes that were made on that production of like, why it didn't get made or finished. That being said, it is really hard to finish something, to make something, to put something out there. And it took, us with The Haunting of Grady Farm, we shot it in January of 2016. And it took so long because, there was a team of less than 6 people that really made this thing. And, I wore a lot of the hats in post-production and, had to foot up a bunch of the money over time for visual effects and, all the things to make sure we didn't skimp out and like it, because I knew in my head I had a vision of what it could be. But like, better than anybody, Gabrielle, you both do, at how important the crew is every job. I mean, tell us a little bit about like, you've made shorts, you've written a book, like the process of an idea to fruition.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know just how much can go into it.
Well, and I want to commend you for a lot of people, I think, especially in indie film, they'll just be like, well, whatever, let's just get it done. People will forgive us because they know we're working on a no budget. Nobody sits in a theater or streaming at home and goes, oh, well, it was pretty good, but they probably like were working with the budget. They're like,
nobody does that.
Yeah. True. So I commend you for not rushing to get it out and waiting to do it the right way, which is why I think you were able to get distribution on it. And I'm so freaking excited to see it. It's going to be my like after election, like,
yeah. Tomorrow, scariest day in the world. Go watch another scary thing. Honestly, it'll probably bring you down from
right.
Day.
Come down from like the stressful day. But I think it's so important that for me, when I go into doing anything, whether it's a film or writing the book or whatever it is, I do it at 100%, and I make sure the people that I'm bringing on my team are very well aware of that. Because there's no point in doing it, even if it's a short film that you're dropping 30 grand on, which is a great budget for a short film. Like, there's no point in doing it and using that money if it's not gonna be great, if it's not gonna move people, if it's not gonna look beautiful. There's just, in any art form, I feel like there's no point in doing it unless you're really putting your best effort into it and giving the best product that you can. So I'm a big stickler on, like, don't skimp on CGI, don't skimp on, like, you know, it's just, don't do it.
Also, yeah, because like you said, is like the moment people aren't forgiving, and the moment they see something that was skimped on, they check out.
Yeah,
and I knew that, and you know, while this movie, I don't want to reveal too much, you know, we relied more on sound. You know, I don't want to say anything. We relied more on sound. So I knew that had to be done right. And then there is some visual effects. And I knew that if they were crappy, we get put in a whole nother category. So real quick, fun story that we found this kid who like was still in film school in like London, who did the visual effects.
Oh, cool.
And his work is mind blowing, but he was just like hungry to make. And I will say this, there's very little visual effects, but I wanted to make sure what we did do counted, you know? Yeah. So it was like really cool that we ended up finding this guy, but you're absolutely right. Like, it's like it's all in what you want to do. You can be one of those creators that is like, you know, I don't really care. I just want to get something out there, which I could have done years ago. Like, you know, but like, I'm glad I didn't, because it's so freaking important.
And you sold it because of that.
Yeah. I'd like to think that's why we sold it. Yeah. Because it's not just like a lazy found footage movie, you know?
Yeah.
There's a lot of thought that can go in that went into it.
Dude, I'm so excited.
Thank you. But I mean, not only, you know, you've made movies, you've been in horror, many awesome horror projects. Like what I have two questions. I don't know if I already asked Elizabeth this, but I'll ask Elizabeth too. First question, what is your favorite horror film?
Oh God, that's so hard. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go?
Well, we kind of talked about this. Elizabeth is not a
bit.
huge horror fan.
Okay.
I think my favorite is Scream. I think I did mention that before.
Yeah.
That's a really great series, though. Like one of the more classically done trilogies.
I watched Scream 4 on Halloween.
How do you think the new one's going to be?
I don't know. I'm interested.
They have like everybody coming back.
I know, and I'm really like not into the whole like let's reboot everything we do. I like some original stuff, but it's a classic, so I feel like if they're gonna redo it, it's got to be good. I hope.
Are they redoing it?
No, I think
it's
or is it Scream 5? Okay.
Fifth one,
I don't know. The only reason I worry is because it's not Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson, right? It's different people directing it and writing it.
It's the guys who did Ready or Not, which I'm a huge fan.
Which you liked.
Oh, I really liked that.
It is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think the cast would come back if it sucked.
Right.
For sure.
Right.
For sure. I say that, but the new Terminator was not great, and pretty much all the cast came back.
Right.
I mean, that's just my personal opinion. Like, there might be people that were into it, but money talks.
I didn't see it.
Lovely. I think my favorite's a weird word, because it's not like, you know, you have your favorite comedy and you're like, I would sit down and watch that anytime. Horror for me isn't like that.
Yeah.
Horror, selecting my favorite horror film is like what scared the shit out of me the most. And that's not necessarily something I would sit down and watch all the time. Real life scenarios freak me out way more than like ghost story stuff. The Strangers messed me up.
Dude, still to this day, one of the most terrifying movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, dude, because you look out the window and they're in this creepy mask and she's like, why are you doing this to us? And he goes, because you were home. Because that shit happens.
Yeah.
All the time.
That itself is terrifying.
Terrifying.
Can I just say how, and I want to hear your opinion, but I was so disappointed with the sequel.
Oh, yeah.
It broke my heart because I had never been, I don't think, more excited about a horror sequel ever. Like Strangers is like top 10 horror for me, maybe top 5. And man, the sequel was so bad.
It was really bad. What's your top horror film?
Trick or Treat.
Oh.
It's like a horror. You've heard of it? Like the little, I have Trick or Treat memorabilia everywhere, but horror anthology, like this, it's like stylized. My mom, I so agree. I'm gonna do it in her voice every time. I so agree. I will never watch The Strangers again. It's terrifying. It is a scary horror film.
That's great.
Yeah, Trick or Treat. I love just the way they stylized it, and I've always, I a big inspiration on my birthday boy short was Trick or Treat, because I was like, I want to do something one day with like pumpkins and it's really stylized Halloween. But yeah, man, want to shift a bit because I know we only have you for a second, but like, not only have you been in horror, not only have you made movies, you're a goddamn writer. I know it's a whole like
horror writer.
What's that? It's a little bit of a horror story. It's a little bit, but starts as a horror story that goes into a happy story. But you wrote a book, and that's amazing. And I want you to take a second to be able to like talk about that. So those that are watching and then rewatch this that don't know about what you've made know about it.
Yeah, totally. So I wrote a book. It's called Eat, Pray, Fuck My Life. If you look for it, it's Eat, Pray, FML, because I didn't want to blast the F word over the front cover. But I was married for almost 2 years, found out my husband was having an affair with a 19-year-old for 6 months. And my husband at the time, Shane, you knew. Well, and Elizabeth, you guys both.
Fun fact, I met Shane at your engagement party.
Yeah. Some weird, we played basketball on some Laker court or something.
That weird house.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. And let's remember his name is Daniel. Anyway, so filed for divorce, left. Shortly after that, I met a guy. We fell madly in love with each other, who Elizabeth also met. You were like along the whole ride with me.
I was like, are we sure we want to do this?
And he convinced me to go on a month-long trip to Italy with him. 48 hours before we were getting on a plane, he told me he needed to go by himself. I was devastated. And in the crying throes of heartbreak on my bed said, well, I can either stay at home and be heartbroken, or I can go travel Europe for a month by myself. So I took a backpack and I did 6 countries over the span of a month and wrote a book about it.
So cool. Guys, check it out.
I will say too, before that, like that was a big moment for you because you didn't do shit alone at that point in your life.
No, I had like a big fear of abandonment from my dad passing when I was young. I was always either in a relationship or with a roommate or had friends over. Like being alone for me was not it. And so this was like a huge healing journey. Although the book reads like a fun Netflix movie, there's a lot of like healing in it as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's so rad that you did that. And I will say though, going like on a crazy trip like that is very intimidating if you've never done it by yourself the first time. I went to Australia by myself in January of 2018, and the act of like going was very intimidating. Like,
for sure. I did my second solo trip at the end of 2019, right before the world closed. And that was the hardest part for me, was being at the airport and being like, oh my God, what am I doing? Why am I about to fly across the entire world by myself? And then once you're on the plane, it's like, oh my God, I'm such a badass. This is going to be amazing.
Well, the part that was intimidating to me was like, once I got to Australia, it's like, okay, I got to figure out exactly where I got to go and what to do and all the immigration stuff. Like, it's intimidating, man. It's a lot if you've never done it before. But then once you do it, it's like, I could do this anytime,
Right. Yeah. I think for me, the most intimidating part of my FML trip was the fact that it happened so last minute. So I'm a planner, guys. I'm a big planner, as we know from my films. And to a trip like that, normally you start planning months in advance, but I kind of let my boyfriend at the time take care of everything. So I had just bought my ticket and was like, cool, we're going to Europe, like pack a bag. And I had no idea what I was doing. I just knew that my flight went to London. It was supposed to like connect from London to then go to Rome. So I stayed in London with my friend who lived there the first couple days, and I just did everything by the seat of my pants. And it was really like a big lesson in just letting go and letting the universe show up for you and not trying to control everything.
That's awesome. Yeah, everybody go check out her book, Eat, Pray, FML, which it's on Amazon, but it's also, is it on any other?
No, it's exclusively on Amazon. The audiobook is like, wherever you can get audiobooks. And then I have signed ones on my website, which is eatprayfml.com.
Awesome. And before you guys both have to bounce, I want to talk one more time about the horror short that you guys just produced together. And because it's so cool. And I'm sure that people watching or will be rewatching this, like, are horror fans. So this is like, I don't know, like, just like you did it for horror fans during this thing. So yeah, tell us a little bit more about that.
So my mom called me at a little bit, like, what was it, like April, May, maybe, earlier on in the pandemic, and was like, I want to do a horror short for the horror fans. And it's like, we can all shoot it in our own homes. And my technical brain was like, that sounds like a cool idea, and it's going to look like shit. No. So she kept bugging me about it, and I was just feeling so not creative at the time. I didn't want to write. I didn't want to be doing anything. I wanted to, like, eat my snacks, binge watch TV shows.
I wanted to eat, pray, FML.
Yeah, I wanted to about what was going on in our world. And so I said to her, I was like, I will only do this with you if Chris Heck will sign on and do it with me, because I knew that he was the one person I trusted to help me churn out a really, like, high quality project. I was like, he's never going to do it for the money we have, like, this, whatever. So I call him and pitch him the idea, and he's like, hell yeah, that sounds awesome. Let's do it. So I really got, like, roped into doing it and kind of, like, was kicking and screaming for the first couple days of it. But it ended up being amazing. Chris Heck and I wrote and directed it together. Elizabeth produced, as well as Tamor. And we basically, my mom called her horror friends and was like, hey, we're going to shoot this. And everybody was so game and was like, send me the script. And it ended up being Danielle Harris, Scout Compton, Kane Hodder, Barbara Crampton. And we really shot the whole thing with 3 people, me, Chris, and Elizabeth. And most of the people did it in their own homes. We went and, like, shot oh my God, I can't talk. Socially distant for a few, and then used a lot of freaking movie magic. And it turned out really great. Bloody Disgusting released it, and all the horror fans, like, flipped out and ate it up. And it was really cool to be able to do something that the horror community is such a great group of people, and it's really a community. It's not fans, which I can't wait for Grady Farm to be a part of that, because it's awesome. And they really, like, responded to it and was like, this is so freaking cool. The way that we dropped it, because we didn't really talk about it too much, was the beginning of the film opens with Danielle Harris doing a live on Instagram. And she's, like, talking to people, and she invites people to come in. And Chris Heck, being the genius that he is, figured out a way to record that and play the recorded live like she was really going live. So Danielle went live on her Instagram, and this thing came up, and everybody bought it. Everyone was like, oh my God, wait, what's going on? Turn around, Danielle, you're in trouble. Like, everybody was so in it and thought it was real.
Yeah. And did they use the, like, comments and stuff?
Well, there's fake comments in the film, but, like, there was real comments from people coming in on the live. It was so cool to watch it happen.
Yeah.
And then at the end, it cuts out and says, like, to see the full film, go here. But yeah, it ended up being really cool. And I'm sure it was interesting for you, Elizabeth, because, the last thing she shot with me was, like, a 60-person crew with like big equipment and stuff. And this was, like, a GoPro and
but it's just a testament, like, while after doing Grady Farm and then Cookie, I obviously, like, much prefer the full crew and how it's supposed to be. But it's a testament that you can still, if you put the thought into it and you do it right, you can make with next to nothing.
Yeah. If you do it right.
That's the thing.
That's not saying that any person with a camera at home can make a film.
No, I encourage you guys to do that, but like
Yeah.
I encourage you guys to also like I will never not encourage anybody to pick up their phone, go shoot something, but like,
Yeah.
you know, it's all about like what you're trying to do. And if you want to like, you know, make a horror short that to go to festivals or whatever it is, you know, just put some thought into it, but it still can be done very, you know, next to nothing. And like that's a testament to that. Like
It was, I think for me too, it was like a really good reminder of like, oh, we don't need all the things to do this, but like the more that you do them, the more that you get accustomed to like having 60 people on set and having like the fine equipment and all the people that know what they're doing, the more you kind of get stuck in that. So like it really broke us out of like our norm, and like the creativity like was crazy. I mean, like if you watch the short, like a car window gets broken and like Dee gets drug out of it, and there's some like crazy stuff that goes on that when I read it, I was like, impossible. How are we going to do
we're
this?
like, how is SAG going to approve this? They're like, and then this person gets on fire. It's like, what?
Wow.
Yeah, they didn't even read it. I don't think they read it.
One more time, where can people see this movie?
It's on Bloody Disgusting's YouTube. So if you go to YouTube and go to Bloody Disgusting, it'll be on their site. It's called Stay Home. And there's a contest that's out right now. If you watch it and find all 11 Easter eggs that are hidden in the film.
Oh, that's cool.
Email. And if you are one of the winners, we'll send you a signed poster from the cast.
How cool is that? Great movie to pair with The Haunting of Grady Farm. I'm just going to say that.
True.
I can't wait to watch it tomorrow. I'm really excited.
Oh man, that means a lot. It means a lot. It means a lot. And I just want to thank you guys for, I know you guys are both so busy taking the time out to, one, make this 12 hours a little more enjoyable.
Are you wearing a diaper or?
I don't want to talk about it. No, actually what I am doing is I made a drinking game because I have a baby bladder. I've made a drinking game that anytime I have to go pee, I put the trailer on and I go use the restroom. This is the longest span though that I think I've gone without it. But before I have to say goodbye to you guys, Elizabeth, I would like for you to promote your social media, Gabrielle as well.
Oh, sure. You can follow me at An Inspired Idea on Twitter and Instagram. And then my website's linked on there as well. It's probably the easiest way to do it.
Oh, yeah. Gabrielle, how about you?
I'm at Gabrielle Stone on all platforms.
Side note, Gabrielle and I'm going to hold her to this and put it out in public. We're going to do TikTok soon. So I'm putting that out. So she is obligated to do them. Now we have to. All right, guys. Thank you so much for coming on here. I appreciate it.
So welcome, Grady Farm.
Yeah, congratulations.
Grady Farm. All right, everybody. I'm going to also take a quick break to show the trailer for The Haunting of Grady Farm, and that releases tomorrow on Amazon, and we will see you guys in just a moment. Bye.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy. It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
What?
Who is that?
We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died.
I should tell you something murdered her, okay? You had nothing to do with it. Find him. Let's get out of here.
We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my God!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
Boom, there you have it, everybody. The Haunting of Grady Farm releasing tomorrow. Here's the list again, but we're pushing Amazon. It is releasing on Xbox, Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu, Amazon, the Big Witty, Dish, and In Demand. Go check it out tomorrow. You don't got any excuse not to find it because it's everywhere, baby. But we're pushing Amazon, so please go check it on Amazon. And when you do, give it a nice little rating and review. It'll really help us with the rankings. I'm streaming for 12 hours. We've got special guests coming in and out all day. But I'm here the whole time. And like I said, I have a drinking game happening because of my baby bladder. Whenever I got to go pee, I pop the trailer on and you guys take a swig of whatever you're drinking. Up next is a very special guest, one of my best and dearest friends. And, you know, she's in a little movie that you may have heard of once or twice called Titanic. But she's also in the Haunting of Grady Farm, and it is an honor to have her part of the film. My dear friend, Alex Owens Sarno.
Hi, Shane.
Your face, I miss your face.
I know. You're so far.
I
Give it to
know.
me.
How are you, my friend?
Good. Just tired. I've been working, so no more quarantine for me.
Oh yeah. Well, where are you working? What are you doing?
I'm just back at one of my bars.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for taking
Thank
the time to
you.
hang out with me. We're gonna chat. We're gonna talk about all things horror. I know you were awesome enough to lend your services to be a part of the Haunting of Grady Farm, which I want to talk about. But you've been a part of some other small movies.
Tiny. No one's ever really
in comparison of Haunting of Grady Farm. No, but I'd love to talk about, I know you've talked about Titanic till you're blue in the face, but I would love to, talk about it a little bit. And if anybody watching at home has any questions for myself or Alex, this is Alex Owen Sarno. She is a friend of mine. She's in the Haunting of Grady Farm, but she's also that cute freaking kid from Titanic.
I was.
You were, and you still are that cute freaking kid from Titanic. So submit some questions. Submit some questions. If you've got any questions for us about Grady Farm, about the process of making Titanic, or whatever it is, filmmaking, horror, whatever. I have a question to start this off. Alex, hard-hitting question. What is your favorite horror film?
My favorite horror film is probably Rosemary's Baby.
Wow.
Yeah, nice and old school. My roommate is staring at me right now. Go in the kitchen. Oh, okay. Rosemary's Baby, just that perfect feeling of dread and then supernatural, and just that ending is so mind-blowing. I love it. That slow burn.
Yeah, so is that more of the type of horror film you're into?
I'm kind of into all of it, to be honest. I'm very, I love slasher films. My second favorite is Halloween, the original. I love The Conjuring. Like anything that's going to scare me. I'm not huge on home invader movies, but my roommate did get me into them last year. So
we were, it's funny you say that. We, and my previous guest, Gabrielle Stone, we were talking about The Strangers. Have you seen Strangers? It is...
Probably, but I can't remember because we watched so many.
You would remember. You would remember. You would for sure remember. My mom, huge fan of yours. She's watching. Hey, sweet baby. Hey, sweet. I gotta read her questions like how she speaks in my head.
You do.
Hey, sweet baby, and you rock, and that's mine too. Rosemary's Baby is a classic.
I love you, Mama Hartline.
I love my mom too. She'll actually be. In the next hour, 4 o'clock, it's already almost 4 o'clock. She'll be on the stream, guys. But yeah, you and I can't remember before I get into how we met and all that fun stuff. I can't remember if I've seen Rosemary's Baby. Obviously, I know Rosemary's Baby, but I don't know that I've seen it, which might be as like a horror filmmaker, like might be a blasphemy. But
I
you
am
also
very
haven't
offended.
seen Stranger. Okay, easy. But
So
you haven't
upset
seen
now.
Strangers. So you see Strangers. I'll see Rosemary's Baby, and then we'll check in.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll watch it right now.
Good. Okay. Go for it. I have lots of time. No, so I mean, tell people like before we get into like, you know, the awesome experience you had working on like Titanic and that kind of thing. I also do want to talk about you have another film, Karma, coming up soon.
That's a thing. That's a whole
That's a thing. Okay,
we can talk about it.
We don't
Yeah,
I don't
think it's a talk about thing right now.
Sure. Okay. Got it. But yeah, Titanic was probably a crazy experience, but we'll jump ahead a little bit to another life-altering situation that you went through was meeting me in your acting class.
Yes.
That was meant to be a joke, and you gave me no laughter.
It just because it was one of the most pivotal moments of my life.
Because it's real. It's real.
I just don't know why you would downplay something so wonderful.
I might cry right now.
I might cry too.
Okay, we're a bit over. No, we met in acting class, and that was such man, that was like a block of time. Like we had such a fun little clique in that acting class, and like that's how I met Ben Kaplan, Malia, you know, so many amazing people, and a lot of people that I still keep in contact with today, and you as well. Like, yeah, I mean, just such great memories. Like what's something like that sticks out to, do you anything about acting class days stick out to you in your head?
I remember the first day that I was in that class. I had Brent before, and then Brent was our acting teacher. And when I came into the class, he was like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're in this class." And the first thing he said was, "Shane is our SNL guy." Like, awesome.
Wait, what?
He was like talking you up about how you were going to be on SNL one day. You're so funny.
Oh my God, I have no memory of this.
It happened. But I think my favorite day that we had as a group was the day that we went on that hike to,
oh my God.
What is it called? Because I just call it the Nazi
it was like I mean, I hope this doesn't offend anybody, but it was like a Nazi compound. So there's a place here in California, and I don't know if it still exists anymore, but there's like, it's over, was it near, it wasn't near Malibu? Where was it near?
It's in the Palisades, I think.
Yes. It's in the Palisades. It was back in the day, like a Nazi compound. And
they were convinced that Hitler was going to leave Germany and go to this specific compound in the Palisades. But we had a lot of fun.
We did. And it's a hell of a hike, like going down in there. Like it's pretty, it's pretty intense, especially coming back up, because you got to walk like down feels like a mile of stairs. Like it's a lot.
I have these little baby ankles, and so walking down those stairs was the scariest thing I've ever done, and I've jumped out of a plane. So
wait, you
I actually
skydive?
had a nightmare about them last night.
You skydive?
I did. I went one time. Yeah, in March before shutdown.
Got a question. Why?
Because it was my roommate's birthday present, and you just gotta live dangerously. I'm in my 30s now. I have no time.
No, stop it. No, don't do that again. I'm not letting you do that again. But yeah, that was a great day because, like, I don't know if anybody like watching from California or rewatching this. It's quite a hike, but once you get down in there, it's really cool. There's like all these broken down like old buildings with a lot of graffiti, and we took like a boy band picture.
Yeah.
Super, super fun. And then we all like went and got drinks after. It was like a really fun day. Really fun day. Oh man, I have this crazy memory of that day. So that was the day that I found out I was on hold for a part that I was like thought was going to be life-changing, and ended up being, I dodged one of the biggest bullets of my life, or career, life, dramatic career, my whole life. No, but do you remember there was a campaign that McDonald's put out where they had real people playing the characters, and they had a guy that played the Hamburglar, and he was like really creepy. And I don't know if it was a mix of like he was a little creepy, but also the campaign was a little creepy of how they dressed him up. It was down to me and that guy.
I remember that because you were starting to tell a story. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, and then you said McDonald's, and I was like, oh no, that's right.
Well, here's the truth of it. I was so excited because they're like, yeah, if you book this, like you're going to be on the Today Show, the Tonight Show. Like this campaign was going to be blown up because they were going to like theoretically make all of the characters real people. And it was going to be this whole thing. But the guy that they ended up casting, it was a little mix of like, I don't want to like knock the guy, but like he just came across creepy mixed with like how they, the outfit they gave him.
Yeah.
And it was panned so bad. Even to the extent they made fun of it like on SNL. So theoretically I could have been on SNL finally.
You could have.
But no, I dodged a bullet, and it's just funny. Like that was that day that like I like found out I was on hold for it. Wow. And that was like a lifetime ago. That was before we even started working on Grady Farm. But to back up a bit, you were the cute little girl in Titanic. What was the character's name again?
Cora Cartmel.
Cora. Now before this, were you taking acting classes? Like, how did you get involved with it?
No, my mom saw a news thing about them doing an open casting call for extras in Mexico. So I was living in San Diego. That's where I grew up. We went down and I got cast in a really weird sort of way. I guess I could tell the story. We have time. So I was 7. My sister was about 3.5. And my mom was telling us about Titanic and how many people had died. And my little sister started crying. She got really upset. Mally Finn happened to be walking by at that exact moment, who was the casting director. And she said, get that kid in costume, get her on a boat right now. So my sister was going to play the little girl that Billy Zane picks up to get onto a lifeboat. That didn't end up working out because she cried too much. But then Mally Finn saw me and was like, hey, do you want to audition for this part? And I was like, sure, I don't know what that means, but we could do it. And I was really nervous. I got in line behind a bunch of little blonde children, and I ended up getting the part.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Do you you were really young, like do you just have like spots of memories, or do you have like vivid memories of the whole experience?
Yeah, I have vivid memories of filming my drowning scene. I have vivid memories of being in a van on the way to craft services for lunch with Billy Zane and turning around and him winking at me.
Aww.
And yeah, I have really vivid pocket memories.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's so incredible. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine like, and it's the stereotypical question is like, who would have ever thought like it would go down to be one of the biggest films of all time? Like, and like, I got to imagine, like, I don't know, I don't want to speak for you, but do you ever get sick of people bringing it up? Because I mean, it is such a surreal thing. And to me, I'm like, that is such a huge thing to say, that you can always say for the rest of your life and your career that like you were a part of one of the biggest films of all time. Like, do you ever get like almost not like a child star? Like, and I have my friend Josh Server coming up soon. So he was a part of was a part of all that. And he's so appreciative of where he came from, but like, I got to imagine every now and then he gets sick of like people bringing up Ear Boy or, like something like that, something from all that. But like, does it ever bother you, or are you like all about it?
I am a little bit of a cantankerous person, so it does get to me sometimes. But it's a lot of just being a full-grown woman and being seen as the little girl that dances with Leonardo DiCaprio it's a lot. Like, I've been through a lot of things. I'm a full-fledged adult. And so just that kind of, it's almost like making me feel like a little kid, but not in a good way. I don't know. It's really...
you probably get a lot of, I mean, I don't know, but you probably get like weirdos, like, I mean, cause they just still see you as this like little girl, but you are a grown up woman, like now, acting in all kinds of other like great projects. And like, I'm telling you guys, she's coming at you and she's going to be doing some great things. And like, that's why I'm honored, like really honored also to have you a part of Grady Farm, because like, I just know like, it's just like, you're just like, it's about to fucking blow up. It's about to start happening for you. And it's exciting to me. And like, but I'm very real about that with people that I know. Like when I see it, like I always like just try to point it out. Like, but it's true. It's like, now that happened, that was a part of your life, and don't mind me. I have to eat. So I'm going to eat and hang with you.
That's okay.
But
I'm going to be fine.
Yeah, like it is a part of, an amazing part of your story. But it's not, it doesn't define you. It's not the only thing like you're going to have done. It isn't the only thing you've done. And now on to other rad shit. And I think that leads to like my next question is like, like if we had a magical wand of like, as actors, like what's like dream projects for you? Like, what do you want to do?
What do I want to do? I love stories about mental health, like twisted stories about mental health. If I could be on screen with Viola Davis, I think I would die before we even finished shooting, because that would be the greatest thing of all time. I really love dark stuff, and I love social commentary. But then I also would love to play a villain and have fun just being a badass running around and wreaking havoc. So, and I think that's the thing about the Titanic thing too, is, being like little and cute and innocent. And then I have these, I grow up and I have these big eyes and I'm all like curly hair. And I still feel sometimes like that little girl, but the life inside is a little chaotic and mischievous. So it's like, no, there's this other side to me though.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's important as actors to like, it's so cliche, but to stay connected with the child in us. But like, we do evolve, and then you get older, and you through experiences, you can tap into other not innocence of a child emotions, and I've seen you do scenes like you can get like intense, and you can get like, I've seen you do all the emotions, and like, that's why I'm excited too for you. It's like, yeah, that she is the girl from Titanic, but like she's so much more now, and I've seen it. And that's why like people can get a taste of it in The Haunting of Grady Farm. And then like, you're going to do more of that, and it's so exciting, and I'm so excited for you. And, but yeah, Haunting of Grady Farm, like it was, when we shot the movie, I always had this vision of, I don't know if you ever saw House of 1,000 Corpses. Did you ever see that, Rob Zombie?
No, I didn't see that one.
It's pretty intense. It's an intense one, but they did this really cool stylized thing in it, where they would occasionally throughout the movie cut to what I like to call townies, where it's these people, these like rednecks in the town that are talking about the creepy families. But it was this cool way of like splitting up the moment, splitting up the like, like you have a crazy high moment of like high energy, and then it cuts to this person that's like continuing the lore and the backstory of the town. And that's what I wanted to do. It's like, after we shot the movie, I was like, I have so many, we were only able to include so many people in the actual story and taking to Florida and shooting the movie. But I was like, God, I have so many more talented friends that I want to include. And I was like, this is such a great way to do. I just talked like a baby for a second. A great way.
Great way. You did a good job.
It's like a really great way to do that. But what I thought would have been a really fun way to do that, and it turned into that. So that's how I was able to include you and like Josh Server and many other talented people, because we were able to like take you guys, expand upon the story. So not only did we like not only was I able to include my friends, but I was able to like add a little bit more depth to the family, the Grady family, and the lore behind the farm without the main cast like giving out too much backstory and it feeling unnatural in their like conversation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
100%.
while I know like what we did with you was like a very quick thing, it was very important because it was used as like a your character and the few others that we call like the townies that we would cut to, which you're definitely like the more edgier one, which I was like, this is so fun. It was a
from
great
around here.
it was a great way to, I don't know, add depth to the story. So yeah, you crushed it.
Oh, thank you. I have noted, you know, obviously spooky season, in my opinion, doesn't end until my birthday, but
amen.
It never ends. But we were watching scary movies that we haven't watched before, and one of the biggest downfalls I feel like is when you have so much exposition because you have to explain the world, but you're making your main characters do it, and it's just such a slog. So having that opportunity to give a little bit of history and backstory through other people without it feeling like you're reading out of the storybook is super beneficial.
Absolutely. And yeah, like I've touched on this in the earlier hours of the stream, and I think that is, yeah, one of the parts that immediately makes people check out of not just horror films, but any movie is when obviously conversation starts to dip into like, nobody talks like that. Nobody's that over like descriptive about anything. Like, so that's why we did want to get like really creative and like, we got to give this information. We got to give people invested in like the backstory and everything. And, you know, and I think that there are creative ways you can do that with storytelling to still make it feel grounded and natural. But yeah, I think it's a good opportunity to like, we'll show, I got a clip. This is a clip that we didn't use of you in the movie. So everybody, this is Alex Owen Sarno in The Haunting of Grady Farm that is releasing tomorrow on Amazon and iTunes and many other amazing platforms. And we'll be right back.
Have you ever seen any of the Gradys around town?
No, they just kind of like keep to themselves.
And you really have no belief in it at all?
No. I've seen some crazy shit, but not supernatural.
Man, so edgy. Such a punk.
So, look at that cigarette that I couldn't even smoke.
No, man. So fun.
That was
so fun.
Funny.
So fun. But yeah, it was cool. Like, you know, I mean, as an actor, like that's a fun type of role to play just because like we came to you and we were like, you know, say what you want. Here's the backstory, like kind of go for it.
Yeah,
but
that
yeah, like
decision of like, all right, are you going to be a skeptic? Are you going to be in the middle? Or are you going to be totally buying the story? Like, make your decision now. I'm like, got it.
Improv, baby.
I cheated too because I was watching Josh go, and I was like, all right, I know what I'm going to do then.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of things like I would love to talk about, but like also I want to like, dive in like this year's crazy. Like, how have you been? Like, what have you been doing to keep your sanity? Like, and also what are you doing to keep your creative sanity? Like, tell us about what you're doing?
Well, I went back to work in June, I want to say. So I haven't had the full quarantine experience for quite a while now. Personally, I loved quarantine. It was amazing.
I think everybody at the beginning was like, "Oh no," but it's kind of nice,
Yeah,
at first.
I mean, so I live in a building with like 5 or 6 of my closest friends. So towards the end, we started going on walks to the park and then just doing laps and all this stuff and socially distancing from everyone. And it was just really, really nice. I was getting a lot of reading done, which always helps with my creative process. It's like absorbing good material.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know, now that I'm back at work, I'm kind of lazy again and sleeping more, but I'm meditating and just trying to journal every day, make sure that I'm actually like putting pen to paper and getting my words out so that I can feel connected to all of that, the emotional experience, the creative experience, all of that. So I don't know, it's been really up and down. Sometimes it's really, really great, and then other times it's just god awful. So I'm trying to at least stay in the moment and know that that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of there's a part of me that's like, and I've always been this way, like one of my biggest blessings and curses I think about my personality is I am like a workaholic. Like I just can't, like, it's this, like, it's a mix of like, I love it so much. I love creating so much, but I feel there's like also like a fear of, I mean, this is like turning into a therapy session. I love it. But there's
Tell
this,
me
like,
more.
help me please. But no, there's this also genuine fear of like, I don't want to miss out on opportunity. I don't want to like wait too long. Like I have a bad thing too about, well, it's not a bad thing. It's up to interpretation, but like this thing of like, if I come up with an idea, like I got to make it and put it out. Like I can't, an idea that I'm excited about.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's one of my, one of the best and worst parts of my character, because I burn myself out every now and then. And I should have probably early on in the quarantine just taken advantage of, hey, this is the first time as an actor in like 10 years where I haven't had to think about, oh, I got to focus on this audition coming up. Why aren't auditions coming in as much as they should be? ABC things that up and coming actors we think about, because the industry stopped, like fully stopped. And I should have given myself the time to stop as well. And I did to an extent, but I also was like, within the first week of quarantine, I was like, I need to make like a short film in my apartment with my girlfriend. And like, and so I did, like I didn't stop, but I think it was also my way of distracting myself, because my greatest joy is making things with big groups of people, with my friends. Like my Pratt shows are some of my best memories of all of us, like going out after, like some of those are some of my best memories, like of my life. Like, so yeah, like, I don't think, while this quarantine is such a horrible thing because of, or this pandemic is such a horrible thing because of all the deaths and, the money and lost and people's livelihoods have been affected. There are a lot of positives too. I think that people need to not overlook. It is I think, fun story, 2 nights ago, me and my girlfriend went out to a restaurant for the first time. During the whole pandemic, first time. And now it was outdoors. We were sitting 20 feet away from anybody else, but it was the first time that we had been out to a restaurant, and it was very overwhelming at first. But I also was so appreciative of the whole experience. Like, and when was the last time that you can like sit and say, I am so appreciative to sit and eat in this restaurant, So I think that for at least for a bit, when the world starts to go back to normal, I hope that most of us will start to appreciate the little things that I know I am very guilty of overlooking, or like taking for granted, like movie theaters.
Oh gosh, I miss that.
Right. And we were talking about that earlier, and like how I hope and pray that they survive. I know that they will still be here after, but they might be different, you know? It's just like, I don't know, what do you miss? Like, what are some things that you're like, God, I miss this?
The main thing, obviously, Halloween just happened. Halloween is my favorite holiday, and we weren't able to go to any haunted houses or anything like that. And that's what we do as a friend group. Like, we are all obsessed. We go to we go to Knott's, we go to Universal, we go all over the place. So that was really, really hard. It didn't feel like my favorite season because we weren't able to do our favorite things. But yeah, I miss movie theaters. I miss I miss hugging people. I'm a very physical person, and being distant, even with regulars at work who I've known for 9 years or whatever, just not being able to like hug them and having to just stay away it's hard. You know,
We're not engineered that way. It's not how humans are supposed to be. And that's the hardest part of this whole thing, I think, has been that, you know, we prepare for a lot of things in our life. We prepare for deaths. We prepare for, you know, we mentally prepare as much as we can for like tragedies and things. But I think this is one thing, obviously, nobody's brain even had ever thought to need to prepare for, you know?
Yeah.
So
I don't know. That's also, in my opinion, it's a very American thing. Like, you know, the powerhouse country, we don't think that this could affect us in this way.
We don't think anything bad can happen to us.
Yeah, no, we honestly don't. And, you know, you look at plagues have been going on nonstop since the bubonic plague, since before the bubonic plague. And we just get really wrapped up in like, oh, but we have science, and we have all these things, we have safeguards. And it just is a reminder that, you know, as Dr. Malcolm says, nature finds a way. And that we need to be, like I said, be appreciative of the things that we have and take care of each other. That's then the most shocking thing, is just the absolute inability to have respect for other people in this time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't want to. I feel my gut starting to want to slip into political talk, and I promised I wouldn't go. Yeah,
we're not doing it. Tomorrow's going to be stressful enough.
To be truthful, like at this point, why give our soul or our heart any more of that? Because it is going to be what it's going to be, and you know, just be safe. You know, there's no reason to do anything crazy. But today we're celebrating. Today we are celebrating The Haunting of Grady Farm, which is available tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, etc. via High Octane Pictures. I'm going to take a quick run to the kitchen, get a drink break. And while I do that, let's play the trailer one more time of The Haunting of Grady Farm, which Alex Owen Sarnos makes a sick cameo in, available tomorrow. We'll be right back.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy. It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
Ryan?
What? Andy! Who is this? We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died. I should tell you.
You murdered her, okay? You had nothing to do with it. Find him. Let's get out of here.
Come on! Turn around! We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
Oh man, doesn't that just make you want to watch that movie?
It makes
Alex
me
Owen
want to
Sarno.
watch that movie tomorrow.
Don't you just want to watch that movie tomorrow?
On Amazon and Xbox and Vudu. Is that what you said?
Oh man, you want me to just go through the list? Okay, I will.
Yeah,
Xbox,
do it for me.
Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu, Amazon, Vibigwity. Not familiar with Vibigwity, but I love them. Dish, In Demand. That's where it's going to be. But truthfully, real talk, we're pushing Amazon because the High Octane Pictures told us that like that is the best place to push for the film. So if you have Amazon, if you want to watch the movie tomorrow, that is the best place to do it. And then after you do it, please give us a little rating and review. And yeah, that would make my day. We shot your stuff so long ago, and I got to imagine you're like, this effing thing's never coming out. Or did you?
This will never see the light of day. I have faith in you, Shane Hartline. I have faith that you will get the things done that you want it done. And with powerhouse people behind you, like Malia and Ben and all those, like, come on. It took a while, but I knew it would happen.
Yeah, I mean, pardon me while I eat this delicious Oreo cookie. To be completely transparent, like, and I've already said this in the stream for anybody that's been hanging around. It's tough when there's a reason films have so many people involved, because it's a hard thing. There's so many little parts of the process. And when you're kind of, a lot of it was put on my shoulders, but then, there was only really a total of, in the post-production, 5 people trying to finish this thing. And, it's a lot. It's a lot on a very small group of people. And especially when you don't have money, or very little money. So you got to like raise a little for color, and then color's done. Then you got to raise a little for sound, and then sound's done.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't want to skimp on anything, because that's a quick way for people to check out. Like, we were talking earlier, like, about how sometimes filmmakers, they sometimes think like, oh, people will be forgiving. Like, no, they won't. Like,
no,
people like, and as they shouldn't. Like, if you're paying, like how I'm asking people, we're doing this today to also get you guys to pledge to watch it, and so if I'm going to do that in this time, even if it's, only a couple bucks to rent it, like, I want to make sure that like you're going to have a good experience, and not like, oh God, the sound, or oh God, the color, or that visual effect was funky. Yeah, it's just the whole part of the process is important. And that's why there are so many people that make a movie,
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had any other interest in, like, because like there was a long period of time where like I've always picked up my first camera at age 10. Like, I've always made stuff, shot stuff. I was, really early on YouTube and stuff. So I've always had an interest in like doing behind the scenes stuff. But I've always said I'm an actor first. And it wasn't until recently that I'm like, yeah, I love acting and I always want to do that. But like, I also want to direct now. Like, is there any other part of the filmmaking process that you're like, you have an interest in?
Oh, for sure. I also write. I have a writing degree, and I would love to direct. My roommate was doing a self-tape the other day, and she was having a little bit of issue with it, and I was in my bedroom, and I just like sauntered to start asking her questions.
You know who I am? Listen to me.
I'm James Cameron.
No, but that's awesome.
Yeah, no, I just was like, why did you pick this song? Like, what does this song mean to you? When's the first time you heard this song? Just stuff like that, like tools that we use as actors to get in there. And one of my favorite things to do is help with self-tapes and help people to kind of access those parts of themselves and ask those questions. Because you get so wrapped up in like, this has to look good, is the lighting okay, do I sound okay, do X, Y, and Z, that you really forget to check in and tap into your emotions. And that's one of the hardest parts about auditioning in general, is
Oh yeah.
wanting it to be perfect and not realizing that you're taking that little piece out because you're not as fully invested in what it actually means at that time.
That's what I think takes so long, is like so many actors are holding the grip too tight on it. And, you know, they want it to be so perfect and everything has to be said an exact right way. And then they're taking the life out of it. And it is okay if there's a little, like, if you say something a little differently, or if you use a different word, like actors or aspiring actors watching at home know this, that like you change one word in a script or something, if a casting director doesn't hire you because of that one word, it's not because of that one word, you know? So like, you do have to like get to a point where you like release the grip and live in it. It's hard
I
to
still
get
do it.
there.
I still do it. I am awful about it. Like, I get so nervous, and I've had to do a lot of like improv style self tapes alone. And so then that in and of itself is a whole other thing, because you're just kind of, when you're left to your own devices, you spiral. So it's just that ease of like knowing what something means to you, knowing the effects, and just letting it happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I mean, that's it. That is, you know, and I get asked a lot, like by people on like social media, they're like, I want to be an actor. How do I be an actor? And I'm like, okay, like this is the best advice. There are classes for a reason. Like take classes, study, work, like make, you know, short films, you know, because, you know, you'll learn one thing from classes, but then you'll learn something from like doing a student film. You know, it's like, do it all, do as much as you can. Like it's putting reps in of different parts in your brain in different ways. But then you'll gain from watching movies. You'll gain knowledge from like just conversating, you know, going out into the world. It's hard now, but like, you know, just like watching people, you know, don't limit it to just one thing. Like, you know, open your mind to working, because there isn't, to me, just one part of the creative brain. You have to like paint, whatever, you know, whatever you can do to like open up those creative parts of your brain. That's not like crazy drugs or anything, but like, you know, just like opening like those parts of the brain that like, because what I've always, you know, I've taught some improv classes and things. And the thing I always kind of try to illustrate to people is that like, we are born as these like fully open spiritual creatures that like as babies we're just running around playing. We don't give a care in the world. And like, then you go through life and you go through like adolescence and like teenager years, and you put on all these layers of bullshit and insecurities. And then by the time you want to be an actor, you're expected to be fully connected back to that like open baby again. And so if you're not fully connected like most people, then acting classes is all about peeling the layers off of the bullshit, and being on a set and like just putting the reps in and experience in. And that's some of my favorite memories too of acting class that we were in, is just like some of the crazy, not just the scene work, but just the crazy exercises that we would do. Like, but it all is to like, oh, this is uncomfortable. And then you do it. And then, oh, this isn't that uncomfortable anymore. Boom. That's a layer, you know? Acting.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. I was talking to one of my best friends about this on Halloween. One of the things we do is we grow up and we have like a one track thing. Like, I'm going to become a doctor. I'm going to become a lawyer. This is my specialty. I'm going to become a mechanic. I'm going to become a plumber. And it becomes so zeroed in and focused. And when you are an artist of any type, you have to realize that that laser focus isn't going to benefit you, because you're missing all of the things around you which contribute to your art in general. I think it's really important for actors to try and write, to try and direct, to try and produce. Like I had a writing partner for forever, and we used to do sketches, and I used to edit all of our sketches and do color correcting and stuff. So I kind of minimally taught myself how to do that. It wasn't great, but at least knowing that helps me as an actor, because now I understand how moments are created and the space you have to give editors in those moments to get the crispness that you want in the editing room. And it's just little things like that that you need to know that you're not going to know unless you try different things within the career you want. I think it's really, really important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, before we have to unfortunately say goodbye to you, I want to give you I want to thank you again for being a part of this. And
thank you for
it's an
having
honor.
me.
It's an honor. And I hope that we can make more stuff very, very soon. But yeah, I want to give you the opportunity to promote yourself, whatever you'd like. You know, the floor is yours.
Okay. I'm Alex Owen Sarno. Yeah, I'm on Instagram, Alex Owen Sarno. Yeah, things are kind of quiet right now, but I'm doing a lot of writing. So hopefully we will get some things started. If you want to check out some stuff we have done before the pandemic really took off, we have Red Flags, which you can find on Hoo Ha Ha, written by my amazing roommate, Mackenzie Ogden, and starring her too on one of the Red Flags. And then also Con Actors, which you can also find on Hoo Ha Ha. And that is a sketch that we came up with together. She wrote it, and then we like co-directed it. So
cool.
Yeah. Con Actors is an all-female crew too, which was really awesome.
So sick. Everybody, she is one of my greatest, dearest friends. Again, I'm honored to have her a part of the Haunting of Grady Farm. Definitely check it out tomorrow. Not just, to check out this sick horror film that I made, but to see Alex do her thing. And go support all of the other projects that she's a part of and follow her on social. Alex, I love you. I miss you. I can't wait I genuinely can't wait to make something again with you.
I know, seriously. I miss you so much. You are hysterical, and I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, girl. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right. Love you to pieces.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Everybody watching at home, this is the 12-hour streaming telethon thing for the Haunting of Grady Farm, which is releasing tomorrow via High Octane Pictures on Amazon, iTunes, Xbox, Dish, and man, awesome list of outlets, so many outlets, so you have plenty of places to watch it. We are going to have to slip in a Tom Sherlock, my boy. Thank you for hanging out so long, Tom. I appreciate it. Slip into a Roddy Piper promo. I'm probably going to pass. I'm a little fried mentally, and I want to save this thing. But yeah, if you are watching, listen, guys, here's the thing. Because of streaming limitations on various platforms, I have to close the stream that you're watching right now. But what I want you to do is in around 5 minutes, at around 3:58 Pacific exactly, refresh, because I'm launching a second stream. So again, in about 5 minutes, refresh. I'm going to take a quick break, get some coffee, maybe get another snack. Don't judge me. But I'm relaunching this into a second stream. So again, in 5 minutes, refresh. We will be right back for the second half of the 12-hour stream to hype the release and celebrate the Haunting of Grady Farm releasing tomorrow. Guys, I will be right back. Thank you so much for tuning in. And be right back.